And he's like...
My other video stopped on us, and I hate that shit, but Grandma told me a story of doing the laundry today.
So the brother poked his head, and he said something like, my partner and I were homeless. Do you have some change? And I turned around, and I was getting like the bills like literally just for the laundry, and I said, sorry brother, I don't. And then I was like, what am I doing? And so then, you know, like you came to my head and everything, and I was like, I do have change, because I thought to my head, like, other than money, like, and then I thought I just came from doing groceries, you know. And so as I finished taking money from the ATM, I walked to him. His partner she was literally next to, on this side area of the bank that you cannot really be seen because it's like all little bushes, you know, and there was like a little stairs, and she was sitting at, but she wasn't even sitting down, like she was laying on the ground on how hot it was, you know. And he was like, this guy was just like doing like this, like petting her, like doing, like giving her love, you know. And the guy that had just like stood up and asked me for like some change, you know. And I just thought, like, dude, you're looking for change, you know, like just a change or something to change this state, you know. And like you're wanting to create a change for her. Obviously, you're not making any worse, you know. And I all I had was the money I gave him, but then when I went to the car, I grabbed a juice that I had got you. It's funny because then you asked me for juice, but I had given this juice away. That it was like one of those like glass juices, you know, that we used to get, but this one was a new combination that it had like apple juice and all kinds of berries. And so, so first when I went and give him the money, he said, "Thank you. It's just that she has a heart condition," he said, "and it's really hard for her." And so it came in my mind. I was like, "Oh, what can I give her? You know, like salt or banana. Like, what have I bought that I can give her?" And I had that juice, and then it had like chips that I had bought. You know, like Lay's for my cravings, and I felt like that would have the salts. And so I went back in the car, like driving out, and I like stopped and I gave it the juice to him, and I was like, if you can't get yourself like a cup with ice, you know, and put this on some ice and give it to her. It has all good fruits that would help her, I said, and it has, and then the salts, you know, but it just like, because you could tell that she wasn't like on the substances. She was just like not feeling it because it was too so smoky and hot in town. I don't know. Yeah, and then I only got you one juice, and it was like one good juice. And so then when I went and do the laundry, I'm waiting for the laundry, and you're like, juices, and I'm like, okay, I'll get juices. But I had only got one juice because they didn't have they didn't have the apples, the good apple. They had one apple juice, Ezekiel, that said infant first juice. I wasn't gonna buy that shit. You know, I wasn't gonna buy it. And I walked like 3 more aisles thinking, like, what kind of fucking parent gives the juice, like, to a kid that they're selling it to you saying, like, infant first juice? I wasn't gonna buy that for you, Ezekiel. Like, I'm sorry.
I'm not a fucking infant.
I know you're not an infant. That's why you shouldn't be no infant should be drinking that shit, and you shouldn't be drinking it with 40 years. So I don't think that should be labeled like that. I don't think that should be like marketable like that.
In a different manner, man.
Hmm?
I said it's processed in a different manner. Different stuff in it for kids.
No, that was the only juice they had in grocery of the apple. And then so I didn't buy no juices.
Said you were at Rayleigh's.
Yeah, in the parking lot on I first went to grocery outlet, and then I got money and went and did the laundry, and I sat because I got the trailer. I couldn't sit anywhere close to the laundry because I didn't have no room. So I went to the parking lot in Rayleigh because it's a block away, and I sat on the parking lot, texted you. I was just sitting in the car. I texted you, and you said juices, and so I walked in, Riley's. I got the juices. I got me sushi. And then I walk out. I ate the sushi in the parking lot. And I went and got the laundry.
Okay, I was just confused because you said the store. I mean, you said they had its juices. Can't have any cranberry juice?
Grocery?
Huh?
Grocery?
Yeah.
I looked. They had no. I don't know if they had cranberry
The
juice.
whole store, they just had just baby fruit juice?
No. They had some grapefruit watered, like a shitty grapefruit juice. Some other kind. Oh, they had those little bottles, but they had the nectar.
I got it done in the town, so I can afford something. It's been a month since I've uploaded anything. So.
Yeah. Well, so in Riley's, I got pineapple juice, apple juice, and cranberry juice. And then it really made me appreciate Grocery Outlet. Cause fucking, I don't know how people shop in that place. Same products that you find in Grocery Outlet, they're fucking an arm and a leg. From the same treetop juice.
Same expiration date and everything.
I really appreciate Grocery Outlet. I spent $20 in 3 juices and a tray of sushi. Not complaining, just saying what prices are now. I guess. And gas is $3.99. Yeah. Oh, I should have gotten cheese. Did we don't get them? Do we got any frozen blocks?
I think there's case on the refrigerator. There should be.
Whatever this is in the Tupperware. I opened one thing. We did the barbecue, the burgers, and then I put it on the Tupperware. Oh.
Yeah, there's only 2 outcomes of that wedding night conversation with her daughter. Is her mother either Facebook stopped, which I don't understand why, or my mom. The Oklahoma move, I think it's more her mother, but I need to ask her. So I go stick it to her in my hand. Get that out of hers, and get that out of yours. And move forward. There's a stepping stone. Maybe you're closing the door or opening up one. I'm helping somebody help themselves see an issue that they have. So, kind of interesting. At the same time, Nikki has an issue and needs care of. Her grandmother needs to be. That's what father devastating to your skin. Make a big hit. Step on the fucking skin. And skin your grandma come up the same. Shake right in front of you, man. And there you go. And that's why I always saying, I know. Fuck my mom. I know. And poke back at me. And state. I understand I had one when she was a kid. And I said, well, why do you think she's acting the way she is? I'm not saying it to you in a bad way. I'm trying to help you, help her. And help your motherfucking self while I'm trying to do myself. But the picture my mom sent to me showing her and her siblings and my grandparents' recipe. It looks just like my grandpa at 23. It's fucking scary.
Well, just start with the formal prayer. Oh,
Motherfucker sure wanted to be
just
my
every
friend.
word that comes out of your mouth is a fucking spell. You know that? So every
Everybody
time you say
wanted to
fuck
be
and
my motherfucking
all
friend.
this shit and all this shit and all this shit and all everything that you're programmed with, that is all you find yourself doing, that's a prayer as well.
Yeah.
And it's not just in your hand, it's affecting every single person and cat and living being that it's around you.
When I pointed out, it turns into an argument and some shit, and I'm cool on that, dude, bro. I'm just like, I'm done. Here. Oh, you don't want that? Here, turn away. Because I ain't got no more time for it. You're gonna get the response.
If your mom understood,
I don't have Tassa with her because she threw it away too, so my thing is, shut the fuck up, dude.
If your
Because I
mom
don't want to hear it. She's told me she doesn't like me speaking to her in that manner, so be it that she doesn't understand I speak in that manner to her in that sense. Coming from when you fucking beat me in the head and tell me you don't want to hear about somebody you didn't ask me about first.
It's like this, Ezekiel, it's simple. If
See
your
that
mom
right there, to that shit, to where you do it, and I ask you, please don't do that shit. Because I dealt with it for half my life. I don't want to spend the rest of my life with that because I fruited with you and you have those traits. And I point that out to you and you fucking hate it. There's a manner in which I pointed out to you. But yet, if you listen to the arguments that you have with my mom and don't like, are literally what I point out to you stating, please stop, because that's what I'm pointing out to you stating. That's what you're doing. And that's a false reality, a false narrative. And the only time that you pay attention in that situation is when I say fuck, shit, or whatnot. Like how your dad stated.
No, I'm paying attention all along.
Like
I'm
how
trying
your
to
dad
let you know.
stated,
Yeah,
why are you cussing? And I'm going, why are you not paying attention? Why am I having to bring it to me getting to this point for you to cognitively ingest and reason what the fuck I'm talking about? And not keep giving you some shit over here. That has nothing to do with the conversation. That's all I get from you guys. So I give you back that. I'm gonna say, can we get back from that over to here? And that was over here.
Well, like if your mom understood that it has to be, there's no turning on and off of shit. Like there's no, you come up here, you become a person that starts praying, and then you leave out the gate, and before you leave out the gate, you're already fucking right. And so there's no turning on and off.
See you tomorrow. Huh?
There's no turning on and off of the roles of grandma, mom. There's no vacation from it. There's no vacation from being a priest or no vacation from building yourself and fucking praying on yourself. Like at all time you're doing it. Just you need to realize that. There's no I feel like doing it today. Every moment you're doing it. Realize it or not, putting the energy into it or not, you're doing it. And so
Someone's excuse has always been you don't understand my sickness, and the other is
in sickness or health, you're still doing it.
I'm not God.
Yeah.
And I can't be happy at 100%. Well, I didn't say to be happy 100%. It is. Be mindful of the shit that you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking in a sense of prophesying on someone or yourself.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
Point blank. You have a certification from the state of California that certifies when you do that on somebody, actions actually happen at a distance. Hello? So when you act like a fucking punk ass bitch and wish to just fight, and your dumb fucking childish mind just constitutes and sticks to the fucking word bitch, and all frontal lobe reasoning goes away, speaking to you to my mother. And I don't want to call me a bitch. Well, let's see. What are you throwing out there? Are you throwing out something that would end an argument or cause more an argument? So is the context of someone being called a bitch and having fight to them and wishing to keep an argument going and not belittling somebody and calling them a bitch in a sense where a man thinks that less than a machismo and not having fight? You understand?
Yep. I comprehend. I guess I just got
But in the
myself.
heat of the moment, when I say, please stop being a bitch. Don't call me a bitch! I said, please stop being a bitch and stating words that keep a fucking argument going. Are you even paying attention to the words illustrated to you? No, you just stuck to the word bitch. Don't call me bitch! Several fucking times here recently, it's been recorded of someone not paying attention to the conversation and fucking rambling on an argument thing because I called her a bitch. And you keep saying, I said, stop fucking throwing something out and arguing. Or in a sense, causing a fight. Or being a bitch.
I just find it so fucking cliche. If you're not saying it for
I'm not calling you a female dog.
the etymology of the word, and you're saying it for the whatever American domestication, people use it as an insult. I find it so cliche.
People find it an insult because in a sense they think that, for one, you call a man a bitch, he thinks that you're attacking his manhood. But supposedly, you don't have no fight. You're something that gets fucked. Instead of something that fights to keep from getting fucked. It's the exact fucking opposite. You're not the horse that allows you to just ride it.
I think that we can talk to each other in a different way without needing to call adjectives. Not names, I'm not saying you call names, let's call it bringing adjectives, that's what it is. At that point. I'm just saying we can do better in talking, as I can do better at being more present and everything.
Being present in the talking, I'm not fucking calling you names. Until it spirals into such. And still, even then, I'm not even calling you a name. I'm saying, fucking little motherfucker that can't pay attention and so forth. Consciousness, go fucking away. And I had the person that's present, that me and her able to speak. And this person that keeps wanting to live a fucking weird ass false narrative. You're sober. Person that I had this argument and a fucking issue with had pharmacopoeia stuck to her fucking most of my life. And has issues in her brain from fucking diseases and shit fucking attacking it. What's your function? Where do you go that way?
I know, you stuck with me, I'm sorry for you.
Fucking
I'm so
Zeke
sorry for you.
Zeke and Nanny's mom did that shit too, same with Eric. So I said I
It'd be a pleasure to meet her.
fruity as my mother. So it's like, how do you get to
It
that
wasn't
point?
very exciting to me, Erica, honestly.
Huh?
I said it'll be my pleasure to meet Heather. Wasn't that exciting to meet Erica as I would expect to meet somebody like myself.
That depends on what part of yourself you're meeting, fool. Fucking idiot. Wow. I'm silly, dude. Okay. Oh, shit. Alright. I'll give you that one. I've been silly.
Maybe not now, but whenever you do talk to your mom, that's a good way of putting it, don't you think? Explaining to somebody that there's no vacation of the mindset of how
I've
hard.
already tried to say that, dude. She tried to my
I think I just put
name.
it really well for anybody would understand it. I mean, I
If it
understand
comes
it.
out of my mouth, it's just argument. I'm not saying nothing. I've already said that before, dude. All I get is a response to fucking Trump nationalism. Me first, victimization, fucking I gotta survive. And it's like, okay. That's why I asked you, does this not sound like when you first met the woman? Has anything changed? Why don't you talk with her? That's why she got told last September, nigga, I'm tired of hearing this. I hear this every day from motherfuckers that fucking come in my shop, and I tell them, I don't want to hear this shit no more.
We can talk about it, but just not with the approach that you're giving it, because it makes it to where you're not making no change about it. Like you're almost, I don't know, what are you getting from it?
I wouldn't hear this shit from you, because I've heard the same bullshit for
but that's her only comfortable
39
place.
years.
That's her only comfortable
of my
place.
motherfucking life. I don't want to hear no more. Don't talk to me like I'm some fucking bitch off the fucking street. I talk to you how I feel like, Mom. I don't discriminate, dude. That's what I learned from you. I don't separate nobody from nothing when they come with bullshit. You get talked to accordingly like if you was God or not. I ain't nobody but myself. But when I see bullshit, I call it out. Because that's how I was raised. And that's how I survive in this world. Just calling bullshit out. So if you come with some bullshit that I've heard so many other ways in which fucking one of you trying to think that I ain't heard this fucking story like 7 motherfucking times. I can fucking illustrate it like it was my favorite movie and tell your character. And he started getting pissed off when I started wording what the fuck you gonna say. He didn't like that. And you come like if it's first day, it's like the first time you say the shit. So how the fuck I know the information you talking about? Other than you done cried me this story before. I don't wanna hear this shit no more. What the fuck did you do the last time you told me this shit? If you ain't done nothing before, then what the fuck I wanna hear it this time? And put myself through that stress of hating somebody or feeling some ill feeling. There's a way you paint this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like you do. Him and KELEA and everybody that does this shit where they want some sympathy on something when I always ask, come up with it on real. Don't take like I'm attacking you. Understand what I'm saying. Understand what I'm saying. It's like yesterday asking you to ask my mom, why did you start this conversation about something you stating that you actually feel good about yourself that you're gaining the weight that you used to get to consciously, not unconsciously. Consciously, you were being subjugated to someone putting you in a position where you're losing weight uncontrollably and have reached that fucking manner. There's a big difference. Fucking huge difference. Godzilla to a fucking ant. That's why it was you. That's why when Caleb, why everybody that tried to do that shit. My first thing is, well, okay. What fucking really happened?
Well, as I'm hearing it, I'm letting the person finish, and that's exactly what I'm.
What fucking really happened? Because that don't make no motherfucking sense to me. Like, you state me watching a fucking cat. And I know for a fact, you looking at my wife the whole goddamn time that you talking to her. The whole fucking time I'm talking to you, you really doing this?
Putting more energy into trying to look somewhere
Yeah,
else
yes.
than actually like staring at you.
Yes. That's what I'm trying to speak with her about. The
Something
baby.
that matters
The
to her.
baby. The baby. Inside. The grandbaby.
But she don't want to hear it because she feels like she may not, because she has alienated herself in that manner, she feels like it had no participation with her, so why would she want to hear it? You know what I'm saying? Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
And I don't know if she's got jealousy or what the fuck, what else,
What
but
she don't understand is I was inside my grandmother when she was inside her too. Hello? That's what you fucks don't understand.
that's how the picture you can say.
But even beyond that, they don't talk about us men. But anyway. Just that generational trauma, let's talk about that. There's that simple thing. If a child in an environment grow up in vitro fucked up because of what is said or not said, what happens if it's a baby girl and her eggs go through that? Hello? There's Erica, had Michaela, who had Mason, and had the baby inside of her while she was inside her mother. All this fucking shit was going on. And the motherfucker that was reading the book and shit to the baby when she was in the womb, and out the womb getting told he was fucking retarded for doing so. Hello? That motherfuckers just don't understand nothing. This fucking world has spent trillions of dollars on stupid shit. And they just don't understand nothing. It's all in scripture, dude. You can change things if you're conscious. Really fucking want to. Even if you're not present. That's why raising our daughters is so important, or at least being there in conception and through. Because it's not just them there. Anyway, that's stupid shit. Or blah blah, nothing matters. So, who was inside somebody who was inside of an incubator for 3 months before she was taken home? 1962. My brother and I. Generational trauma, wake up, dude. That's what I try to say to you. Because I hold that.
Yeah, no shit. When was the last time you told me
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the survival thing. Generational trauma, which you don't comprehend. You have the opposite of generational trauma. The hugs with the incentive of going to the hockey. Which is interesting. Tonight, the women's lacrosse or field hockey or Iroquois was played in the Olympics. In a country where 65% of the country can't fucking buy no food, how many people get to go to lacrosse? My wife did. And that was her hug from her mother, who did not have time for her.
I want to have plenty of time. All
Yes.
she do is be around.
Yes. But as you stated, like my ex, What's your guys' stature? Why she had the time to be at the house if someone else was watching you? And you had an itinerary like the kids that you watched to where poor kids don't have to be away from the home for a fucking job. You did. And call it a sport. You understand?
I like it.
Sure.
I did it. I had all my friends there. I like doing. That's I wanted to do. I wouldn't go home and sit in front of the TV. I couldn't do that.
Then state it in that manner instead of my mom always had me doing stuff. And I'm sure the boys that we babysitted will say the same thing, but if you ask them in reality, all the shit they were doing while they couldn't fucking play a game of Risk and so forth because they weren't their parents. And I had some time with them. But they have everything they wanted. They got their hub that way. As my mom stated, what her way of trying to express that with me. Because that's what she was getting. Saw the picture I was going to show to you earlier of my grandparents. The Wheatland house. And the farm. And the property. It was land given over to my great-grandfather. And land that the Metcalf side got. Because again, we owned the very first beginning of fucking Wheatland and all of the way going into fucking shit. And half of Orland. Henceforth, why it was Orland, when you got your parents shot there, the name is of my family's last name. My grandmother's maiden name before she got fucking married to my grandfather. But, anyway. I just thought it was interesting. That's Caleb. My grandfather looked very similar in the picture. Like I explained to
Your
you.
mom had that at her house?
No, she's talking to Aunt Kathy.
Oh.
So Aunt Kathy has all the stuff like I explained to you. She got the pictures that I needed to see. Take care of the family and stuff. Anyhow, let me play fucking stupid. But that's why I was showing you this.
Assume that your mom is getting that from your aunt. Sure.
This. Who's the one that's been stable? Who's the one that was in the father's house? Who's the one that was with her mother's stuff? Why was there conflict between? Again, how old's the sister? She's a year old right here. So how old's the older sister that's still alive?
Because we were talking today, how old is Kathy?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, reference to your mom, she looks like a teenager, yeah.
Oh, she's just about out of high school, fool. As I explained to you. My grandfather is 21 years old. Stepdad. With a brand new baby. Born right after his 21st birthday. His birthday's the same month. His is the first week of February, hers was the last week of February. What was my Uncle Clarence stating about my mom? My mother's mother? But then what is my mom stating about her mother? Because to have a child at that age, my mother left home 3 years from now at my age. At 45 for my grandmother. I made her a grandmother at 46. Malachi.
Mm-hmm.
Which made my grandfather a grandpa in it for the first time at 36, 37 with Malachi.
Super young.
And just at 40, like Mason. For me.
Yeah. I was being born at that time for my dad. Well, not quite at 43, but still, it's like crazy, huh?
You understand? Why you sound like these talks and that bullshit? Shut up then. Divorce me, because I wish to heal my family. I wish to understand how we got together and so forth, but completely do it in a proper manner. Because people are finally divulging things that are making sense to me now on stuff, even though they think it's something to fucking hurt me. I'm like, thank you, keep on doing it. Let me throw some more shit at you to make you think that we're in court, maybe throw some shit out that you think that would hurt me in the court case when it's actually just open my mind up to a whole lot of perspective, like I said with that. Our stuff about Uncle David. You just help me. You just help this person over here, just help this person. Everybody I'm gonna come in contact now, you just help. Because that right there, just put that in perspective.
Well, like your mom needed it out too.
You understand what I'm saying to you? But it puts in perspective for my spouse. The main, I need you to understand this, otherwise you're gonna have issues. Because you are share partly in this, as I share partly in it.
I'm cold sitting there. That's all.
Here you go. You got this right here. You ask a question. This is how old this person is, older than her older sibling. So.
Well, and I was saying, how old was how old Kathy had her first kid? That was the question, I think.
If you deduce from that age right there, a simple age of thinking.
Right, because.
And there's an 8-year difference between.
Your mom is only a couple of years older than Lisa, so.
8 years to be exact. So.
In that moment, however old she looks, like let's say she looks 50s, well, she looks like 16.
She became an aunt at 8 years. Oh. So, she had to been Michaela's age. Now, with the job she has now.
Like 21, 22.
No, Michaela's been 21 or fucking 4.
Yeah, but when she had
No,
Mason.
No, not Mason. The child she's pregnant with now.
Now, okay.
Would be Lisa. That 8-year difference with my mom and her. Because again, my mom was 8 years old, which would be 1971. Henceforth, my questioning to you, why don't you ask cousin Lisa how it was for her mom and dad to have her before the law changed for illegal? Because my aunt is Caucasian on her birth certificate, married to a black man. Before it was legal. Lies in the United States. Lisa was born during that time. And became Cece. Then Maurice, Elena, Evelyn. Us after that. Henceforth, my talks with him, as they were prevalent and in the Black Panther movement and so forth marching. Not just local, but the White House and other things. Because of that, them getting together before it's fucking legal, before you and I can be married. Hello? You're not paying attention. Because that stuff is genuine too. Lisa was inside of my grandma, well, Aunt Kathy was in her. And whatever went on in that relationship while she left that husband is imprinted on that lineage. Hello? Because they got different dads. It was said that my grandma had issue with having babies. For some reason. My grandma. Miscarriages. Like 5, 6. Family. Miscarriages.
After the twins?
No. Leading to the twins. Leading to the twins. Well, so supposed to be twins. This is supposed to be only Uncle David and me. Rest in peace. And he's like, oh shit. What's she doing here? It wasn't wasn't for Grandpa going to the Marines and doing the stuff that he did and shit, they wouldn't have fucking kept my mom alive. It's expensive as fuck. Especially in 62. It wasn't too much stuff here. I think where they're living. They're fucking here. In 62. And it's like this year, 2021. You gotta understand the tax bracket that it was. That's why my mom's alive and she fucking doesn't comprehend it. And that's fucking stupid. Like your ass does. There you go, dude. You understand how you got what you got? And my mom talks the shit that she does. And see, you even don't understand how your fucking wife see what it is? Oh, I have wife? 1962, you weighed less than a pound more. You didn't realize your fucking ass was in there. And they had you incubated, no? Think about that. And your family wasn't poor. It wasn't made poor from such. How? Or the picture of you at the L.E.N.R farmhouse. And you was
Where
raised.
did they hear it from?
You was raised on a farm. So they worked for that shit.
From your grandpa's side?
Grandpa's side worked for it, and my grandma's side worked for it. There was help, but the family came together and worked. And helped you with something. But you want the shit you work for.
Right.
The Wheatland farm did not come from the Glories. It did not come from the Metcalfs. Passing it as an inheritance. It was something that was appropriated and my grandma and grandpa got together and then sold. It was not a farm plot like my great-grandparents, rest in peace, that was a working agricultural production like the shit that was lost in Oregon. It was not that. It was just a fucking farm piece of land that was done for cattle and for wheat. And wheatland, why it's called that shit. My grandfather was a farmhand and so forth and did some other things. And also had equipment, like with Mr. Henry.
Like when he came back from the Marines?
Yes, like Mr. Henry. And the reason why he came to this area. Like Mr. Henry and all the other dudes and the fucking old people that always machine operators that come in here that work. It's why he came this way. Because they taught that shit. Like the lapidary and so forth. As you heard from people from World War I and so forth from that time frame, they were fucking taught the shit. To keep it from dying out. But then they stopped doing that. Which is why you can see the aptitude in people fucking being stupid as fuck. And not being able to do walk and chew gum at the same time. Same thing in the fighting forces and the aptitude of how they show survivalists how to survive. And it's not just in basic training no more. It's just in specialized shit. But no. That was not for such. And was not said as such. Otherwise it'd still be there and we'd still be doing it. I would have been raised on the shit. You know what I'm saying? I sold that shit and went into the motel business. My grandma got sick. My grandpa had to end everything. Like he explained to me, depleted her fucking $1.6 million or shit. Okay. He took to keep my grandma alive. Plus his insurance and his VA shit. And then his aneurysm went.
Isn't it trip for you to see your grandpa like so young in a picture like that and then that you got to see him old?
In a sense, I've seen that side, but not. I've seen that in his son. When I talk about Dustin and people and such, not in a disrespectful way, but you want to know how my grandfather was when he was younger? you met little Michael. Your forehead furrows, but shit always just goes over your head.
Yeah, saying he was like him, you mean by...
I don't know. How is little Michael?
Well,
Like
he had
his
a
father.
combination of a lot of things going
No.
on.
How is little Michael?
Her sensitive...
No, how is little Michael in the size and body frame? Well, never mind. Dude, this fucking pointless one. How was Michael? Was he not emulating his father?
Yes, he was.
So, was my Uncle David not doing this thing? Okay, so what fucking brain deadness is there why? So, if I wish to see my grandpa, not in a picture of such, but the reality of how he would be, is again like Dustin. How was my uncle? Like his daddy. At that time. Henceforth, you hearing from the sister, what? The sister being like her daddy. She don't take no shit. Person that I met, in a sense, is our father-in-law through your brother, who has changed his ways. How I state, people have an issue with how their kids is treated by the grandparents when they learn to be different. Well, or is that over your fucking head? It's like me knowing John, peace be upon him. Would his grandbabies know John? Does the daddies of the kids, the grandkids of John, Maskell, peace be upon him, know grandpa like I know grandpa? And they daddies know grandpa? Do you know grandpa like we know grandpa? Are you doing like the grandbaby? Answer me.
Yeah, you see it, you see it, you know it as a grandbaby. But only if you don't grow to see them for who they are.
So, seeing a picture of my grandpa? Was that my grandfather? Or is little Michael my grandpa? Meaning the person that walked into the shop and said, spirit talk with me. The older gentleman that was in his 50s when I was born. Just about. They took me fishing and shit. In his 50s. That did like that. At that age, with the boy that wouldn't pay attention. When he tried to be still and show him. There's more than like the meme you see where you see a fishing pole and you see an old ass dude looking in the water with his child. I learned that from my grandpa. Sammy, I learned how to shut the fuck up. Uncle David neither. So who's the son? The grandchild or the son? Hello? So how I mean to own my grandpa? If I can see his grandson emulates the dad, like the other grandson that emulates the dad, but grandpa didn't go to prison because he went to fight for a war for the motherfucking military. Court gave him that out when they were doing that shit. Otherwise they have prison term. Like myself, his grandkid, and his grandson, and his daddy, and his son. Why? Because they're emulating somebody that got hands. Know how to shoot. Good motherfucker. Boy, you don't want to piss off that bad. My grandpa saw it bringing. He was hurting people. But when that goes around, and that's the modality of shit around here, and it's past your kid, how you think your kid gonna react? Especially if you raise them in a way because you're still shell shocked from bullshit you went through. And being the baby of kids after your mama died, and your daddy treat you the way you do during the depression. Or your sister raises you. That great aunt of me, rest in peace. I had to ask her, what the fuck happened in the house? You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers lighter than you and my mom, but with beautiful green eyes. Racist as fuck against y'all. They don't like white folks and shit. Shit used to crack me up, kicking it with her. My grandpa's older sibling. But she was raised in a time where it don't matter what kind of color you look like, if you got skin on you, was a piece of shit. Worse than a nigger. She got part of the family said it, any other part that said, no, we white. What's that? But anyhow, that's it. Trauma.
So on your mom's side,
Trauma.
and your grandma's
You
side,
got
did they
no
talk?
idea, kid. But I've been laying it out, but you ain't paying attention. That's what I say. You want to know our story. You ain't even figured it out. You want to have a baby. Well, you won't listen. I'm trying to help you with your family. Understand your story. Or you don't even know if you was 18 or 20 when the shit happened that fucked you up. Or you disrespected yourself. And it's a really important thing to not have delusional dates and stuff in mind of memoretics.
I don't have delusional.
Really? Well, you told me for 9 years almost that we've been together. That
I never told you that.
That I was
the
18,
age,
baby, because
the
I
age
could
is
have never
such.
told you that I was
The
18
age is
because
such.
I was already living in my second apartment.
The age is such.
I've been in college already for 2 years.
The age is such. Was around that time was it first presented to me. Now this time it's presented at 20. Henceforth, why I was stating it changes the empathic sample of stating you would be able to empathize with Michaela in the sense that you were still, in a sense, a legal child state of below the 18. If you're 20 in college, how we talked about it in the last video stating. Like I said, when you asked me, what age you go to college in America? Fucking age that you were. What age was Heather in college? Fucking age that you were. What age was my mom in college? When fucking she was going to college when I was little. Fucking age that you were.
I never said I was 18. That's
Oh,
one
yeah,
of the
sure.
memoretics that I have, and that's
Alright.
not something that comes
Sure,
from
you're
my
not
mouth.
18. So like I said, thank you. You confirmed something for me that allows me to not say, what? Hey, you would be able to help this person. I wouldn't confirm, ask you to do such because it'd be pointless.
Oh, wow.
Why are you taking it to the fence? It'd be pointless if, as an adult, going to college, what is there? It emphasizes something if there's no emphasis. It'd be like, hey, have you ever walked on the sun? Have you ever had a kid? Those kind of things, if you don't have anything to emphasize with, you don't have anything to offer. You understand? So my mom, dumbass, trying to tell me I can't emphasize with her about a terminal illness that I inherited from her. I figured I had a fucking rip from my buddy. That afflicted me in the same way, at the same age as her. And almost evolved me in the same manner as her. But I was able to stop it. As I state, Michaela, get about a 5th or 6th month, get a side shot like that, and there's grandma. Just like great grandma, Metcalf, sitting right there with her hair darker. Because as you see the babies, they got red hair. You notice that?
boy look blonde and the mom look brunette too.
Strawberry blonde. That's why Minky came out with a toe head. You know what toe head means, right? What?
Redhead.
No. White head.
What do you call it?
Toe. Toe. Toe head. She had white hair, like Noah. Noah was born a piece of celestial. White hair. And that shit turned strawberry blonde. Toe head. So I said, where'd I come from? Because her mama ain't blonde, maybe. Our blue eye. And her grandma. Our grandpa. On either side. When you look back in the scrapbook, underneath by the TV, they got the pictures of the family. Unless they moved it upstairs. And that's where it's at. You look back in the family. We always wondered that. I said, it gotta be from my side on the Mecca. It's not from the Lordy or the Ho. No, the island eyes. Black. Wish I still had them pictures of my brother. Peace before him, I'll show you. He's a little bit more redder than Zeke. So I said, you look at Zeke picture. Yeah, how the fuck you go from that to that? You the color of the damn paper. Picture him in a bucket. With his little goofy smile. And blonde red curls. Little bam bam. It's a little easy this year. I think my nene coming up. I'm surprised how dark she come up. Damn. With the kids. It's my Uncle Howard, peace be upon him. My Uncle Francis, peace be upon him. Grand Aunt Janine, Grand Aunt Joycey. Oh fuck, there was a brother that died with Grandpa was just a child. That was an interesting thing. Using the siblings' birth social, back then, social security card was like real fucking stupid ass shit.
What do you mean?
It was just like a little simple piece of paper card. You know, it wasn't like now where you can actually like, that's your social. You went in the military with it. See if you can recognize anybody out there. Like I said,
That Evelyn?
several people you know. Or should know. Otherwise you shouldn't be brain dead. Yes, that's Evelyn.
No, dude. They all look hella funny though.
That's Evelyn.
Out of the movie.
You're 8 years old right there.
No, I don't recognize him.
So look above her Caucasian sister.
Mm-hmm.
Look at her closely. You talked to her in the store. You talked to her child at her store. You've talked to her in a store. And you've talked to her husband. They were together at that time. kids. They rub his feet.
What's her name that we saw in the supermarket?
Female version of her husband's name. Both start with T.
Yeah, Tommy and Tammy, whatever. Yeah.
Tommy and Tammy.
Mm.
Brian Roper, probation officer, bottom right corner.
Mm-hmm.
So on and so forth. That's why when I was in high school, I sold him weed at that time. I was like, what the fuck, dude? Been in our shop, been in our shop, been in our shop. Yeah, it was fun. It's 15. So was Eddie. How bad you were 7. Not 8. Craziness. You met this brother, Pete Allison. Crazy, dude. I look back. I was like, what? I think that was the year of the first school shooting. Not Columbine, but Oliver school shooting. That was crazy. A couple years before that. They locked our shit down, put police dogs and probation campus person shit. Drug searches and fucking wanted us in like we was fucking big city school. Yeah. She was crazy. She was like, hold on a minute, man. We gotta get rid of. You gonna want us in? Isn't that some shit that they do like in like LA or something? This is Marysville, dude. Mayberry. It was kind of like the reverse thing, like the drug program there, where they realized they fucked up by making Dare because it just made kids fucking do drugs. It was like, what's Dare to make kids do drugs instead of fucking what's Dare to keep kids off drugs. The actual way that they propaganded it and so forth off of Ronald Reagan's fucking dumbass wife and shit. Shit that they did with the cups and everything and the fucking school fences for some reason. My generation got fucked up with that drug war and Dare program. Or this is your brain on drugs, scrambled egg shit. They fucked us up with so much programming, dude. Look at the Dauphines now. I'm being serious. They actually showed that thing actually caused us to get fucked up. Showing us kids getting fucked up when there actually wasn't that much of a problem of kids actually getting wasted actually propagated it to the mentality that we have now. Because they used to like show us people getting wasted on fucking kegs and shit and doing keg stands and everything. It's like, look where we live at. None of us fucking ever seen that shit before. We're like, what the fuck? We pulled our money together and got our first keg together because we didn't know that there was such thing as a fucking keg until getting into high school and careers class. Hey, this is what not to do. Wait, wait a minute. That's what you do in college? Did you get that much beer in a fucking thing? It's only $75?
Is that what it's cost?
At that time, we're in fucking the 90s, honey. Come on.
Crazy.
I'm talking about, I'm gonna be 41 in a couple months. I'm talking back when I was 15, when you were 7 years old.
When $10 was a lot of money for you.
Well, you could buy something with $10.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you would all come together, maybe 7 of you, and buy something.
Yeah. Well, fuck it, 10 sack was easy. There's an eighth. There's some swag. You spank some shit with some people. Fuck, you get that in recycling easy back when recycling actually made some money, dude. Motherfuckers were fucking people up over recycling back in the day. Right.
Yep.
Imagine you're bagging a black paper bag, plastic bag that goes in a normal garbage bag, like in the trash can, and taking that with aluminum cans, dude, and getting $5 or $6 for just that.
Yeah.
Instead of as you see people having to do now, where it's like half my fucking car and trailer's full, and I'm getting fucking $6 for that. What?
Mhm.
So yeah, that was the first thing that we did. Elliot was the first one to fuck himself up on, you know, they don't show you like the proper etiquette or whatever of how long do you hold the person up by their feet, you know, what happens if someone passes out. You know, we had the first incident where a person that night after watching that shit lost their teeth because they passed out while they're upside down because you hold the person's feet, you know, cake stand.
Mhm. Yeah.
You got motherfuckers too wasted to hold your feet. You go like this and you're too high and you face plant on the shit. Seen hella goofball that shit that first night after watching a video in careers class of this is not what you're supposed to do. This is illicit fucking stuff. And it's like, hold on a minute. You guys just printed all kind of shit. Besides the pills and all the other stuff that they showed us supposedly not what not to do, it seemed to like intrigue certain different people. Just like the no huffing shit. We didn't know what the fuck that was. You get high off of it. Next thing you know, fucking motherfuckers just got gold lips and shit with brown paper bag. And it's like, how in the hell you showing me this in class and the teacher ain't taking the shit from the motherfucker because we watching it. Now the kids is doing it, but yet the kids are acting like they can't smell the goddamn shit. You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, motherfuckers running around with gold and silver lips.
I never had sex class or safety class or
We
whatever
didn't have
fucking
sex.
alcohol class you had. I
We
never
didn't
had
have
no
sex class.
classes like that.
We just had it. It was called careers class.
Yeah, we didn't have no
That
careers
just
class.
got implemented my class year. They just my year, my generation. I'll say 1980. The kids that were born in my year was the year that they tried implementing new things. Again, my generation was the first to fuck with computers. And we taught that in elementary school. Again, this is a small ass town, but somehow Oliver's school back in the 80s, for first grade, I was typing on a green screen lettered thing.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Learning typing on that. Back when this was showing it was Sister City, Taiwan, and had the resources before the fucking flood it. After they flooded it and removed the resources, no. Next time for me to sit in front of a computer in school was Gray Avenue School, doing Super Mario Brothers in 6th grade, doing the speed test for typing, because you had to type the words and shit to get the little stupid motherfucker to do what, like in the video game. But that's when they implemented that shit into the school systems to try to get kids to do things, but yet you see the epiphany of such in our grandson's generation and our daughter's generation, where the kids don't really know how to read or write or do anything. It's just, okay, I've jumped through that hoop. What do I get for this? You understand? Understand what I'm saying there? I'm typing out sentences and paragraphs and words, but it's on a screen where this Super Mario Brother is running and jumping and going down the tube and doing this other shit. Am I paying attention to what the fuck what I'm typing or doing? Or am I paying attention to the dumbass little dude to get through the shit? It's like you being taught English, but have no idea in relation to inch. measurement in relation to give that observation. You understand what I mean? So as I'm making this little dude run into, that's keeping my attention, my predatoriness of attention to it, and my competitiveness. Well, you got me where I'm doing 35 words per minute and better. But what's the context and syntax of the sentence? What the fuck am I reading? What am I typing out over and over and over again as I'm having to do, day in and day out? Next time I'm behind a computer, what they make us to graduate from Marysville High School, they ended it with my generation, didn't do it the generation before. Just my generation had to do careers. In careers class, take the SAT testing that made us go on the thing. We had to make a fucking your senior project, your career for what the fuck you're gonna be in a year. They took that out. They didn't have that in. Dustin wouldn't be doing what he's doing. Jamie wouldn't be the accredited scientist. Brother wouldn't be a fucking district attorney in Texas, so on and so forth. And all the others that are doing what they're doing. Danny wouldn't be making guitars and shit. Still. That was a senior project. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be still rambling about fucking intrinsic rattles and this shit. It wasn't my senior project. That's what I'm saying. They don't do that shit no more. It was a test on our generation and they stopped. Or just say my generation. It seems like they're trying to do the next, in a sense, new technologic thing to our grandchild's generation.
What's that? The new technology thing. Like just technology in their face, you say?
When I was 6 years old, the first time they were going to send a school teacher, rest in peace, to those persons that died, the astronauts that blew up in the space shuttle. Inspired a whole bunch of persons. Now you have, say, private citizens doing such. And again, what do you think the technologic is going to be for such? And you have augmentation robots that are controlled. You have virtual reality on your face. You can't talk to anybody because their face is where?
On toilets and phones. Yeah.
How you separate me from my mom? My face is in the TV playing video games. How do you separate my mom from her generation? Putting the TV there. In competition with the radio or phonograph was turned into the headphone. You comprehend? The Sony Walkman, which since the shit came out was always propagated to separate the child from the parent. See how music was evolved and say the protection rights and non-protection rights in certain things. And how music tones or say advertisements had been removed or added over time in say media of radio or personal radio in the sense of a Walkman or a phonograph to a radio you're listening to a television, and it's from its beginning to this rhythm control monkey with a color yellow. Here you got it for 9 years now, the color yellow and screens. So if I'm a red, blue, green kid, and now yellow is being shown, it's causing issues with my generation where now I all have to have fucking LASIK. But yet, those who don't see red, blue, green as reality as a mass hallucination and they're told, fucking, you got eye problems. Think about that. You got 85 years of somebody sitting in front of a fucking ionized fucking cloud punching into your frontal lobe telling you that's what the fucking image is. Because it tricks your psychic visualization, your third eye, and fucks with your what? Animalistic instinct of seeing something. Well, and with the ups and downs of squirrels and circles and this fucking whoop, 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 whoop. Are you awake or what's going on? It's worth that movie Confinement. Yeah, Mom, I beat the game.
Beat the game is not to be on fear. Not to live in fear, huh?
I know in the instance of his mother asking him, honey, did you make it through the stuff?
Because it's paradise, and he's like, yeah, I made it to paradise, and there's nothing really there for you.
I mean, this is a video game, but the air's breathable outside this fucking thing.
That's what I'm saying. He's saying, like, I don't live in fear. I overcome that one thing that made you be away from me. Leave me in this spot. It's like the lack of air. And I'm out here. I came from outside, and I'm telling you, it's fine.
I got no mask and I ain't dead yet. But you still don't believe.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I beat the game. Have a good day. That's why I said I'm at that point. This shit made so much sense.
That deep, seriously, huh?
That shit made so much sense. Or if you go to punch cards like the White House fucking spokesperson, just keep going to those cue cards, then you can say it to yourself. I'm done with that bullshit. Haven't been from the gate. That was my message to you, as your message was to send to your parents. And you don't want to listen. I don't want to hear it. I keep getting head trauma where I'm like, man, I think I heard that shit before, but no. I'll tolerate it a little bit more. No, yeah. Granted, we've been together fucking 8 motherfucking years. If that's what you heard then, and it's the same shit as now, then yeah. I ain't got no time for this shit. Shut up. I'm trying to talk to you about your fucking grandchild. Grandbaby. Grandbaby in the fucking womb right now. And you tell me you know, how the fuck you know? Or you just, like Isla. You just do it like Isla and shut the fuck up, because I ain't with that shit no more. No, hell no. I ain't with that shit no more. You saying, or did the doctor tap your knee? You get the involuntary stop where you're just saying, As if that's it, just be quiet. Oh, bye. What you got more than this, Give me some reasoning behind it. Some more shit. If you give me that's a blanket statement. Because your actions and other things else show me that you didn't comprehend. And it's just you saying behind it. So if you're taking offense to things I want to argue, because I ask you, if your words are saying as such, then why is one having somebody do such? That means completely thing like with you. And other people that do such, but I say, well, if you understand it, or if that's your words, then the actions will be different. Or, in the sense of the words using, then the action that you asked us to do would have never been asked, because your statement is what you've been living at the moment of about to ask us, but you would have checked yourself and saying, God got me. Right? send me some more messages stating and reiterating, but saying I'm trying to argue with you. But just remember, God got you, God's in your light, and He got me in the light. And I was like, okay, but still, what are you saying all that other shit for? Because if you meant the shit, and the words meant anything to you, then you wouldn't have said the shit. You think I'm trying to argue, I'm just being upfront. I'm sorry that I'm upfront. I don't like to fuck around. I don't like wasting more time. If the words you're stating mean anything to you as you type them, then you wouldn't ask me the actions that you've asked me to do. Because you believe the words that you stating to me. I'm not causing an argument, just pointing something out. I'm not saying I don't believe it. I'm not saying I'm projecting on it. I'm just asking you a point. Do you believe in the words that you're typing to me? Your response will mean yes or no. Your response is like my wife's, where you responded like you did, it means no. Because you took what? That I attacked you. How the fuck I attack you? I just asked, if you believe in your words, then the actions that you had my wife and I take would show such. And you could take, not a thin-skinned response of, oh, you're attacking me by pointing something out. No, it was yes, son. I am doing that. Like I pointed out to her. But you still gotta type your camel, Mom. So did you have me help you type your camel? Or, oh, you're giving me this shit. That, no, you don't have to type your camel. It's just the other person. Okay, was this that? Why the fuck did you have me do an action word if the sun being that you're illustrating has you all under control and you're good? Why the fuck you complain about stuff in life? If the words you're typing to me mean anything to you in any way, why do you do what you do? That's why I ask you the same shit. And I ask everybody. And conflict. Why are you being argumentative? How am I being argumentative? I'm asking you a rational question. If your belief system, what you're imposing on me and stating is actually what you believe, then why did you have her do that? You keep telling me I know all this stuff. Why did you have Marie do that? Why did you have me do that? And then tell me you're okay. When I state what was found from what you asked me to do, and my wife asked her to do, and what the scan, because that's what she called. First thing she asked, what does scan say? Okay, I'm explaining it to you. But if you're okay because of what you stated, what are you asking a question like that for? Which means you don't believe the statement that you sent to me. Point blank. There's no afterglow. It's point blank. You don't believe what your statement. Because you want a response of what the fucking scan. What's the answer? Hello? Plain simple fucking word equation. If you truly believe, you've not answered the thing. Besides, call and ask for what the scan showed. As someone's telling you what the scan showed, and you're telling them, no, I'm good, don't worry about me. What? Okay. Well, what the fuck do you have to ask? What was the point of that? What do you believe in? Is this or that? What is it? The afterglow of the fire? What the fuck wrong with it? So it's fucking retarded circle. How do you keep yourself sick? That right there. Which one do you accept? Which reality do you want to live in? So I can't remove no more. You'll just die. That's why I said today when she asked me to call her to check in. What the fuck do you want to wait for? Be there for. Last month and a half you've been saying you don't want to breathe anymore. So if you act like you're dying and you can't breathe, then fucking I'm gonna smoke a split and say, hey, have a good one. As I was doing. I ain't got no fucking time for no shit no more. I'm being serious.
Because at that point, it's like, but it's like almost like your mom would want to bring you down too. She ain't wanting to change.
I don't want to your guys' relationship, but I don't even know how I bring that up. Hello? Last talk with her? What the fuck? What kind of fucking mindset are you bringing space up there? Go from that to this to again. Hold on. You saying that shit about cousin? Let's all have a conversation here. I'm not going this way. You bounce from her house to here to whatnot or what? No. I'm not gonna be like that. I'm not gonna put myself through it. Or yours, cause I ain't got no time for it. And it's not time for it. So I just keep hearing Michaela and the kid's voice in my head, dude. I can't get shit out. It's just pestering the fuck out of me.
Like how? Is that from like upper over here?
The conversation with Michaela on our wedding night and so forth. Just putting things in my head. Shouldn't say putting things in my head, just as the growth is being healed. Because my cough still hurts tremendously bad on that side. Hopefully it goes away, but I'm not sure how bad I fucked my head up. Being able to see stuff, unfortunately, hasn't been diminished. Kind of wish it was, but I'm glad it's not.
You're saying not raising these questions like back then?
Yeah.
Can I see it after you take one? No, sorry, the piece. I didn't find mine. I don't know where it's at. I looked outside, but the bin was, it had all leaves on it. I couldn't see it on the bin, and then my tray is here. I'll be asleep soon, don't worry. I say I'll be asleep soon. It won't be long that I'll be using your piece.
I don't mind to say something to the fucking finger pointing shit, dude. It's just like,
I realized that's why I said something after you tried to give me the lighter.
what the fuck? Someone the lighter? That's all you used to do is just point and it's like
Well, it's a
lighter. Lighter, and I'm like, okay. Fucking, you don't want the lighter? Okay, well, open your mouth.
Well, so Ezekiel, like
mouth,
an example.
Mouth. Well, what the fuck is mouth? What are you talking about?
Got it.
Mouth. Mouthpiece. Huh?
Like an example of illustrating to your mom why, like, for her maybe to understand, like, why Michaela don't speak to her. Like, yo, mom, like, what if I wouldn't be talking to you? Or what if Ezekiel wouldn't be talking to you? Would you not realize why are these people not talking to you? You know what I'm saying? Like in this instance, like you're saying, we went from the other weekend, it was a month ago, to this, where she's coming and visiting. In my head, she's always welcome, like I said. Anything that I could help, I would help with. But I don't appreciate the threats, all the bullshit, all the drama.
The afterglow, after listening to all the videos, she stated you were unsure if you wanted her up here.
To visit? For her to come see?
Yes. Point blank, that's what came out of your mouth. Don't afterglow it, or we'll get in an argument.
Oh, I couldn't hear if it was me. You're saying that I said I wasn't sure if I wanted her up here?
Yes, after listening.
Okay, I didn't hear. I thought you were saying your mom said that she wasn't sure if she wanted me here. I didn't hear what you said. I'm asking because I didn't.
Why the fuck would my mom be unsure of you wanting to be here?
So you said you said in the videos that I
didn't say anything in the videos. I said after you listening to the long ass 15 fucking videos my mom sent to me, the two of us listening together. Mm-hmm. You stated you were unsure if you wanted my mom up here because of fucking the emotional.
Why would you want somebody that is telling you?
That's what just came out of my motherfucking.
That they hope all of your shit
just came out of my motherfucking mouth. So I just said, please don't afterglow it because.
I ain't afterglowing it. I'm trying to understand when I'm being.
You're being what? Someone's quoting your fucking words.
No, yes, honey, yes.
Not putting words in your mouth. I was trying to
understand how was.
My mom somehow stating you fucking you. No, not
that. I'm past that. I'm saying I was trying to understand from the beginning. How was your mom? The door open for your mom to visit. How was that in the context?
And you got told that. She said I wouldn't come up there. I have a scar. And I fucking said, okay, what the fuck? It wasn't me. I didn't say anything. I didn't say a motherfucking thing. And you're still sitting there going, oh.
I'm not wondering right now.
It's fucking 2 days later. It's 12:45 in the morning, which means it's Wednesday.
Okay.
Which is 2 days later after fucking a motherfucker selling you.
Okay.
Of what? It's me talking about myself just fucking less than 2 minutes ago. You stated you're still trying to figure out what? How my mom wanted to come up here? How she got invited up here, or how she invited herself up here?
I'm not still trying. Oh, God, dude.
Well, I don't understand what the fuck you're saying. I am listening. That's what I'm saying. I'm fucking confused.
Are you? Okay, then.
Because you just stated you're still trying to figure out my mom net after stating that my mom didn't fucking want you here. And I'm saying, what the fuck? How do you're less than 3 feet from me. You can't understand my words. I was stating, I can't understand you, honey. Can you say it for me again? No, can you say it for me again? I'm going, how the fuck you can't understand what the fuck I'm saying? I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm quoting your own motherfucking words. As you just stated. Your fucking words you said the first time I said don't afterglow shit or we'll get in an argument.
There's no afterglow. I'm getting to that.
But where I was getting to is how in the fuck do you think I'm talking about my mom thinking of you in that sense when I'm saying your own words? And you stating, I'm still trying to figure out your mom, which is, again, today is Wednesday.
I'm not still trying to figure
fucking Monday is when we had a conversation.
I'm getting to the point that I'm saying, whatever, you want to think that
Yeah, come on, say it. Don't talk fucking forever about some other shit. Say your point. What the fuck are you talking about? Otherwise, your point was fucking my mom stayed in what? And I said, how the fuck you get that?
No, there's no mom. There's no your mom stating nothing. Whatever you go to school.
That's what came out of your mouth. So do I not believe your words, right? Or do I fucking believe your words? Do I put you in the full context of my mother?
Yeah, sure. Just please do that because that's exactly what you're doing. So fucking
I'm
do
trying
it.
not to. That's why I'm trying
That's
to
what
understand you!
Okay. Okay. I wish not to.
So I don't have to put you over
And I
there.
wish not to.
And we constantly get in this because I don't believe fucking shit out your mouth.
Okay.
And I don't wish to assume nothing. Because I can't believe nothing out of your mouth. Of understanding, is it truly what the fuck you wish to say? Or are you being lazy in your descriptive words? Or are you just pointing? What the fuck are you doing? So I had to put you in the same full category as my mom. I'm saying I'm trying not to do that. What the fuck is this person saying today, at this moment? What the fuck is it going to be? What comes out of the confetti balloon? Let me try to grab for it and put it together. And see if I fucking comprehend. Don Paris's video is the best thing where he shows, you know, the other fucking people, they just throw shit at you and see if it sticks. I don't want to be that. That's what you guys want. That's why I said I'm not trying to have you in that thing, but you keep trying to be over there. So if you want to be over there, then I'll keep you over there. Or you're not fully like my mom, but if you wish to and want to run over there, then sure. I'm gonna fucking pop the confetti balloon and figure out what the fuck I'm catching. And see if I can figure it out.
So what I was stating before there was an interruption and me asking because I couldn't hear. Yeah, I'm 3 feet away from you. I couldn't hear it, and I wasn't gonna make an assumption of what I misheard. So I'm asking, and there was a clarification. We move forward. My point was asking your mom how she thinks that people stop talking to her, or doors are shut, or things like that.
I said that the other day. So I
It's
said to her, well,
because
talk to her. I think you got a block from your grandchild. Would it be your actions that you state you didn't act with? No, I guess that didn't happen.
But just not to talk about somebody else's with somebody's relationship, but of your own, of at least me, of my own. This is a way that I could illustrate to your mom, where she maybe would understand how she apologized to me in that manner was because I think I don't know, I just like put the line down explaining to her that I didn't appreciate her talking to me that way.
So did her husband explain to her, don't talk to my wife that way.
So I think that maybe in her life your mom never have not come across many people that had put it down for her, or that she felt like respecting that or whatever, sticking with what other people would say that they didn't like, or she would just turn around and leave. But for whatever that continuation, what I mean by relationships gotta be built, like you don't just one day cuss somebody and the next day it's alright, like you or it is alright, but if you talk about it and you just show the maturity that you acknowledge what happened. And so I'm just speaking for myself and my relationship with her. Maybe she would understand in that manner without speaking upon anybody else and anybody else's feelings. But on certain things, with her relationship with Michaela, yes, it's very much tied to us and whatnot. But and when I'm illustrating to her about if Michaela talks to me or not, which I don't get to say that beautifully, I got a response, after so many years of, because I don't take it personal, because I'm trying to get an understanding and You know, many times you may come close of wanting to send a message and being like, you know what, fuck you, grow up. On the other side, you want to send that, you know, like to get a response or something, but that's not the way that you would get the more fructuous, like the best fruit out of that tree. It's by you being the one that grows and not sending that kind of emotional messages that pushes the other person away, because really one is having a conversation in one's head, don't really know on the other end what's happening. Because your mom hasn't really been in all of the scenarios that Michaela has been for her to draw conclusions of why Michaela wouldn't talk to her, you know. So she really says, I don't know why Michaela doesn't talk to me. I think that your mom,
I want you to be an adult and ask.
exactly, genuinely is not understanding. And she is, when she in one of the messages that she sent to Michaela, she did ask. She said, I'm sorry for whatever I've done. I don't know what I've done. And so in that part, and then it's like I'm following that. There's a message cousin, and so then there's again like I'm sorry. I don't know what I've done, and it's like it just keeps building up. That's what it gives me the sense of, and there's like that lack of.
We can keep talking. I'm just asking for the bone as you do, and I pass it to you. So you were saying you took a bong hit and you shut up? Well, it must not have been that important. Like talking to somebody and wanting to get your point across and letting them dictate the conversation and never pointing out something that you state was beautiful to you, which means nothing to you because you didn't make it a point to get it across in the conversation. As one was been telling you for years, once you learn how to talk to a motherfucker, you'll fucking control the conversation. Otherwise, you ain't gonna get nothing out that means anything to you or means anything to the other person. You're talking with the fucking same script all over again, over and over again. And that's why my mother said, don't do that to my wife. And you apologize to her. Now, since your bitch ass fucking apologized to my wife, how the fuck dare you not apologize to my daughter? That's why you get your apologies when motherfucker talking with you. I don't get that. You ain't never stood up to your family when I asked for those things. That's why I look like an asshole. Because I check people. I don't give a fuck who you are, if you're God or the fucking devil. Or my own kid. Get the fuck out if you can't get with the program. Or just heal yourself. I don't want to sit here and do like your stepmom and watch you wallow and kill yourself. I'm killing myself. So my safety mechanism I learned from your grandmother is safety me first. Which is for me to stay sober. If you don't want to stay sober too, looks like you gotta cut yourself loose. Because I'm not gonna cut you loose. Everybody cuts themselves loose and then run away. I give them the key. I had to free themselves. But they'd rather free themselves with me. I don't mind. Fucking love it. Love it to death. Why keep it up? Something that they realize the shit that they ran away from, they didn't want to talk about, and the thing that was gifted to them that they shunned away and didn't want. They need. Oh boy, do they need it. They don't need them. they need it. I'm not talking about me. Information that was given to them. Are they energetic? But they're always, I know. Okay, what do you know then? Show me. Your actions ain't showing shit that you know. Neither is your mind, neither is your fucking aura, neither is all the 27 modalities of the energetics they use or the mineral content that you scan for. Into the etheric bodies. Actually correlating with your ego that's bobbing ahead in your body making it, I know. Okay, sure. I'm not getting that ping pulse. Your intrinsic rattle is not saying you comprehend it. But consciously you're telling me that you do. But if you did, how is it you're watching something that puts you in a sedative state? How are you keeping conscious in that time? To where the unconscious is fucking you up worse than you supposedly say you're consciously watching something that all I've been watching you for years is watch all this supposed such good motherfucking shit that nigga you should be glowing like the motherfucking sun. But you over here like a black hole. I wonder why that is. Because you supposedly consciously watching this shit. But what's watching you? You stupid fucks don't get. So then you go, oh, I get that I've been saying all this stuff and watching it. And the balance into me made me do like I got diarrhea because I ate some good food actually for fronts of my life. But I understand it. Yeah. Fucking idiots, dude. Yeah, you got it. That's why motherfucker said, I don't even die already, fuck. I've been saying my whole life. Suicide watching the stupid fucks. You guys hurry up already. Because we need fertilizer for the fucking reality world to grow. I can't wait. And feel more and more for those like Otto for endometriosis. Instead of us working with shit, if I could just stick a chip in the fucking idiot's brain so that that at least the earth survives, right? As they keep propagating with these movies for the last couple of years. That's what their end game is. Because you fucking children can't fucking do nothing. But get spanked and showed that's what you want. That's what y'all go get. Except for those that survive. There's gonna be a civil war. They push and mandate this shit. Watch how fast that destabilizes real fast. I hope you're ready for it. All the shit I've been trying to share with you for the last 8 years. The whole other side of the train that I was trying to show you, but all I get more is more argument than losing up. So that's why I say fuck you. Come on. You show me like my mom. Your actions are more than what your words propagate. And to me, I'm tired of fucking lies. Because again, the words they being facilitated by the actions. And it's more for me explaining that to my mother. That's how your daddy raised me. That's how you was raised. Why your son is asking you to look him in the eyes. And you fucking making up a Chester the Cat, Alice in Wonderland shit. Seen by a child fucked up on dope. So your child right now fucked up on dope, mom. Has your child tried to talk with you? About the child that's inside, the inner child? Fucking idiot. person that I asked for those pictures and so forth and communicate with. You get to somebody that'd rather throw this shit away and use it to fuck with somebody. I don't understand why a person's going up and down on their shit, cause what are you touching? Same shit like your mom dropped on me. You guys are fucking kids, dude. You need to wake up. Fucking stupid. How'd you feel after touching that picture, Mom? Kinda like my wife. When she touched some shit. Giving to her that she wrote out to her daddy. Putting the picture right there. I'm looking at that. And Kathy's eyes look like Zeke's eyes in the pictures of when Mom and I fucking first divorced. What's going on in that picture? Oh. What'd you pick up, Mom, after touching this shit?
The other sister, Susie, she ain't even watching the camera. The only one smiling is your grandma and your grandpa.
Y'all know all this and blah 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 blah. Ooh. Oh yeah. You want me to go do what now? No, y'all can throw that shit in the trash. Cause my life partner don't understand, and I don't feel like playing a stupid rabbit game.
Yeah.
No more. Since you don't understand, and you won't help me with the kids. So if I'm gonna help my children, our kids together, and go and touch that shit for them to hold, to give to them. Fuck, like I said, would be the point of me going through that. If most of it would come between us fighting. You know? So, where should it go? Like I said, I gotta go ask the person that told me that you're not my mom for the pictures of my family. How's that work, Mom? Why don't you guys be mean for once? Figure out how the fuck I should be in my mind. Should I be human? Or should I be fucking interesting? Trying to observe in scientific research and intrinsic rattles and stay within the confines of my motherfucking thesis. Otherwise, I'm an alcoholic or a fucking psycho.
Do you feel like?
You understand what I said?
Yeah, that's what my question follows what you're saying. I'm gonna ask you. I don't know if it's gonna make sense, but it follows what you're saying. Do you think that as your mom, like just how she has started talking about, or she threw out there about your uncle David and Heidi, um, things like that. Do you think that, because it gets to a point that people are like, certain people start spitting it out because you just can't hold it inside no more, because you need to resolve it within yourself. And anyhow, you feel, I'm saying, do you because you're talking about your uncle
In a
parents,
different
do you think
context.
that your mom at
In a
some point is gonna bring all of these things that you
In a
are
different
feeling
context.
judgmental for?
I'm not feeling judgmental. It's the context of what has been done.
On
There's
the
a
leverage
difference.
and all that.
The leverage. Just understand the context of what is done. What context was the information from my Uncle David, rest in peace, and my Aunt Heidi, being together? People listen to this. It's my aunt. It's my mom's best friend since she was 5 years old. It's different family. It's fucking not even blood to us. But my aunt. Anyhow. understand the context of what that was given in. How the fuck do I have judgment on any of that when that was thrown out in the manner that it was? Again, context. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, I'm saying you.
What harbor would I have a judgment on some shit that was thrown out along the lines of I can't wait for you to come to the fucking family gathering so I can make you look like a fucking lying piece of shit in front of your wife who I don't talk with about these things unless you bring them up, Mom. My wife doesn't look at me like I'm lying or at you like lying. She looks at me since we've been married that way because fucking Yousteal not her first language.
I don't know what my face is. It's like, what do I look like for you both to comment on it? Like, what?
I comment on you doing the thing of and so forth when I know for a fact the fucking brain cells in your head do not comprehend what the fuck I'm saying.
Okay.
And I punk you on it and stop fucking lying. This synesthesia is a son of a bitch.
No, you judging on anything that it's been done. You may be feeling conflict or judgmental on yourself, having to draw a line on the relationship with your mom, or having to draw a line on saying like, dude, like, stop. That's all I'm saying on the judgment, not on anything else.
Okay, again, before she got to that video dumping, and we were talking, I was showing you for a week. I don't know how to respond to this, honey. What do I do? Because anything like you when you're in your GPS motherfucking moment, if I say hello, you want to kill me. If I say hello, you want to kill me. If I say I love you, you want to kill me. If I say, God damn it, baby, I really fucking love you, get the fuck out of the car, dude. Why don't you want to get out of the car, honey? Go to the store. I don't know, bitch, because you just fucking told some shit that's worse than my mom. She's on fucking drugs and shit. What the fuck is your excuse? Because don't pull that shit with me again like I told you about the police. Are we done? I'm not getting out of the car. I'm not fucking with you. Because you're not my wife that I married. I don't know what the fuck you went through as a child, but my mom never did no stupid shit like this to me. Like you found out your mother had it happen to her. You got passed to your motherfucking ass. As I stated, you don't do no shit like that. Don't put no bullshit on me that you have of your own fucked up memories you try to block out. As my ex tried to do. I know what the fuck I went through with my mother.
I remember that memory.
I had to
when
keep
my mom
track of my shit with my mom because my mom tried to act like the shit didn't happen. So I made her a motherfucking fact to keep fucking facts of shit. You understand? So no. You need to work on that motherfucker because and ask your mama. Nigga, I'll bring it up in front of her as I did. What the fuck's wrong with you, Alejandro? Because you fucked your kid up. She tried to pull that punk ass shit with me and we'd be divorced. Before I got out the car and she would have drove off. Like she did to me the first motherfucking time. Power tripping. As you stated out your own motherfucking mouth, that's what you was doing as I was telling you. What the fuck is your issue? Do you need to fuck me in the ass with a dildo, honey? On your power trip? That you still fucking do to this day? And act like you're blind to it. Why a motherfucker gets like this? Says I'm tired of it. So I look like an asshole. This motherfucking microaggression power motherfucking tripping is a motherfucker. Gets people killed in prison. Cellies and shit. Well, I was saying to you, stop doing that shit in the band because you're still doing the same shit you were doing in the band now with certain things. And it's annoying as fuck. But where my response to it is like the citrine, where I say it's like citrine. I've been talking to you for fucking years. And there is no, hey babe, with patience, da-da-da-da, we're past that. I can't get your attention unless I'm cussing or doing fucking something where you go, what are you doing that for? Like my mom. Why are you acting like that? I don't fucking know. Why would I be acting like this? Like I was asking you to help me with your father. Oh, honey, I'm needing some help here because this person's hurting me. And they're acting like they're not doing anything to cause this modality of conversation to get to the fuck where it's at. But sure, bro, we'll act fucking stupid. Mom's following along. And you speak English just as well as Mom does. Anyhow, we can all live in a false fucking narrative and play it off. When someone says that's not real, you step over in this reality where I can speak with you, they can still act like you don't speak fucking English. Or that the most thing that you stated to give to your daughter was give her the fucking what? Same fucking schooling as your motherfucking ass did. A bilingual school. Otherwise this is not possible. But let's live in fucking reality with it though. Not this little fucking stupid shit you motherfuckers like to live in. Where I stated I fruity in my mom. And you don't like being said that, neither did Heather, neither did Erica. But we go after our parents. I didn't have a parent, I had a parent. Therefore, mom and dad, you fit. You gotta figure out at mom and dad, who am I after? Since neither one of them cultivated each other and stated, I want you to be better than what the fuck I got with. Okay? Pet project is not that. That's something you never get rid of. It's the fucking dumpster over on the side. It's a weed bite, you understand? The project never gets fixed. The fucking project. They fix the project if you're your project yourself. As your parents stated, of each other. Henceforth, me always stating, how come your dad never cultivated your mother? You already know it's machismo shit, so the only thing she can do in life, like your grandmother and everyone else, women in the family, rest in peace to them, is fucking hands and foot feed the motherfucker. Okay? Wasn't done like this here. That's not how my grandma was raised. It's not how my mom was raised. It's not what I want raised in my house. It's not how my conversations, my mind thought forms, none of that shit. So I can't stand when associative women with that household fucking ideology come around. Is when you ask them a question about themselves, they fucking lose it. And again, my folks that I grew up with supposed to be stupid as fuck, hillbillies fucking retarded. Y'all are from fucking what? Backgrounds of college degrees and shit, but you can't be asked a simple question of when the fuck you had your last menstruation. Be it male or female. And they're conversation starters. I just don't get it. That's where I'm frustrated, because I wasted a whole lot of my time trying to get those, as Brother Dad found that world stated, Allah is telling me to tell you what. Only talk to those, as Prophet L.E.N.R had to do. If your own Sahaba, meaning your family won't listen to you, your wife, fucking let them die. Go to those who will listen. As I stated with you, fuck you, I'm done with you. I'll go to what? The family. Those efforts have turned into your daddy talking to you about what? Because you would not translate things to your family. And talk with them as I've tried to and get this in their forefront in a faster fashion. Rather than having to have zikr and do things in the sense that are writing the books that are some Tedrica way, but none. But still within the means. And getting some of the Zohar. And if their daughter, who I'm talking with, or son, or whoever the fuck in their family, ingest something of it, and they're able to see in hand, well damn, you get a conversation from it. So I said I figured out how to fuck with you. Where I get a ripple. Otherwise, no ripple. And we help Vicente. Gotta change grandpa. Change grandma. So I told you 5 years. That's what I've been working on. Now what do you got? It's a beautiful thing. Stick with it. My side? I'm trying to have a conversation with my mom and having to figure out, do I open my mouth and say where that humidifier came from? Did you notice I said anything?
Yeah, I did.
You understand?
In any other conversation or situation, you would have put it in the context of why did you got it,
Again,
or in the application that it was,
think
because people were coming from abroad.
of my position and be me. Did I live a false narrative there? Or did I even lay a narrative? It's just here. Using a metaphor. Catch the difference? Well then, oh yeah, my parents were here. You. See the difference as such. I'll stick my foot in my mouth and state, if I was you, in the manner that you do, where I ask, do you think about the words that you use before stating such? Or doesn't cause an issue when you know if you were speaking on such would cause an issue. You understand?
That I do understand. I just think that it shouldn't cause no issue.
But you know it would cause an issue, regardless of how you think or not. If you jump off the cliff, you don't have a parachute.
No, I
You're
understand.
gonna get fucked up by it,
would
right?
want to cause no issue.
But you're still on
I'm
the
just
thing
saying
of,
fact.
I'm gonna jump off the cliff and I'm still not gonna get hurt by it. Well, it only works if the cliff is a curb.
That's not the thought process that I'm having at all.
But you're still stating like you're stating, and that only works if it's a curb.
No.
Yeah. It only works if it's a curb, honey. Otherwise, the cliff's gonna hurt you. A lot of things can be a cliff, but if it's higher than a curb, it's gonna hurt you. So again, if you know the outcome of stepping off of a cliff that's higher than a curb, you're gonna get hurt, and you still state that you're not gonna happen without a parachute, is ignorance, is bliss, until you find out when you hit the ground, higher than a curb if you step off the cliff, with the knowledge of stating that you know that it's a cliff that is higher enough to where you'll die. If you step on it and you're still stating that it's still like a curb.
So mentioning or not to your mom in the conversation that that was bought for the application of my parents being there.
I just asked, not was it for your parents being there. I illustrated to her this is what I did in the shop. And swore fly I stated get that so to do it in the shop, because the protocol as I stated with you is somehow you're going to do like you seen with my mom around the people. No one's wearing a mask. And I said, I'm not with that. I have a protocol. My protocol is of the shop that I came up with. You're going to fucking stick with it. When people come here, they're going to stick with it. And when you go to your mom and dad's house, they're going to stick with it. When I go there, they're going to stick with it because I'm doing the shit. Because I'm selfish. I don't want to fucking die. Give a fuck about you guys. I'm thinking about me. How many times I gotta say that?
In the conversation with
why is the silver made? Why is the lights been bought? Why is the shit that I do done to keep me fucking alive? If you want to follow along with it, you can. If not, I don't fucking care. Because your life is your life. And my life is my life. It's that simple. As I stated, was the reality that I painted to my mother a false reality or not? In the sense of, get this, because no one's wearing a mask, get this, what? Humidifier, so you're gonna get rid of the aerosol in the air. My mama, oh my gosh, should we be doing that? Well, mom, that's what I'm telling you. This is what I got on my wife about. Turning into an argument. It's what I did in my shop. Nobody's doing that. I don't know why. Here, mom, you can get these little UVC lights. This is what I carry in my car. This is what I did in the thing. Here's a video. Did you watch it on YouTube? Show It's this fucking simple. No, no, and no. Okay, sweet. Whatever, fuck. I don't give a fuck what you're trying to show me too. Yeah, it's this simple. No, okay. More rebuttal and more energy to an argument than actually looking or doing something or whatever fuck. So I don't get. So, no, I did not mention this is a humidifier bought because my in-laws are flying from out of fucking country, and I would think my wife would be thinking along the lines of myself, but no, it's me being an asshole. No, we need to get this and get this and turn this motherfucker on because I'm in the house with someone outside of my household coming from a country where they have a variant that they ain't been fucking told about. It's been there since your parents have been here. A month before. And again, your parents don't know about it because the country's not telling them. And you don't fucking care. I care. So it caused an argument. So we have a humidifier. And we got 3 gallons of water took into your parents' house and the shit's brought back here. And I'm going, why the fuck is this here? Why is this not being used? Why is there still water in that motherfucker? I don't know, because it's not being used. Oh shit. Why is there an argument? I don't know, I'm not trying to argue with you. I just set this shit up and made this special so that fucking we don't get sick, infect your parents, or vice versa. Because your husband got what? Stage 4 fucking sarcoma he recovered from. I don't know, he might want to live. It might be detrimental if he catches the fucking disease that attacks the lungs, right? Maybe his wife that states she loves him might fucking act like it by doing a protocol for herself. If not, to keep herself healthy, right? No. Nope, nope, and nope. Mom and dad show up, no protocol there. Hey, let me try to help you guys. Nope, nope, and I'm an asshole. Okay, well fuck you guys, hang out by yourselves. Because how do I even do this with my kid? If she doesn't have one. So I see a similarity. So here, maybe if you run out, you can pass it to them. Because I'm just a bubble. Looking at motherfuckers like, okay, Darwin Award. Fucking Darwin Award. Hopefully I have my shit together where if I have to take care of them grandkids or great grandkids, because these super motherfuckers are too fucking retarded, inshallah. But I ain't gonna force shit on you. It's right there. Yeah, it's that frontal lobe reasoning. If I say that right there, someone's already been fucking doing a funky pattern. And my wife even tried to throw up and say some stupid shit to me that I treat your parent differently because my mom tried to guilt trip me and stating that I talked to your parents. What the fuck kind of dumbass shit is that? That's more stupid than my mom's shit. Okay. That's why for every time I see you talking to your parents until you say that dumbass shit to me, I don't say hello no more. I'm making a point for you to fucking look back and go how retarded that shit was to come out your mouth, because now I actually made it a point for you to see that, yeah, there is a problem now. Not from my mom putting it, but from you.
I'm going to sleep, honey. A little too much.
Really, a little too much? What's too much? Because that's what you said in our argument, that I somehow had changed my association with your parents after my mom trying to pull that guilt trip bullshit as we were speaking on it. I said, that's fucking retarded. Henceforth, why as such, why that was not illustrated to my mother of, yes, mom, back in March I got this right here because Alejandro's came here and fucking such and such. Nope. I like the argument of, if you know a response to somebody because you just scanned her head and it showed all this shit. And you know more than somebody else because you just fucking scanned her head and it shows you what the response is going to be. You don't got the fucking intuitiveness not to fucking say what it's going to cause,
We're
but
both
you know
agreeing and
what
you can't
gonna
see it.
do such?
I'm agreeing with you.
God damn.
That you don't.
Really?
I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying utopically, it shouldn't fucking hurt.
So,
like I said,
if you're agreeing with
greatly,
me, then how come if you
greatly I would have the skills to
if you
talk to
agree,
your
then
mother
how come every
factually.
time
Okay.
it would
I'm
be
gonna-
every if you agree,
I'm
then how come
gonna-
every
We just
time?
have a serious precondition.
How
for
come
it.
every time if you
You
agree,
gotta go to sleep.
one fucking always goes and
Wasn't it one
says,
with
"Yeah,
the
Bonnie,
Netflix?
this was bought for my parents, not how I put it." And then your husband says, "Well, why the fuck you tell him? How'd you tell my mom it was for your parents?"
Why would I get in the conversation just to say that it was bought for my parents?
See, again, you're not even following the fucking conversation.
No, fucking drop it. Just pass me the phone when you get a chance.
Can't.
Thank you.
You're not even following the conversation.
No, because there's no conversation. You start acting stupid.
I'm not acting stupid. I stated.
I was talking. You started acting silly. I said we were both agreeing in the fact that no, there's no. Whatever.
Honey, I said if you
Then
agreed with. If you agreed with me, motherfucker, then every time you wouldn't keep telling my mom that yes, the fucking humidifier was bought for your parents that came and visited for a month. As I keep illustrating to when we get in an argument. And you keep going, yeah, I agree with you, but yeah, you keep telling my mom that fucking humidifier was bought for your parents that came for a month. And I go, well, if you say you understand, then why do you keep telling my mom that your parents came and the humidifier was bought for them to use?
When did I say that had to be said?
I didn't state that that's when it had to be said or had to been said. I stated for some reason, like the scan, and every other motherfucking time that I pointed out to you in the instance of the humidifier showing as an example, for some reason you tell your mom, my mom, that fucking it was bought to do for your parents coming to visit.
No.
Yes, you do.
With the scan was different. In this instance, I said, dude, I fucking agree with you. I wouldn't tell your mom. And he said, yeah, you would. You would. You said you would. You would. Oh, you would like the scan. You would because that's you don't have no empathy, and that's you would. You would.
The scan you did.
I'm cool, dude.
The scan and every time afterwards you did.
Sure.
I can hear you.
Sure, honey.
How was the scan different?
I hold my axe just
how the fuck is this scan different if you literally scan someone and it tells you you're reading insanity? Why in the fuck is the scan different than right now?
My mindset is fucking different. You can't fucking see it.
How is the mindset different?
You can't fucking see it, so
when your argument still with me is supposed to be the same as the fucking person scanning the person. Where the arguments come from, where I asked you, how do we get an argument if I'm trying to talk to you as a fucking what? A dowser to a dowser. Or a motherfucker that's doing science work, right? Because that's what you do, a feather fucking has a sticker on it. How the fuck you get an argument with somebody trying to have one of those kind of conversations with you?
Because you're preconditioned, you're not listening.
How am I preconditioning some shit? When it's always that. Fucking no precondition. Fuck out of here with that. You argued with me for a month and a half about that stupid ass scan. Now you're saying you agree with me? Okay, well, if you agree with me, how the fuck was that scan different? If in the scan, you were told and showed that the motherfucker was having insanity in their brain.
And I agree with you that it was
just
a poor
like
decision.
Now, just like now.
It was a poor decision to stop fucking say anything about it.
Scan, the carob is the same suggestion on the grandchild who's being doused by the daddy who's saying the fucking child is going through what? Insanity. As you've seen. Insanity. But yet, would you do the same thing?
I wouldn't.
Would you do the same thing?
I wouldn't.
Would you do the same thing? Because for several years now, you've been the track record. Why I was asking, what the fuck would you do? Why I would get in an argument with you and ask, why do you do that? Would you do that? Why? said Fruitian. Motherfucker gonna get up and leave. Bonnie used to do that shit too. With her boyfriends and shit that she couldn't, as she stated to me, I can't fucking talk, but he was the one that always fucking runs away and some stupid shit. I'm gonna pack my shit up and fucking have to walk with her stupid ass across town. Grandma went and go sleep in the trailer, I don't know why. Come back and get in an argument.
Your mind chatter is pretty sad.
My mind chatter? I would have asked somebody what?
I'm peeing outside, huh?
Of somebody what?
Nothing to go sleep.
I don't know, honey. What'd you do last time? You went to the trailer.
It's sad.
How was it sad?
You can see
when your
what the
pattern
fuck
is
your gut
that.
telling you.
Your pattern is that.
Yeah,
Your pattern is that. The last time somebody was trying to talk with you.
Like Bonnie.
That's what my mom did.
That's
I got woke up to
sad.
that.
So
Of
sad.
someone
You're
fucking
so
talking with somebody.
You can't fucking
and
see. That I went pee outside.
I don't know if you went pee or what,
But
honey,
I
because
went
we were
pee
talking like
outside.
this the last time that you got up and you took your shit and you went to the trailer.
Yeah, sure thing. Good night.
What? And everybody gonna start feeling the pinch. They raise the dirt and then they start offering, let's see, $100 incentives for $100 a shot. So it's costing everybody $300 a shot. And it's just gonna go up. Across the board. Why ain't nobody getting no vaccines? Because you need boosters, and a couple like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 26, 28, 29, 40. Mentality, goofball ass motherfuckers. Drink your Kool-Aid. Hurry up. Get your Darwin Awards. You need that fertilizer. Oh, what's some messages yesterday? I told Grandma I was gonna do like a peace sign 4 days ago. And burn up more tortoise. What the fuck? They still ain't made this stupid shit. That's this concept still. They still got these stupid motherfuckers fucking just doing concepts, right? That's so sad. This is the motherfuckers that's taking out the cargo ships and the ships. Put that in. Hopefully wake up today to echo. Everybody, let's see how bad they fucked up the channel. Am I below 200? Am I below 100? Wow, that's crazy. I knocked down another fucking 20 something. Ease off my channel. Don't chew on the cord, silly. Wow. They're using pre-crime here in Pasco County. Sending people letters letting them know we're surveillancing you because the algorithm stated you're going to commit a crime. Wow. Using that war stuff here. If it has flaws here, then in the battlefield it must have had flaws too, meaning that they were shooting the wrong people. Wow. That's sick. These winds are crazy today. Oh my god. Very crazy. Super windy.
morning. It's gonna burn up through Greenville. This wind is so crazy. Go up through Lassen Volcanic Forest, Susanville, and so forth.
You know, like I've been having my side conversations like I do with the kids and whatnot. When I come around and I went pick up the modem that got to Angel's house, and I was talking to Angel on the porch, almost leaving, and Miss Audrey comes out and she's like, Maria, I got something for you. And I was like, what is it, Audrey? And she's like, I got you something. So she gives me this and she said, there was a guy in the market that was doing truffles, chocolate truffles. And I was like, you could know me so well, Audrey. And she's like, and I thought of getting you this. And I was like, had you had any? And she started reading the flavors to me, the ones that are in here. These ones that are like marked. And I was like, Audrey, had you had any? And she's like, no, I just tried it on the booth and I thought you like it. And I was like, well, would you like to try one? And she's like, oh no, that's all right. I was like, please, I'd like to share with you. And so she grabbed one, and then I gave one to Angel. And I was like, can I share these, Audrey, with Ezekiel? And she was like, yeah, just don't give them to Romeo. I was like, okay. So she got this, and I looked at Angel, and Angel was like, dude, she came. He's like, I'll tell you the backstory. He was like, she came with the box and said, I got these for Maria. And Angel said, my reaction was, you didn't get enough for us. He was laughing. And he was like, she genuinely went and got it for you. I was like, Audrey, you know me so well. I fucking love chocolate. And thank you, dude. Like, it really fucking warmed my heart. Like, thank you, Audrey. And then I was like, which one did you have? So I crossed it out of the list. So I'm not looking for it. And she's like, I think I got the dark chocolate. I think Angel got the key lime. Yeah. I just got gifted a whole box of like sweet handmade truffles. Yeah. So I like easy to be if there's any left when I get there. She was laughing. Just look around. It just looks like the super dark cloud, like belt cloud, above, behind us, like above us. Yeah, the lawyer that I went to, the lawyer's office, is right next to the immigration, the federal building. And remember how we went? There was a market happening. It was happening till today, Wednesday. Like parallel park, like let me remember this shit. You know parallel parking? I parallel park. Got it right on the second time. The first time was too close to the curb, like bite the curb on the back tire. So did good. Fucking parking meters. You pay with an app, Ezekiel, alright? There's no fucking coin. You gotta fucking pay with an app, alright? Like, I don't have these apps. I had to download the fucking app to pay $3 for parking. Because I wasn't gonna leave it in the garage. It was like $3 every 20 minutes. Yeah, that's the city. This is how ignorant I was. I see there next to the thing, I see like an electric scooter. I'm like, all right, if you there when I come back, I'm taking you. And then I make another 10 steps, and there's like 20 scooters thrown everywhere. I guess they have that program of like I don't know how they know who rented, why they live it there, how anybody got. It was like thrown on the street, not a scooter, like a motorized electric mono thing. One of those that when I was a child that came out that you.
The scooter?
It has a board like this, and it has a handle, and you stand like this, and you kick with your other leg.
That's a scooter.
Scooter? Yeah, then that's what it is. Yeah, it was an electric scooters. They're fucking everywhere. They had no tag. I'm like, what's up with you? And then I turned around the corner, and there's like 20 of them thrown everywhere. I'm like, okay, I ain't taking you home. This shit must have some GPS or something. I didn't see no like charging station or like docking spot that you leave it out. Nothing. It was just like literally on the street, on the sidewalk. Alright. Too many new things for me. I was like, I don't know none of this.
The money they're making from Amazon on their YouTube channel. That's how they've been able to knock out the oil tankers. They're losing communications and so forth. These idiots are still not seeing, as you would say. The hell fakes still ain't been made yet, or been shown to the person. In reality, this shows us a gimmick, a CG.
Yeah.
Yet the scary thing is this right here. I don't know why I was showing that, but it was in my news feed before I went to sleep. I just looked real quick, see what the fuck was going on. I said, what the fuck?
The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship unit has been entered into the annual Create the Future Design contest,
Right.
which is sponsored by Top.
So we still ain't built this yet, even though it's supposed to come out last year, and they said that it's come out for the last 5 years, but last year, because of fucking OC-43, they were stating that it stopped production, all that kind of shit, and it was supposed to come out. And now you got people voting on what you want it to look like.
Oh, please.
I'm like, why the fuck has I been shown that? It's a paid ad. Anyhow, they're making enough money to do paid ads. They got enough dumb motherfuckers out there that are going, oh yeah, it has been 5 years they've been promising that.
They already put a price to it. How can you put a price to something that you don't even know how much it's going to cost you to build it?
Right?
How can you market something that you don't have yet?
They've been stating it looks like that.
Maybe marketing something that they don't have. A whole space, like not just a unit, but it's a center, healing center, like a space.
The space in Arizona, that's filled with those.
Like the same one that they got here, the last picture is like they do just like.
That's filled with those, supposedly. But you can't get access to it because it's closed.
In the middle of the pandemic when you would need it the most, right?
I'm just like, man, people go over as fuck. But anyhow, that money is being used to use those mirrors and so forth and other things on a more technical level on the piss boats that are taking out the oil tankers right now by Iran. Mm-hmm. They're losing the ability to fucking drive their vehicles.
Yeah.
Dead in the water, but not dead in the water. And it's for how the Navy boats and the fucking other shit smacked each other.
Mm-hmm. Funny enough, the lawyer just went see. He's from Iran. Iranian dude.
So I'm gonna put in what you can see and look this shit up. Oil tanker. Oil tankers. Oil tankers. Iran. Losing their Oil tankers, Iran losing their control of oil tankers and being hijacked. And go.
Is the bungo okay?
No.
Okay.
A bunch of stuff from years back. Gotta stop this. So what I was watching on the news this morning before I went to sleep, because I stayed up till like 4 or 5. Complete that bin. You got the tanker that got attacked by the drones, but there was a group of tankers. They said 8 oil tankers had lost their control, and one had just been boarded at the time when they were doing the news, and then had been released. Like 6 or 8 persons had left the boat. That was this morning, at 12 hours ago, basically, 12 and a half hours ago. So let's see if there's anything that covers it. Oil tankers lose control of ships and get hijacked.
Was it full all the time you're saying?
By Iran, huh?
You said it had crew. Did it had oil in it?
Yeah. So you have British Navy group potential hijack of ship off UAE coast, Fujairah, United Arab, a day ago, which beat that it was 12 and a half hours ago when I watched it. It'd be a day ago because they're a day ahead of us. You understand? So 6 ships, like I said, it was either 6 to 8. 6 ships in the Gulf of Oman lose control days after vessel attacked by drones. You know how expensive them ships are? And their stuff is?
Billions.
You understand? How I lose control and it's only in this spot. You understand? And you can't just say,
are they creating
is a hiccup.
magnetic anomaly there?
They're creating that shit that a dumb motherfucker explained to you in the videos that I've been trying to tell you. If you understood what he was stating, he stated that they're fucking weapons. And the idiots that were getting their intellectual property stolen from them and being told that they're fucking idiots. That China already had it.
Yeah.
And they had already figured out how to use it as a weapon. Huh, I don't know. That's why I told you the other day. These tankers got done like the fucking Theodore Roosevelt.
That's a thing, right? Like it was an instance where...
What do you mean it was a thing?
I'm not from here. I don't know about the Theodore Roosevelt.
How do you not? You sent T. You got a video. It was so beautiful and happy. You were so excited. Theodore Roosevelt is our aircraft carrier group that was sent over there, fool. That you sent what? A package of tea and crystals to someone who ordered from you.
To that ship, the person that was deployed there. Oh, that's what the float, that what it was called.
That's what it's called.
Got it. I thought you were talking about back then when Theodore Roosevelt was like fucking president or something.
Be present in the conversation.
I'm trying to. That's why I'm asking the questions that I'm asking because I'm.
But yet you should have the recollection in your mind of what I'm stating to you. Okay. Instead of having a badger.
Now that you have clarified
to witness.
On the key that you're giving me, then I understand what you're talking about. You're upset or not? I'm
not getting upset. I don't give a fuck if you pay attention or not. I'm talking about boats in the water. What the fuck would Theodore Roosevelt fucking in the past, when he was alive, had to do with fucking now? Was Keisha alive doing what the fuck he was doing? Theodore Roosevelt was alive? No. I'm talking about boats losing control. And something in a video, I guess I really weren't paying attention to or digesting. You can Google search what I have and links and so forth that shows what? And me posing a question to you, which was recorded, of why would we have an ally that has that same type of weapon? That did the same shit to the Theodore Roosevelt as a Russian sub, Chinese sub, and a fucking Russian helicopter did to it. The president fucking Theodore Roosevelt fucking 100 years ago is what I'm talking about. When again, it's recorded, you were super excited. I thought it'd be an imprint that Theodore Roosevelt sent in your mind that you sent tea and crystals and plasma to someone who ordered from there. Because you were ecstatic about it. I thought it was interesting because we reached out to veterans to figure out where we could figure out where it's deployed. How would it reach that person? Be it that they're in a fucking floating city. It's moving. $1,000 mirrors. And a dude says my arm turns to smoke. And he messes up the audio feed and then messes up the video feed. And Keish talks to him like I do. You and other people. When shit should be prevalent in front of you. And he stated, no, you dumb fuck. That's a weapon. The communications is refracting off the mirrors is doing what? It ends the broadcast signal. It ends the audio signal. Are you making a gravity wave or a UFO fucking wave? No. But here, let me help you speed up the process. Shit only comes from Belgium. We're gonna put it in a magazine and we'll sell them for $1,000. We're gonna have fucking idiots around the world experimenting with this shit. You don't know what the fuck it actually does. Because we don't. But we know what it does. It knocks out communications. It knocks out our frequencies of communications. But people don't pay attention. That's how you see it out of this shit. As it gets stronger, and the people around me just get fucking dirt. It's optogenetics. Because as they get more power, and so forth, as I'm seeing my shit's almost below 100 views, my information brings this shit to a halt. Or I'm almost ready to actually, with more evidence, just a couple more things showing. There's only one fucking spot. There's only coincidence that at this time, when our best Navy boats, missile boats, $1 trillion motherfucking dollars would just let the fuck out, stealth boats, ran into a fucking what? First one was it collided into it, and then the other one was it got hit by one. In a fucking by North Korea, any time of you should be, it's called heightened awareness, or in a sense of state of alert, because at the time we were almost at war, because they were shooting missiles off. How the fuck do you get hit by something? It's called that right there. If you wait long enough, shit floats to the top like I educated you on, if you pay attention. Let somebody show you how they wish to be fucking hit, so they pay attention.
Meaning that at time that they're getting hit by something, they have lost all forms of communication and sense of where they're at. Because if you can see no
you're
shit
dead in the
coming
water.
to you, that is like...
You can see it with your eyes, but you're dead in the water and you can't communicate. As they're stating, we've lost control. We're just a fucking blip that actually doesn't show where the ship is at, because they said our ship has been hijacked. Therefore, the loss of communications is the GPS and the whole thing that keeps your boat from smacking another boat, as I explained to you. Which is more integrated than the motherfucking what? U.S. Navy shit. Again, that's how that motherfucking thing in the Suez Canal got fucking blown over with that mysterious wind that just popped up. Hello? That's it.
That you knew that they knew the fork has ahead. If they're going to embark themselves in a journey like that, they know they're
As I
studying
explained
it.
to you. That
They
he
got
gets
that
something that gets
sandstorm.
enough wind to where it blows it off, but yet the pilot, but if the pilot doesn't realize that they've lost control and it's just for a brief second, and that big ass boat with that weight just over torques them just a little bit but comes back and corrects itself, it will not be noticed on the computers. Because again, they just lost this boat, and the shit that I was watching, they lost the boat, had no fucking clue where the fuck it was at. They said it's supposed to be right here blipping, but it's not right there blipping. But it's blipping, as it's right there, because it's the last place it's communication. It's like a cell phone, GPS marker.
They have it ghost out. Like
Not a ghost. It's his last fucking point of ping. Like if you were lost, the last cell tower that you fucking knocked to.
Yeah.
And they reduce from there. It's called triangulation. But be it that they're triangulating on this, you know, the boat is speed and so forth, you can deduce where it should be at.
Yeah, it was traveling at a certain speed in certain time. It
It's at
has
this
gone on
mass
2
weight.
hours. If it had already kept its course,
Blase, blase.
we're gonna meet it at this. It should be here,
Mm-hmm.
not where it's marking at. But if we were to speculate that it kept going,
And they had 8 motherfuckers get on a boat and then depart. After the motherfucking boat had lost its control. All of a sudden,
crazy.
they're riding along and oh shit.
Oh shit.
Hey man, you know,
I
I
can't
don't
control
want to worry you, but for
I
about
can't stop the car.
10
Like, I got
minutes
no
now, I
control.
have had no control over the fucking controls. There's no controls.
I can turn right. I can turn left. I can do nothing about this.
Either the engine shut off or it's still going.
And they abandon. They leave. They leave the boat.
What the fuck are you talking about? They don't abandon no boat, dude. These are cargo containers and oil tankers, Maria.
What crew leaves the boat? You're telling me some 8
The
people.
hijackers got on the boat. 8 motherfuckers got on the boat that they was looking for. That's supposed to be in the area where the fucking GPS said it was, and they didn't find a boat over there. And between that time, those people exited the boat. As they were told by the fucking crew of the boat that the people got onto. Did not comprehend. Not the crew left the boat. These motherfucking things got covered in military people, contractors, and fucking the crew. That, as you keep hearing, have not been home since COVID started.
Thousands of people.
So who left the fucking boat? Again, it's something that would cause a war. Why warships are sent over there? Because it's oil tankers and cargo containers. But these are not cargo containers. They don't send cargo containers through there. They send fucking oil tankers because they don't think a motherfucker will fuck with it. So here you got a group of 8 boats. All been stricken by the same shit. Here's a group of them 6 together. Drone was the other one. That's how they got it to position itself to get smacked by the fucking drone. That killed 2 people. Because it lost control. They had another boat that had it too. Every other boat, if you look back in date, up until time, not back to fucking Theodore Roosevelt, they've been able to do this. But ain't nobody picked up on it. That's why the Havana Syndrome fucking picked up. Just Keys Talk 309. Where he said, hey, your wife's gonna fucking have to be talked to in a certain manner so you get her fucking attention because she just brain fucking farts all the time. Like the rest of everybody that doesn't stay on par. Because we are now beaming this shit into fucking houses. And through all electronic devices. As her husband asked her to see if the shit that he made is able to counteract that for a specific reason. Because there'd be a time that they'd be doing such. And here I'm showing you, this shit just went through my motherfucking thing. Kinda intrigues me. That I watch on the news and go, aha. And I go to sleep just to see what's going on Fakebook. To see my memories for the day. See what I did in my lab. Oh shit, here's a paid fucking ad from these fucks. Interesting. They've made enough money since doing what? On the day he was supposed to turn into a man. That I prophesied and stated. These motherfuckers are gonna start broadcasting it.
National TV.
They've been doing it since 3/31. So we got 5 months of that now, man. Just about. Hello? Within that time, they've gone to, here you go, stupid fucks. We still ain't giving you what? The shit that we've been telling other motherfuckers that have been fucking with this shit for the last 15 years. The health egg. That they sold for how much? and it showed her that image 6 years ago. Shit was supposed to come out 2019. For sure. But then, mouth diarrhea, Maria excuse. And then COVID. And then because China got locked down, some more Maria excuse. And then you got some more Marias together. And then they said, we're revising it, making the health egg look like it looks like. And that's supposed to, I guarantee you, it comes out by June of last year. But then, oh, there's lockdown still and so forth. But no, I guarantee we got it. Because we got this thing on NASDAQ, the fucking health center in Arizona. I figured out how the fuck you got sick in January of last year. And the weather modification and so forth. Fuck, they've been doing with these fires and shit. Hello?
Arizona's getting hit the worst.
In the mid fucking west. But I don't know. I just talk out of my sphincter. Sometimes people listen, sometimes people don't. I wonder how much money they're making on that shit. Because still they're placating on people in a health center that supposedly is fucking up and running, but it's closed because of OC43 lockdowns. But they're still putting out stuff on the fucking channel base that keeps deleting my shit, where I'm explaining, what the fuck? Watch out for these people. It's corrupt. They're openly telling you you're working for the Ayatollah and the fucking Iranian terrorist group of the Iranian Republic, and that they control them. I mean, they raised their flag there and took over the country March 12th, 2020. But yet, what do they have now here? Another year. They've accumulated a hell of money. Should have the ability. The fucking faculties and facilities where this shit was supposedly fucking being made at is not locked down. But here you go. A paid fucking ad. For what? Joining a contest to figure out what the fuck you want the health egg to look like. When how many people have invested in this shit? And the year before last, it was 500,000 euros for that shit in the picture that you stated you already had made. And
That's where actually, that's when they
being chipped out.
But it's brought up the two interior designers, the one from Argentina and the other woman, and that's when
From
she's
Iran.
introducing that new female crew, and they have that space, that whole interior
In
design
NASDAQ,
space.
that's on NASDAQ, that's in Arizona, that's closed due to OC pandemic restrictions, yet they put out and publish it on YouTube stating that they have the cure for it, and it's those health eggs that are in there that they keep showing her in that thing of the image that they're asking, what do you want this to look like? Do you understand why I say please live in fucking reality? Because if you don't, everyone around us, or as I see myself while I'm freaking the fuck out, is going worse than my mother. Because what? It's right in your motherfucking face that you can see why the weather wars and shit that we're having is this fucking weaponry.
Yeah.
The boats and all the signal stuff and everything, you can tell it's that shit.
If it can do that to a fucking boat, what is it all doing in the cumulative effect of all of this to us? All of us at all time. Yeah.
That's why one of the most liked videos where people go through the title lists of my stuff is that one I was trying to get you to watch. Besides it going Lenr, but the stuff talking about the negative energy being generated. Incident with multiple tankers in the Gulf of Oman. Only place in the world this shit's happening. Right? Status of at least 4 tankers in the Gulf of Oman is uncertain, and another was reportedly hijacked by gunmen believed to be from Iran. That was shit I was talking about, where they got on and left. Oil prices were weaker Tuesday on concerns about COVID affecting demand and not impacted by the reports. When the last said situation escalates, crude prices could begin to move higher. What is this shit about the oil tankers losing? Not talking about anything about how on a video that I was watching, or I should say the live news, they were explaining the ships like they state in the thing that they lost control of their ship. There's nothing in here that talks about it, so I'm not reading it out loud. I'm just skimming through it. There was nothing that went to the title that stated.
Yeah, why would even that article be suggested to you?
So I'm gonna go to this one that says they lost control. 6 ships in the Gulf of Maine lose control days after vessel attacked by drones. At least 6 ships off the coast of the United Arab Emirates broadcast warnings Tuesday that they had lost control of their steering under unclear circumstances as British authorities reported a potential hijack was underway in the area. It was immediately clear what was happening off the coast of Fujairah in the Gulf of Oman. According to Reuters News, which quoted 2 security maritime sources, Iranian-backed forces were believed to have seized one of the tankers. Shipping authority Lloyd's List, Maritime Intelligence, Red Global both identified the vessels involved as Panama-flagged asphalt tanker Asphalt Princess. The vessel owner listed as Emirati Free Zone base. Blah blah blah. Okay, the 6 vessels announced around the same time. Screenshot that. The vessels announced around the same time via their automatic identification system tracker that they were not under command under a maritime COTOM. That typically means the vessel has lost power and can no longer steer. I'll explain it to you. At the same time, if they are in the same vicinity and in the same place, then very rarely that happens. Again, at the same time, if they are in the same vicinity and in the same place, then very rarely that happens.
Because they're not all the same serious kind of boat for all to have a whole fucking manufactured error right now, all at the same fucking time.
Not all the vessels would lose their engines or their capability to steer at the same time.
So they lost all power, not only control but power. They had no.
That's what I explained to you.
Power.
Which is what this stuff can do. What I explained to you. Why don't spin my stuff.
Well, that's why my battery went dead. Like exploded.
Why I still have a sample and so forth for that. And that was unspun.
Because it's a dirty bomb.
That's why
it
I
makes
say
it.
You have to wake up. Stop.
But they are igniting that result remotely because nothing was placed in the containers themselves. Like if in my
They
case,
got a fucking worldwide group of dumb fucks that's showing them how to put the star pattern. Make a phase conjugate happen between the fucking waves coming off the shit and fucking be able to beam it. As I was stating. With the piss boats that they're using. Knocking out big ass boats and shit with it. Because it knocks out and causes an issue with the communications. Since everything is electronically controlled. Henceforth. The motherfucker always stating that's and that's what that does. You're too stupid to see it. As he says to the person who's showing him. Hey, look what I mean.
no, Robert.
Here you are. An Oman Royal Air Force Airbus C-29 5 MPA, a maritime patrol aircraft, flew in circles for hours over the area where the ships were, according to data from FlightRadar.com. Apparently responding to the incident, Iran's state-run Internet News is quoted foreign ministry spokesman Said is calling recent maritime attacks in the region completely suspicious. He denied that Iran was involved. Iran's naval forces are ready for help. The United States stopped short of assigning blame for the latest episode, but State Department Ned Reese said there has been a very disturbing pattern of belligerence from Iran. When it comes to this specific incident, it's too early for us to offer a judgment just yet. That's why I said these silver fucks are being sloppy. I understand what's going on.
What's with the United States Homeland Security?
There's no proof because there was no thing. Again, they still don't understand it. That's why I've been stating. I wish you fucks would listen and pay attention. Because the other side of the world has. We'll just say your parents is Iran. You've been telling me. Only that side has actually listened and taken all my motherfucking information. And now the only way to help you stupid motherfuckers is actually listen. Because it's being used. I see it every day. It's getting more and more out in the open. And again, British and all them people are going to send ships over there. And the ships ain't going to do shit. Except go, whoop, dead in the water, and the airplane's going to fall in the ocean. Because what they're going to do is wait for you to launch the shit instead of do it before you launch. Because it knocks the airplanes out too. And the only motherfucking thing that we got is that. Which means they'll hit that. Which means guess what the next escalation's going to be, honey? That's why you think they've knocked. Why do you think they've knocked? Why do you think they've knocked 3 out of 5 of them? What base got hit by a meteor? What base got hit by a tornado? And 22 Raptors got blown the fuck away when they knew that the fucking shit was gonna go by.
I don't know about that.
You know about what? I post the shit. You used to. You know why I pays attention. Why don't you look it up? Base. Interesting enough, it was a PayPal base. Has a meteor smack. The other PayPal base has 22 Raptors, our most advanced stealth fighters. All of a sudden, a tornado pops up. They're not able to move them, and they're blown the fuck away. The Strider fight group of 20 Raptors that was sent to show force against China and Russia right now got blown the fuck away. Tule Beach, or Lake, China Lake, or where the fuck they call it up above us. That was used to smack and knock out that motherfucking nuclear powered missile that could fly around the Earth that Russia was working on. Smacked with a pave pole. China Lake up above us. Why Alaska had another motherfucking 8.2 earthquake like 4 days ago. I told you. I felt it. But where you at? There's a reverb from that shit that happened over there. But anyhow. Interesting thing. White House spokesman Jen Psaki said the United States was in close touch with Britain over the deeply concerning incident. When it comes to this specific incident, it's just too late for us to offer a judgment just yet. But yeah, like I said, it's kind of funny. The British military United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operation initially only warned ships that an incident is currently underway. Hours later, they said the incident was a potential hijack. They did not elaborate. That's when it hit the news when I was watching it, because they're like, we don't know what the fuck's going on. They went breaking. Potential hijacking. And they're like, okay, we sent a helicopter over there. We're over where the spot is, but the fucking shit's not there. They're like, we're getting reports that 8 people got on the boat. And shit. 6 or 8 people got on the boat. Might be more, might be less, so on and so forth. But they're like, where the fuck is the boat at? Because like I said, they sent the thing over there.
Did you watch on YouTube to see if there's like videos or something that they got put out?
No, I was watching the news. I was watching RT News. That's the reason why I seen it. I ain't seen no shit like that on fucking Al Jazeera or any other stations I was watching. The event comes days after a drone struck an oil tanker linked to an Israel billionaire off the coast of Oman, killing 2 crew members of the West blamed Iran for the attack, which marked the first known assault to have killed civilians in a year. Long shadow, war targeting. But yeah, that interesting thing of the boats losing power as such. You have space. Key space weapon, Navy ship. Ah, because they like to gloat. That's where he's a fucking idiot. They got breadcrumbs all over the place, even though they take shit down. No, thank you. So, how do you take down a drone, and how a simple drone does, even the billion-dollar ones that the fucking military uses? If you use a drain gun, which does the same thing as fucking this idiot does to fuck up people's stuff, it blocks the signal. The drone goes into fucking stasis mode and it lands, so it doesn't fuck up. Otherwise, you gotta go back to where the operator is. How you figure out where the fucking person is? Hello? Because it goes into stasis mode.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? All you gotta do is just smack it with a wave and make it fucking lose signal, lose control and shit. And again, the military ones down to the fucking stupid ones. But these fools call it UFO technology. So, 6 years ago, you have terrified U.S. aircraft carrier flees from Russian subs to UK for safety. The Naval Surface Forces, NSF, the military offensive mod, are reporting today that 3 nuclear-powered class submarines belonging to the 24th Submarine Division of Northern Fleet successfully war-gamed the American aircraft carrier U.S. Theodore Roosevelt. Got up behind her instead of shooting her with a torpedo and so forth, like you do when you ping, and it counts as if you actually were able to strike them with a true weapon. They pinged her with that shit that's knocking the motherfucking boats out. You understand? Made her big asses dead in the water. You either leave her dead in the water, or you hit her and make her dead in the water before she can shoot her aircraft out, which can at least give some kind of defense for the other boats after they use their fucking whatchamacallit. The Chinese developed aircraft carrier killing missiles. And you mix that with that and knock that bitch to where she can't do nothing to defend herself.
Damn.
With her miniguns or any of that other stuff. It's just big old target practice. They hit him with an aircraft carrier missile before she can launch her boats. Or her ships. Or her planes. Or her helicopters. Or her drones. Is a wrap. It'll all go up. So if they hit that nuclear power core, these are nuclear powered ships. Hello? How do you think that big motherfucker float around the world? But yeah, anyhow. Is oddly enough, the France has that. And yet, they call it MAGRAF still. And yes, there's YouTube videos of you seeing Keish talk to what? Navy military officers of our administration, but it was actually Obama's administration, henceforth why you see that stuff of him getting his people in the White House. We have part of our military using it, but yet it's retired folks of our military where they're acting against our government and our civilian population by making money and are part of that NASDAQ bullshit. If you look into
the perfect training,
if you look into the people that he's talking to in the fucking videos that I've posted and I've watched with you, if you actually look into the shit, it'll fuck you up. You're like, whoa, interesting. It'll fuck you up. And you show you how the motherfucker's gone from nothing, not even having a blip on their goddamn channel with the bullshit that they post, and Sky News still can't post none for a week after posting some. After now Sweden doing a thing where they're not using masks, period. The rest of the world is masking. They're going unmasked, and they're going by their science.
And they also never shut down.
And they're going by their science. So it's what's real science. And why are people getting their counterculture, their stuff taken down? And as you see what was going on with me, again, with Sky News, they got hit for a week.
Science, what they call in science, is a fucking doctrine.
They got hit for posting something that just last night, by Sweden's move, goes with what they were trying to state.
Yeah, there's no misinformation,
how I got my strike. I said, alright, watch. What happens after they do this? They're gonna open this motherfucker up. Watch. And what they do.
They with the silver, then you get fucking their scientific published saying that this is what it does, and there's evidence that.
In every video that I show how to do it.
And they're gonna take down the document just because they haven't caught up to it. Mm-hmm. But then where's the bias on that? Why are they pushing just one agenda, which is science, what they're calling science?
And so with this,
but like you're saying, how there's two science? Like what's the difference of the science of the conclusion that they're coming in Sweden, and what's the same science?
This helping of fitting the narrative of the key space virus program around the world. If you remember the last bullshit that we listened from them, the gentleman trying to talk to him and ask him a question where he does like yourself where I ask you, or I have to reword the question 4 or 5 times, or just repeat the question, the same words as you heard that gentleman from Ghana doing the fruit when they're stating, how do we do this? And he's explaining to him all this other shit, and he's like, no, dude, we got all of that figured out, man. We're just trying to figure out the waste of going in the bottle. And you're telling me all this other shit, and I'm telling you, we got all that figured out, bro. You don't trust me. Hello. 13 years ago, I moved from America to somehow be the head of this country's agricultural department. And now juice shit. Through your organization. Hello?
And then you're going to say you don't know me and I'm a pedophile. And it's like, well, if I'm a pedophile at some point, you did associate it with me. That's why you're even talking about me, right? You know me. You can't deny that you know me.
Actually
somehow
study
I
all their
the
stuff.
reality that I do.
And so I was like, huh. As they said last year, we got to squeaky clean the motherfucking internet for us.
Rewrite history. Make them remember what you want them to remember, because you're the library of the world at that point, now on internet.
Just
after
remember,
them
folks,
writing all forms of physical evidence with the books and locking them up on the
folks,
fucking dumpsters and not letting you, it's like a crime, not letting
told
you
the
save
people
the
last
fucking
year,
books.
you guys are smarter than the doctors and the scientists out there trying to tell you otherwise. What do they know about this? Well, fuck, man, you motherfuckers still ain't got the health egg out yet. I was wondering. So I said to you, what did I say last year and I said this year? And I said it a couple times to you when they showed that bullshit again. And I said, if they really had some shit like that work, I got some niggas that go down there with me. And we break into that shit because everybody got a family member that's it. Hello? Do you see that happening? One of them facility building that they show got a fucking We're like an old shop.
They'll just do like a fucking, they just did with the Audi and the other
We
car.
didn't have cameras. But people didn't realize because people don't listen to me. We had the same shit. That then people claim that they have. We had it in reality and everybody didn't care. But those that spent the time, worked on themselves with the energetics, killed themselves. Now, when you publicize the opposite of such in the manner that we did, you need a security system. But how are you showing me pictures of something that's supposedly in there, that's supposedly a working object, or is it fucking 3D printed plastic, or is it cardboard cut out? There's a motherfucking thing across the street that I almost got a job, but I didn't go there. I went to Chesapeake Spice instead, because again, Michaela stated when she was little she wanted to be a cook. Otherwise, I would have traveled to the United States. The company across the street in the industrial plaza where Chesapeake Spice is in fucking Maryland. We're the place that does like the professional like setups. Another one. Professional setups for like when you see like the fairs and other things, but for like computers or for like military application. Like,
This is the Plumas County Sheriff's Office. If you are still in the Greenville and Crescent Mills area, you are in imminent danger.
Staging?
What would I say, probably? You know, the exhibits. They did the exhibits. Like, I had to build an exhibit out. Sometimes, small one would be like a 10 by 10. Largest would be the size of the cargo container. And you build it for, like, specific companies.
Custom, yeah, for
Either
whatever.
from military application to, like, a Nike exhibit thing. And so forth. But when I said I'd get to travel was some things we build on site, other things because of what it was or to cut costs in a sense, or not get fucked up or whatever and cut costs. It was cheaper to, if you were a good technician, they'd pay for your travel and you set up the thing at the place and then you take it apart and take it and bring it back and have it in storage or whatnot that they pay for using it depending on how long the line or whatnot ran. Like when Under Armour came out, like when Under Armour, you know, the clothing Under Armour, sportswear and so forth, sweaters and all that kind of shit. You know, the mannequins and things that you see in shops, so forth. Anyway.
Yeah.
That was the other place. The other place, but it shows Chesapeake Spice instead. Work with food, so I can figure out that. I'm glad I did. This is the second place that I worked for that did a lot of government contracts, like Furniture by Thurston. But not furniture in a sense, but the things that you get people to sell shit. Again, from military contract stuff where you're making shit for drones or fucking weird ass shit to shoes or whatnot, or Under Armour. Simple list of display stuff. Yeah. And people doing that shit. So I always ask you, you don't see no videos of nobody acting like you see in ours. Not even acting like a big fucking actor, just laying there and got the shit. Ooh. You ever fucking paid attention to what he was saying while they gotta do the star pattern? They have one like this, and they got the shit like this. And why stop listening to old boy, Dan Winters and so forth, because he got his brain white and started fucking with them idiots a couple years back. Endorsing him. And it's worth why they get the star pattern. Which are like, he either fucking was like, dude, you're plagiarizing my shit, or we can make money together, and I won't say nothing that you're plagiarizing the fuck out of my work on some of the things you're talking about, and we'll put it together, and we'll integrate my 5 plasma fucking flame shit with your bullshit that's dirty bomb, and tell people fucking woody woo. And I was like, okay, if that shit works the way you state, then it's another fucking documentation I got of talking with people and so forth, and them being fucked up and scanning them and showing that they're fucked up before you idiots trick people to drinking the Kool-Aid. And then having the same readout as when they didn't drink the Kool-Aid but just had it by their body. Yikes. But then now you're starting to see it used in the political realm of more motherfuckers having their fucking brains fucked up and clusters of ships that are losing all power and all their stuff. And falling on their lines of what motherfuckers stated in Q 277. I'm gonna fucking make you dope fiend ass Americans lose your power and watch you. What you niggas do? Just eat yourselves up.
They're TV demons. Which is the fucking reality.
I'm like, damn fool. People are still paying you money. Why finally just started coming out and stating, yeah, you stupid fucks are helping us, a terrorist group. Ayatollah of Iran says thank you. Keep doing it. What government can say no? Because all you dumbass fucks and all your groups and so forth around the world, we've got your countries from within. Quote unquote, as he said. So I asked you fucking talk to your parents, dude. But nope. Fucking over your head. Thinking this shit's a game. I wouldn't have put my life and your life through the supposed misery that you projected out, that I put you through, of trying to fucking understand this shit and the work of introduction that I was trying to get you to make your every breath. Because it's needed. But like I said, I put my shit up and you're just gonna see all the stuff that they're doing. I'll just point it out to you. Go look. Wouldn't it have been nice if we were doing something about it? That's the world you leave for your kin. I'll just put it that way. That's what he's trying to tell you. You might want to study this because it helps your bloodline. Otherwise, fucking, what the fuck you doing? What's up, going? Nothing. That's the future as it takes off. As kids watch this shit like early morning cartoons, fucking bullshit. And they've seen all their stuff since the peace dome, since last year. And kids involved, that's they made it a point to get the kids involved. The kids are being taught this shit. So wake up. Why do you think your husband went the way that he did of trying to counteract it? And so they're blocking me in the manner that they are. And everybody around me is frontal lobe. It's alright. Sit back and wait. And document and observe. The aggregate makes a pattern. Where you can see when it's not in session with the perturbation that's natural or not. So he slipped up himself stating, man, 6 ships in one area losing their power in their boat and fucking steering and energy and fucking everything. Shit just dead in the water. Fucking whoop. Make you wonder. Never had that happen before ever, but it just keeps happening here in the fucking Gulf of Oman. I wonder. I knew exactly what was going on as soon as I heard them state and other shit that drone one lost her fucking power, and I was like, oh, they're not using it on our military boats no more.
Because that takes the whole economy of countries.
And fits a narrative to where if he can cause pressure in those countries, fits the narrative as he stated to people last year. Your life is in your hands. Your government can't do shit for you. You have to absorb the energy and figure out how to put the energy of the banana in the fucking bullshit and sit in your head and twirl and absorb that energy. Because your government won't be able to get you. You're gonna be starving. Well, why are we starving for? Because you got diplomatic immunity and shit. You're flying around and you're fucking infecting motherfuckers on purpose. You know what's going on in different countries and shit. But yet you're using it in a fucking diabolical fucking fucked up manner. And everybody's calling Messiah, 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 Messiah. Oh, I do. You still ain't cured the swine flu, Ebola, or any of that shit yet, nigga. Or this shit. You just making money and you making the ads and spreading fucking bullshit ass information around. And still got the first agenda from last January where you told motherfuckers, we realize this shit can be used as a weapon. We infect everybody. We infect niggas' moms. Anybody that talks shit, leave a foul comment or anything about us. We bring them on our side. Go out and infect the doctors. Bring the motherfucking hospital wards around the world to its knees. And express to them their only way out is us. And I'm our phone number. We'll send packs. We got crash crews all around the world and every country set up to facilitate for them. And I'm like, okay, well, how come you guys ain't made front page news yet? Because even the motherfucking Ghana and a couple other countries, Madagascar and shit, that had homeopathic remedies and so forth that were stated by who to be able to be of some help was broadcasted around the world. Ain't none of this shit I heard one thing. That's what I'm saying is what happened to the folks from 2 years ago that had pre-ordered their shit, like the MagGrav unit, had pre-ordered their shit and they still ain't delivered none of them motherfucking things. But was supposed to get their shit last year and didn't get it. To have somebody go, hey man, wasn't our shit that we paid for look like that? What the fuck is this?
No, you ain't getting that. Nope, not quite. That. And the accessories, because that was a base price.
I know. That accessories came. The accessories came as they figured it out or stole from you and told you what the fuck it was used for, and charged you more, and still had the right of taking the shit from you, so on and so forth. If they didn't like the way you use the shit, I was like, what? But here we go, 2 years later, and you're having a contest to see which kid's drawing fucking you wish to use as a poster? What the fuck? And it's like, that's why when this shit started, you know, he and his wife was supposed to go to Belgian prison. They were supposed to go to prison there, but somehow this happens and it's okay.
They just flee to another country and start the same scam
Mm-hmm.
elsewhere. They just haven't been recognized on the other place. Somehow people are not Googling it. That's it.
Damn.
It's crazy.
It's right there in your face. But it's like, yeah.
No, and then you got Putin making the comments like he's doing on Biden. It's in their faces too, like.
Yeah, I hope you're alright. I hope your brain's okay. And after he says that, motherfucker's stumbling about and fall up the stairs 3 times.
They never sense. You can't hear the man put two sentences together. He makes less sense than I do talking to people.
It's like, dude, Havana syndrome's everywhere. But yeah, got more and more people here saying, I have being under electronic attack. I'm like, okay, describe it to me, because I know what that shit feels like. Besides fucking doing it to myself. The frequencies of creation of Lenr and other things. That shit goofbally. That's one of them big ass things like on the movie 2047 fucking Chronicle. Where it's like, yeah, dude, that's you in the future, bitch. You fucking retard. You went to the future with a motherfucking nuclear powered motherfucking iPhone. How the fuck is that thing that you just picked up next to your dead body next to a tree fucking on 2% battery, nigga? And that be you in the future? Hello? That's why I asked you. What do you pay attention to? What do you see and stuff? You know what I'm saying? So me what popped out, well, I'm bringing it to your attention, the state and so forth, especially in the correlation right after watching that, seeing that shit, and as a dad, me of all people. Well, how the fuck I see this shit? And you don't, or a family member go, or a friend, or somebody go, hey man, you know the person you've been talking about for fucking 20 years of your life? With you, almost 10 years of your life? With the shop, 5 fucking years in the community? Nobody said nothing. I'm looking at him like, what the fuck? Yeah, of course. It's for this? Right. So how much more money are you scamming people out of now? It's not a smoke screen. You don't understand what I'm explaining to you, what I just stated. You might not ever hear that Easter egg because the shit that you just looked up did not illustrate about the cluster of ships. It did not illustrate anything of that ship that was hijacked. It was boarded. It was boarded. So it's not a smoke screen of them saying hijacked. That ship was hijacked, meaning it was boarded by people, none of its crew, but then they exited. You understand? That's where they tripped out, like, what the fuck? But those 2 ships, the other 6 ships, all lost electricity, steering, GPS, communications. Only line of communication that was open was their emergency broadcast. That was it. The only thing I could do is, hey, we're floating. Actually, no, sorry. We're adrift, which is not good because, again, they're all next to each other to go through and so on and so forth, or just from coming out of the Suez, or not Suez, but coming from the canal and so forth. If you go adrift and you get caught in a current, it's really easy for you to wreck or run aground. It's something you don't want. Yet, like the person said, it's kind of strange. Six boats. There's no way. It's highly unlikely. There's no way possible. 6 ships in the same area, losing the whole same shit across every board on all ships, losing everything. Where you're just standing there going, damn, I hope this shit comes back on, because we can't do nothing but sit here and pray that this shit comes back on.
It's just interesting that in the news then they're just picking up in that one.
Because there's such big ass boats, there's no way to steer them things. The only shit around them that's big enough as them to fucking help them not adrift and run aground or cause a national disaster is another full ship to counterbalance the weight.
And what they done
Ain't nobody fucking,
all of the ones on
no, no one wishes to risk their boat to do such. They brung it up as an idea when that shit got stuck in the canal. Okay, we'll hook another boat to it, or boats, and try to offset the weight and yank it. If you got a cluster of boats in the surrounding area themselves, all lose the same shit, what captain or CEO of a fucking place gonna say, yeah, dude, you can use my boat to save those other ones? I don't know of anybody. If they did do it in the Suez Canal, where it's the safest shit where you could do that, because all you gotta do is hook to it and pull. Back this way, they wouldn't do it there. And you had how many hundreds of ships backed up? Now you got 6 boats, plus 2 other that were struck and boarded with the same shit as the 6, but they did not talk about them losing their stuff. That's what changed the whole game. Why there has been more and more military hardware moving that way. Because they're trying to figure out, like I've been stating, and was stating last year, they're hitting our boats with those piss boats using this shit, infecting our men and testing our stuff, and using our L.E.N.R and our voice of God technology against us. Because what does that use? How does fucking voice of God work, honey? It's the same fucking communications as your motherfucking plate. How you balance somebody, honey. The same shit. The same as the scalar wave on the fucking paintball. I see a whole lot of head
so
shaking.
many boats, but you ain't picking up on the evidence of that, because
There'll never be evidence unless
no,
they.
that's what I'm saying, because there's no evidence.
There is evidence, though. That's left.
Scanning it.
There is evidence, though. What it looked like when I was hit by something like that. There's a trace marker. Again, that ship was hit. So the interstitial water of the people, but also the crystalline structure of the boat itself, because its time domain is completely different. Henceforth, why it wouldn't work for the men who were in a different time domain. They see is it not working. Comprehend how PayPal works? Comprehend how your fucking shit works, but you still don't fucking wish to be in reality?
So the evidence, it is all around, but not to the visible eye.
It is to the visible eye. You have to make it observable in the sense that the sensitive already have their knowledge of such.
And pick up on these subtle knocks that is like things
It's
are
not
not
subtle.
following in the curse of what they were supposed to.
It's not.
Talking to people, having that sensitivity to pick up on that.
If you wish, and you wish to question in that line, and that line of rationale. Do you understand?
Yeah. It's a plane of existence.
Because they're acknowledging something happened. What made the boat in a different time frame than the operators? Because Tom Bearden talks about it. I've been trying to educate you on it. And you keep shaking your head and doing the Isla thing. I understand. Okay, well show me. Here's it in real world application. Like my butterfly. Huh? Or look at us mobbing around in our fucking first van together. And police fucking harassing us, telling me to stop my experiments because their shit's fucked up. In Tahoe Basin. Huh? Maybe.
Yeah.
Think about that. Why do you think the breakthrough of trying to ask sister and get other people involved and talking with people? Because you got those that are going to have to need the feathers and the suits that this bullshit these motherfuckers are making. And then you got this new wave of kids that they breeding that don't need that shit, that interface with it. And you got those old school motherfuckers that are still awake, that comprehend what's cracking off, that they have gifts and so forth, if you wish to say. There's gonna be a war between us and them. The true fucking corona babies, as they call them. Why they call them that? That's why this shit goes in the sperm. They telling all these people to stay home and fuck and have puppies. I thought I didn't understand all these women backing this dude. I'm like, what the fuck? Puppies. As they change you guys' what? Menstrual cycle. Don't forget reality. Because unfortunately, that reality that I was trying to forget, grandbaby's coming again, and now look, again, going, damn, I wish I had somebody I could talk with. Because the only persons I talk with now, they just hear this stuff, but if you look, what videos still are getting watched and so forth, in currents of what's going on in the application outside, is interesting on this state. That the world's changing really fast. And they got everybody tricked on trying to go back the old way, and again, the old way is dead. Because what's being shown on Facebook? A paid ad by Key Space Foundation, right? How'd that blow up real good? Because you got Jeff Bezos and other people like that flying in space. You understand? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. As he stated how he tricked the government state and they doing that thing to help the poor farmers that are all fucking sick with viremia of all kind of weird ass diseases that they supposedly had cured, but we got new versions of it, and the farmers that fucking are doing it, henceforth the viremia, and I'm going, what the fuck does this come from? How do we get rid of it? But we can't. But you over here still getting more and more dumbasses to fucking drink, spread the Kool-Aid, douche with the shit. That's what has me tripped out is still, and the sex creams and stuff for that they've had out for a minute. You have to understand, like I've been trying to tell you, they're taking over our earth with some shit that not made for fucking to clean up the environment as they got everybody thinking it's to clean up the environment, yet in their recordings telling you the shit works the best if you put it underneath the fucking car engine exhaust. I'm going, what the fuck? Don't forget that. You heard their own shit. Tuesday workshop. Done with women. That's where it fucked me up, because it used to just be Slick Rick and the other fucking retards talking about stupid shit. Then it got organized. And you went from just having some fucked up Spanish and some little bit of Israeli and other things like that, like 4 languages. Now you got like fucking 47 languages, and the whole motherfucking Hollywood, the whole fucking swoop with Amazon backing that shit. That's why I say Bezos is on board for it to be on Amazon. This shit's going hand in hand. They gonna force the world into this shit. Got away with selling people poison on Etsy and then switched to fucking Amazon. Crazy as fuck. Ooh, the new touchscreen repeater. Got great grandma calling. See this done. New findings. Stone tools found in Morocco, pushing earliest dates of stone tool manufacturing in that type of fashion in an industrial manner 1.5 million years back. Boom. Conducive to Homo erectus. Let's go off the phone with the gentleman. I'd be manifesting the backhoe today, but still has it. This person was worried, told the person to give him a week to be able to get it together. Well, Monday, this person doesn't get it back to him. He said, it's ours, so it's Wednesday. The interesting thing is, the bear fire blew up, which is by his house, from less than 100, a little bit over 100 acres an hour ago to over 1,000 acres. He was underneath mandatory evacuation now. That fire is 32 miles southeast of us. And the wind is blowing northwest, so it'll be interesting. Boulder Bar area, Colfax, Washington, all that shit. These weapons, dude. Wake up, people.
And you must leave now. You fail to leave. Emergency responders may not be able to assist. Evacuate southbound to Quincy.
We're getting hit by that motherfucking bear fire, too. Grandma Skin and great grandma Metcalf.
I sent her a link and I told her to call me when she's done reading the link that I sent her. So that's pretty interesting. I like to start sort of with what's suggested as a resolution, as a summary, because you get a glimpse of an idea of what the whole scan is about by reading on the concepts that your higher self is suggesting you to work or master, right? Do you understand the approach of like the starting the book from the end, kind of? You didn't hear me? Did you not hear me what I said? Wow, Bonnie, tying in with what you're saying of the feeling of living in abundance and living that your trust and connectionness that you're telling yourself that you know you're cared for. And so that ties with your chakras. I have scanned in your biofield system your chakras. That sense of security and knowing that your basic needs, your housing, your food, you're cared for, that's your root chakra. In your scan, your root chakra is not optimum. It's below where I would like it at 80. It's good if you keep exercising that trust and with the universe itself, with abundance and living in abundance and understanding that don't only apply to you but everybody around you, and extending those abundances also follows your sacral chakra, you know, your source of creativity, your center of emotions. I would like to point out the chakras that your higher self would like you to focus on. I sent you a link on your heart chakra. That has to do with what you're talking about too, building relationships, building first and foremost, because you have that trust in your root chakra with creation itself, then you can trust yourself, you love yourself, and you're able to extend that love to your closest ones, everything that is around you, right? And so being able to love unconditionally, because that is the key of building relationships with oneself and with others, and understanding how we open doors that we feel that may have been closed. We build relationships in that way by showing maturity, right? And so your higher self is showing that it would like for you to focus on your throat chakra, which has to do with communication, speaking truth, in communication inwardly, with the way you talk to yourself. Every cell of your body is absorbing the vibration of your words and thoughts. And so from a sign that we read on the street out loud, or we just read it in our mind, that's hitting every single cell in our bodies. Every time we think of gratitude, that is filling up every cell in your body. But the same with the opposite side. Every time we cuss, every time we condition ourselves in negativity, all of that, then you feel it on your body, right? And so, like, practicing the exercise of watch the way that you talk to other people, it gives you a really good insight that that's the same way that you're speaking to yourself.
Sometimes.
If you're being true and raw and genuine with the people when you're communicating, and one is not putting a facade, right? But sort of like practicing that exercise of watching one's own mind chatter, right? And the way we speak out loud.
Conscious and unconscious mind chatter.
The conscious and the unconscious mind chatter, because it's super, super, super important. So focusing on the throat chakra, which is the key to the heart chakra, your solar plexus, that is your willpower. So those three centers, focusing on your throat chakra, your heart chakra, and your solar plexus right here. So when you do your meditations, if you want to focus your energy from soaking in the energy from Mother Earth and flowing through your whole body, activating all the energy centers in your body, consciously bringing in that energy, in that link of the pericardium meridian, of the meridians, it shows which meridian points you can press on if you want to do acupuncture on yourself. So you read on the pericardium meridian how is the protector of the heart, also has to do with building relationships with oneself and with others. The flower essence of carob, it has to do with building maturity, transforming all of the experiences that one has had into knowledge and applying that knowledge for building relationships. Also talks about communication skills in groups, of communicating outwardly and getting that feedback, like you were saying, different perspectives, and gaining that knowledge from outside of oneself, but in a mirror effect. Yeah, and the sweet pea flower essence. When I scanned your psychological system, no depression came up. The simple feeling of disappointment. Which I feel that it shall give you empowerment for taking the power in your life of changing the self limitations and the things that may be holding you back to feel yourself, to have that embodiment of that feeling. Does it make sense? All of what we've been talking about, the heart chakra and self-love, and the way one sees oneself, other self-limitations, other inabilities of connecting with others, all of that is connected with the feeling of disappointment, because one may perceive as might be disappointment with the reality of oneself, because other people may not be performing that, you understand, but really one is disappointed with oneself because one has not taken the power of building those relationships and making the outcome any different. So the disappointment is both ways, with the bigger picture and the insight of oneself, because what one is living outwardly is what one had created for oneself, the story that one tells oneself. But that is just a mindset. One can definitely change that mind state and create something differently, because you want to. You're obviously listening to me because you're listening to yourself, and you want to know how, with what tools, create a different reality. So what do you need for the outcome to be any different? So in 5 years, we're not talking about the same. Your feeling would be of joy and happiness and fulfilling. Yeah.
He has you do it like 3 or 4 times. And this is science. It boosts your immune system. Like I was I wasn't feeling well. I've been doing
Why is it not showing you already?
and that's it. So when you said that my body had the better of the bodies, it's because I said in my mind, even though the things out here, I know that the things out here may not look proper. I'm
She did
going
not
to
say
keep going.
your
I'm
body is
going
the better
to
at the
do this
bodies.
meditation anyway.
Yeah,
I'm
okay,
going
fuck
to.
that.
I know it will
You need to
help. I
correct
know
that.
visioning, even though it's coming from deep inside. I'm going. I'm going to keep going. I've been watching. I've been watching.
So Bonnie, hold on. So when I scan your physical body, I scan your mental body, I scan your etheric body, and your emotional body.
Right.
Yes, the physical body is the one that it's giving me the highest reading, which, think of this, when you reach out to me, you're asking me to scan you. When I scan both of all of those 4 bodies, it's telling me that the blockage is rooted in the mental and emotional body.
Yeah.
So
yes, that's the awesome part because somewhere
That's what your son's been
deep
trying to tell
inside,
you. And you keep yelling at him for it.
I'm still. It's like this scan right now is confirming for me
Your
that
son's
I'm
been
going
saying.
to make it because I have been.
yes, you are gonna make it, but you gotta stop. You have to stop conditioning yourself by this way. You know, when you reach out, you ask me, is it my heart? Is it this? Is it COVID? So you're conditioning your body. You understand with those words?
Yes.
It is great that you're having the receptiveness and understanding that.
Yes.
Stop it.
Yes.
Why motherfucker says stop
because
it?
your body is fucking good. It's telling me it's good. It's in the 80s.
That's why you're.
But
That's
you
why
have
your
the
son don't respond to
ability
you.
with your mental to throw your body off,
Says,
even if being
stop
nothing wrong.
Stop it. Because the motherfucker's tired of it, hearing the same stupid shit.
And it's like, it makes me want to smack you, Bonnie, because
You
I
don't
want
hear
to
the
tell
shit.
you there's nothing wrong with you but
Tired
the
of the
signal.
shit. Tired of the shit.
I taught you well.
Tired of the shit. You ain't taught nobody nothing.
And I can
Taught me
entertain
shit.
this once, but if in a month we're having the same conversation,
You're gonna get the
I'm not
response that
gonna
I
be
gave you
laughing
last
so
year,
hard.
where you told me don't talk like some hoe off the street, and I said I'll talk to God like this, so you come whining to me. I'm tired of the shit.
Because it's good to have the aha moments. It's good to have the aha moments.
But it's 51st dates, it gets fucking old.
Yeah, but okay.
51st dates gets old. 51st dates gets old. 51st dates
You
gets
know
old.
the movie 51st Dates where Drew Barrymore loses her memory? She has no short-term memory, so every day she relives
fucking old.
over and over. That's 51st Dates, Bonnie.
That's Maria's life. And yours, Mom. With your son and her husband.
So what one is asking for is building blocks. Put one brick over the other and not fucking erase all and then, try to put one brick over this crumbled pile of broken bricks that is not a solid foundation. So, just being more present.
That's why I'm starting like this morning and yesterday morning
I'm gonna ask you the question like I did Heather.
gratitude.
Why doesn't it show in your fucking scan?
Like tomorrow I'm
You're doing all this shit, it don't show in your scan.
I'm asking for a and I'm starting, and then when I get back, I'm going to start calling independent living apartment places for people who are disabled. So even in my apartment thing
that is that where you wanna be? Is that what you are wanting to manifest and envisioning? Is that where you would like to be? You're okay with that?
I just need a place to be, and a tree somewhere where I can put my hammock under it, and I'm happy, truly, and a grocery outlet near me where I can go get my non-GMO, smoothie stuff that I do, and my kitties, and let me do my meditations, and I'm a happy, and a caregiver to come clean for me because I have challenged, so with that until I can get things going on my own again without stress, then I'm good.
So I want to say something.
For the moment, that's my need.
Okay. So Bonnie, remember the other couple of days ago we were talking, and you were saying how you were in survival mode, how you can only take focus on you and focus on yourself and nothing outside of yourself right now because you're in survival mode. Okay, let me say something. Bullshit. Because your higher self is showing something completely different. When your root chakra is the highest of all of your chakras,
You're not in survival mode, kid.
you're not on survival mode. Bonnie, survive.
Not 2 days ago either.
That's
Not 2
true.
days ago either.
That's true.
I no longer feel like I'm in survival mode. And see, what you guys have to understand is that sometimes I live 10 lifetimes in one day because of so much that
Builds up in your brain that you do to yourself.
And I feel like
So
my
much
own
drama in the
journey
LVC
is changing,
that makes up nothing.
And like I said, I've been seeing double, triple, quadruple numbers everywhere. Like it's been really.
Focus on 888, Mom.
A magical mystery
Or
tour for the last couple
5543.
months.
Just focus on that, not 533.
On one level, I'm loving it. On the fear is starting to recede. You know what I'm saying? Everything's starting to get
Since
settled
yesterday?
down now that I know I'm safe. I'm doing holding my heart. I'm safe. Everything's okay. I'm loved. I love myself.
How's the grandchild?
Only good things happen.
How's the grandbaby? Is the grandbaby sick?
When I go to the welfare office tomorrow, I
Is the child still throwing up?
did my prayers on that.
Is the grandchild so sick?
Everybody's going to be loving and kind. That any services they refer me to will be people that will be loving and kind.
Is the great niece still throwing up?
Nothing to worry about.
What's up with the
So
child?
with this conversation with this man, it's just confirmation.
What's up with the child?
So Bonnie,
I love it.
You like what, Mom? It's what your fucking son's been saying to you for 3 days, dude.
Ezekiel says is what he's been saying for 3 days.
It's even typed in text to you.
Okay,
but what?
3 days ago.
3 days ago, what? Is what was said to you yesterday. It was what was said to you yesterday.
Bonnie.
You receive things on your own.
I said it to you yesterday.
Sometimes spirit, where you receive things in your own.
Fuck this spirit shit, dude. You fucking, that's an excuse.
3 days ago, I wasn't able to hear it.
2 days ago, I said it. Yesterday, I said it too. Yesterday, I said it. The day before, and 3 days. For 3 days, it's been said to you. Do you see how you react to me and you don't be that way with her?
Can you stop?
God damn, can you hear me?
Please stop. Bonnie, what I was saying was just the survival comes from the signal. That's all I was saying. This survival comes from the
exact fucking
signal.
thing your son's been saying to you for the whole 9 years that me and Maria been married.
Oh my God! And you planted a seed 3 days ago.
Not 3 days ago, Mom. I've been saying the same shit to you for 9 years.
Please.
Well, you were saying what you were saying yesterday. My wife said I heard that when we first met.
I don't want to be yelled.
I'm not yelling. I'm raising my voice so you can hear me. You're pulling the same bullshit like she does. I'm raising my voice in the sense projected because you're across the room from me. It's so fucking pathetic, you motherfuckers, dude. God damn. You accept what the fuck she says all this shit, but then put it in a sense like she's giving it to you. In a sense of doing what?
Making it external information when it's intrinsic, meaning it's your own thing, stating that it's confirmation for what? How in the fuck do you accept confirmation from someone external when your own child has been saying this shit to you? And is the one that taught this fucking person over here how to fucking do what she does. And asking, please, can you control it to where this person is not a friendship thing, but do it as a scan? With a person explaining to them, this is what you're doing. If you're saying this right here, this is the point. Because I wish to know, why the fuck does Michaela not speak to you, Mom, as you asked me while we're speaking on this shit? Why are you fucking her getting a scan? Because who told Michaela to get married? Was her mama doing what she did? Or was it your dumbass? Because as you had issues with Maria and me, Michaela was at your house as you was talking shit on my wife. As her mother was doing. Which imprints on a fucking child. So you act like, woo. But no, I don't like that shit. You're going to say you're being an adult and you're accepting my wife's fucking words, then, honey, my husband said this to you, Bonnie, and he's been saying this to you since you first connected back with us this year. How in the hell is this confirmation to you when after you said you hope for motherfuckers to rob us and some more shit, and that you're a child, and all other fucking shit that she said to you and the shit to me and about Uncle David and Heidi, rest in peace. I've been saying this to her. Henceforth, why I touched Michaela and stated fucking your skin is going to look just like your grandmother's. Bro, as we get an argument, why? Because you told me you couldn't get a stick, but yet you told me carob. Well, if you can't get a fucking stick, but yet the only thing that sticks is carob. And I say, it's kind of interesting and disappointment that it looks just like fucking granddaughter. So why don't you interject that to her in a sense of stating, this is what your son's been trying to say, how he can fucking douse you. Because look, you're talking on Jewel, peace be upon the man. It's the reason why you have that ability when that part of your brain is fucking damaged is because your son gave it back to you. As I was trying to talk to you about. Wouldn't it be cool to talk with a person that has that ability, and that's how they're accredited, and that's how you keep your ass from getting sued in this country? Doing your work by my mom's verbatim that I learned? And she has that as a gift? Born with it? Accredited? Do you have it as a gift? Or did you learn it? Because you doubt your fucking self like an idiot. You use a feather like she did. She just forgot what the fuck she used as a feather. Why laugh? Don't get stuck on a feather. Someone just might bop you and you forget what the fuck that is. Like that movie fucking Insidious. Well, what makes you realize if it's your fucking reality or someone making your reality for you? Well, so as she's speaking on Jewel, and I state, and she's only spoke on this after she was giving something. And I get in so many arguments with you, trying to talk with you about this and this matter. And say, are you going to talk with me about this? Or are you going to be a fucking child? And be my wife in the conversation when I'm not trying to speak with you in the manners of my wife. I'm trying to speak with you in something that is detrimental. Like of the fucking, what you saying? The shit's getting took the fuck out. And the shit going on. And more fucking retardedness in people. Forgetting things in reality. Really easy and fast. And false memories of shit. So, hey Bonnie. It's kind of interesting that you're able to see Jewel. And your son specifically made something for you for that. And me and him argued about it. And he's tried talking with you about it, and he's even tried talking to my ass about it. And here you are talking to me about it. It's the one thing that you and Erica hated that he talked to his daughter about. Because you never talked with him about it. Because your mama didn't talk with you about it. Huh? That's why your husband, your son, my husband, set up a fucking thing for people like you, the little kids, to end the fucking insanity. So stop being abused in that manner. But I don't speak on that. Someone knows that, notice that I have the ability maybe to approach me and speak with me and fucking run away. I don't know how to handle it. Fucking crazy, dude. So yeah, Bonnie, you see Jewel, how and why? I have the scan right here that shows the damage before you had the CAT scan and affirmed my fucking findings that my husband told me I would find. Where's my feather? But yet, she believes you. Oh yeah, honey, what your wife said. Yeah, that's what the doctors fucking found. Well, what the fuck did I tell you, Mom? They had to get motherfucker her involved, which caused an argument just to get her involved, because she don't realize your sickness. When you keep saying about your sickness when I know how fucking sick you are. Explain to my wife your sickness. I understand it. I would live 41 years of my life of it. I have a protocol where I do my sinuses and do the shit that I do. And I'm a selfish, narcissistic motherfucker that don't want to die because of idiots around me. And I emphasize on the idiots around me because it's just easier just getting a vaccine or simple as that. Spraying 2 parts per million in their nose or putting on a topical solution. And nobody want to fucking do that. Or put a light on a stick, for that matter. I want to get in an argument on it when somebody asks and bounce an idea off a motherfucker's head. Do you think this is cool? Keep us safe for the community? No? Shut the fuck up then. I just point and click. Since I can't get a response or any reasonable fucking nothing other than some fuck ass retarded shit. And more energetics to arguing than fucking, hey, yeah, I think those UVC lights that you pick would work because they go in this macronanometer and so forth and other things like this, and this is at this size and blah 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 blah. Because the motherfuckers asking me, man, my fucking wife, I want to play like she's brain dead. That's cool. Play brain dead if you want, but I'm asking you as a shop owner in business to stay alive during a pandemic and not be a vector point for a fucking disease. Can I get some feedback? No. Sweet. Order this shit and shut up then. Thank you. Like my mom did Steve. And I did my mom when it came to her actually getting healthy. As I asked, well, if you're doing this stuff, Mom, in this time, and it's supposedly in 3 days this does such, then why in the hell we got an argument where I'm showing you the communication of last night that came from you telling me standard, and me telling her that right there, and I recorded the fucking conversation, telling her exactly what the fuck you said, and she flipped the fuck out on me. Henceforth, me showing you the screen, the fucking conversation afterwards, of her hanging up on me and saying, I only raised my voice so you can hear me because the fucking chair's sitting right here and here's the thing, and I'm trimming, Mom. I was in 5 feet from the thing. And you're telling me I can't hear. You keep leaning forward and telling me I can't hear. So, as a choir person sitting down, I put out my actual tone of my natural voice that you don't like, and neither is my wife or nobody. And these guys say I'm yelling. This is my tone of my voice. And I'm always like this, and you guys say, I can hear you. Being passive, fuck me in my ass. Passive, passive. So when I actually speak my tone,
That's much better.
it's all fucking, oh my god, I don't like the tone of your voice. You're being aggressive. You get that from you, her, fucking everybody. It's like, goddamn.
Much better when you talk like
So
that.
here,
No,
let
when
me
you
do
go
like
from
this.
being passive to fuck yeah.
Yeah, because it's like, fuck.
It's like you could have speak.
I could have what? I've been talking like this.
Yeah, keep it up like that.
Keep what? I talk like this.
Okay.
And nobody hears me. So somebody got to raise the voice. I'm stating, why don't you say this to this person? Because all I hear is this fucking barbershop talk. It's not going to help nothing. Somebody stating they're getting information with like a tarot card reading.
I'm telling her it's not a confirmation. Remember, if I'm asking you, give me a scan of yourself, you're telling me you're in survival
If
mode.
you're watching Bruce Lipton and all that kind of shit like she's stating, why doesn't it show up in your readings? Point blank simple. It's like the Quiche Foundation stating that their shit heals and does all that hockey stuff to the chakras and everything. But when you scan a motherfucker that either drank the Kool-Aid or laid next to it and spent backwards, as they tell them, they have the same readings of their body has fucking shock trauma and the whole fucking 9 yards of emotional damage and the whole fucking thing else, besides about 30 to 45% fucking negative trauma. What's her negative influence? If all she had around her was kids, that you can look in the screen recording, all she's doing is bitching and moaning and shit. And so yesterday, what did she say? I'm by myself. So again, why am I gonna call you? If you just told me for fucking how long, a month and a half now, besides like years of my life that you just want to die, why should I check in on you? You actually have your peacetime. You say you're sick, but I know you're not sick. It's your sickness in your mind. So here you go again telling me that I'm watching these shows and the argument was, hey mom, why don't you get a grip on your unconscious mind? That's mind chattering the fuck out of your head as you state you're consciously watching this TV show. You're unconsciously doing something else. And it's gonna show on your scan. Okay, watch when she scans you. It's gonna fucking show that. You can lie all you want, you stupid motherfucker, but I'm inside you. And I come from you. It's a damn fucking reality. So why you accept her shit and you won't accept mine? I come from you. And your emotions reflect mine.
Because she hasn't worked on her relationship of herself. That's why she can't relate to you. She hasn't accepted herself. There's disappointment. I'm telling her, you can spend the rest of your life pointing outwardly to people that are not
fitting. So that disappointment
fitting.
that I feel that I get frustrated as you see it's fucking in Michaela, and it's in the baby in the womb, and it's in fucking Mason. The child is going to be 3 years old. You should have a fucking... There's nothing wrong with the child. Why the fuck is this shit mimic his great-grandma? It only mimic grandpa as being hurt. Otherwise, I'm around this motherfucker faster than you guys. At 20% life capacity. Huh? So I want to know how I get what I get done with such low standings when I get fucking crippled and shit, and come back stronger than you motherfuckers, and you guys are always up in this door shit. And I ask, like I said, why don't you ask somebody, why does that not show in your fucking skin? I asked my ex-wife, you spend all this money doing this shit, why does it not fucking show in your skin?
Because it's not an overnight thing. She's like, well, I wasn't
What are you talking about? It's not an overnight thing. I introduced this to my mother when I came back from Maryland. She got the Bruce Lipton fucking Biology Belief book in hand.
I'm saying the blockages and everything need to complete build that.
I've been here for 10 years.
It's not.
10 years she's been on this supposed rhetoric. 12 actually. How in 12 years, when you met her, she was watching that shit in the motherfucking Joel in the fucking Super Stadium, the motherfucker that wouldn't even open this fucking million-person stadium during New Orleans flood to help motherfucker. Would have asked for some money. And you got dumbasses like you, motherfucking do the meditation, stating this is fucking Jesus right here. But will Jesus open the fucking stadiums? Or when Jesus needs fucking, anything other than $1? Fuck no. So your scientific bullshit is just nothing
about
more.
The guru, I'm thinking of the fucking guy in LA doing the whoo 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 whoo. That's literally what came to my mind. I was like, no. Hold on.
Y'all run after dumb shit, and I say, here, you want to see a guru? Here, talk to Michelle. The true shape. Do a couple of little prayers and zikrs, and wake up.
But it's like after those meditations, why don't you pick up the phone and fucking be
After
real, you know, like call somebody and be like, hey, you know what?
What I say bullshit is, how the fuck you send me so many fucked up ass messages when it's in the morning, honey, before we wake up, to where she wakes us up if that's your meditation in the morning, nigga, come on.
Yeah.
Hello? Or are you fucking blind?
No.
And you forget.
No.
Because you asked me to put my phone fucking on silent. Because what the fuck we getting? Woke up before the sun comes up because the motherfuckers are doing their meditation.
Yeah, that came to my mom when she was saying
they're doing a meditation of fucking 18 messages stating that shit that she sent was not late in the day, not in the middle of the day, but before the sun come the fuck up. Oh, little girl, you just don't know. You guys are gonna go to fucking... What the fuck is fucking... This shit's at 5, 7, 6, 7, 6. They went from 5:30 in the morning till 7:45 till I'm eating this motherfucking shit. Okay, so, what are you getting from this shit? While you're doing the meditation, you're figuring out how to fucking harass me? And then throw my wife into it? Or I'm like, what the fuck? And we get in an argument because fucking I'm asking you, can you fucking check this? But before that, a whole 3 weeks of showing you the messages, how do I respond to this?
I said, there's no responding to this. It's not okay.
I don't respond to this.
It's not okay. It's just not okay.
Because I'm doing what she asked, which was, no matter if we're not talking or not, just reach out on the Sunday and let us do it. Okay, I tried that. That's 3 days ago. It's today Wednesday. You understand? What changed over 3 days? Other than you getting a balance and telling me that you understand that you feel like shit. Why? Because for fucking 48 hours you've been telling me that you're gonna die. That's why I asked her what's up with the kid. Since y'all talking about your influence in the fucking surroundings, I said the only sickness that's there is you. Infecting Lisa, who's infecting the babies. With that mindset she got. Why the baby throwing up? That's why I asked. Why I asked with the child? Because the last message I had before my mom flipped out on me, and the baby's been sick. That's why I sent messages I told you. If you said all that
That's
bullshit.
why when I said,
you
when
said
you
all
asked
that
me, the
bullshit
first thing
that
that you
you
asked is,
stating.
what's wrong with my heart? Because she said, do you see
If
water
you
in my
saying
heart?
all
And
that bullshit that you stating,
I said, you got to stop
then
conditioning.
why in the fuck did you ask for a scan? You be saying the shit that you said. Otherwise, I'm just calling.
Oh no, but I just told her, hey Bonnie,
Otherwise,
this
I'm
is
gonna
the
call
last one I
bullshit.
entertain of yours. Like next time, my conversation ain't gonna be so laughy. Like I'm gonna be telling you like how it fucking is.
No, it should be that way in the beginning. Otherwise, y'all just doing some walking before the kids get up and listening to somebody tell you a fucking bunch of rambling.
No, I'm
Yeah,
not listening.
Straight fucking forward.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Cool.
Hear what I'm saying to you.
Sure.
I'm listening to somebody that I've known
Yeah.
for what? Before you shut up and sat down.
No, I'm fucking good.
Before you shut up and sat down. For 9 years, as I was stating, and you still going on some stupid shit. My mom's stating she's just now doing this. How can she just be now doing this? But what was she doing when you were staying with her in 2015, right? What was her fucking morning? Did you get to come out and stop? Did you get to talk to her in the morning? Did your son get to talk to her for several hours like the bullshit you pulled on me where I can't talk to you till after 12? Is there a similarity? Was she doing this now? Is this something new as she states? Or was it fucking a decade ago that we've been married, Maria? Yes or no? So you think she was doing that to me when I was a little child? So I want to fucking flash on you motherfuckers, dude. With that dumb shit. Because again, you do the same thing as my mom. So, as you're taking her, tell you, and you're accepting that she's just now doing this, listening to Bruce Lipton and so forth. And you got to hold the fucking book that the man wrote in your hand that I found and brought back here. And she's just now listening to this shit. But yet, for the whole your fucking marriage, that's all you've heard about. Is that. And she just now want to act like she knows about it. And again, play you fucking 51st dates bullshit. And have a smirk and a joke. And say, oh yeah, this is cool, I'm going to apply it to my life. And then we go through this bullshit again of, I need the information because, oh my god, I want to die, just kill me. And it's like, what happened to all that shit you said you went through? Of learning and all this stuff, affirmations, you bought $1,000 in books, you got all this shit, you got paint, you got walls, you got chalk, you got fucking this and that and another, and fucking hood rings and fucking thing, and jangles and bells and fucking rings and all this kind of shit. What the fuck is it doing in your inside? Because when I look at you, I don't see it doing nothing. When I scan you, I don't see it doing nothing. When my wife scans you, she don't point out and doesn't comprehend. If you were doing something as such and an intrinsic rattle was vibrating it back, then the shit would show. Hello? Especially at the bullshit states that you're stating. Because again, nocebo and placebo has a motherfucking physiological effect on the body. Hello?
Yeah, and then those meditations are followed
So
by action.
you
So
have a
not only
meditation
your
that
body,
you're
but
stating
then
that
you would
you
grow
have the
outwardly
scientific
too,
thing that you're
and that would
stating.
show.
Yes.
Oh, on the divination.
It would not.
I don't feel it.
You wouldn't have a black hole. Trying to figure out why no one wants to be its friend, or is blocked by family members, or its grandchild, and so on and so forth. Or its best friend reaching out to its child and asking, what the fuck is wrong with your mom? Is your mom okay? Your mom did this. I haven't spoken to her for years. And I'm like, damn. Y'all were my fucking parental fucking threesomes I was supposed to learn how to go by.
More than once. That woman with teary eyes looked at me and was like, Bonnie's mean to me. Like, literally, Bonnie's mean to me. I don't know how to...
Is it Bonnie, or is it that which is mean
react
to
to
me?
this.
Is it that which is mean to me?
Is that which is mean with herself? And which is mean to you, obviously.
But which is nice to you? Why flip out? Because again, as you
No,
see...
but don't shoot me, dude.
I'm not shooting
like,
you. It's
anything
called...
I'll say, your
Honey,
mom be like...
You don't. That's why I'm asking you to do something. If you don't, you're like the nurse in the hospital that was traumatized that plays along with the skit that you watched yourself when I pointed it out to you. Otherwise, you're just watching and blind to it too. With my mother, you gotta be like that lady that said, "You got any more questions? Because your dollar's about up." Oh, click. Or are you doing it as flame and getting played by someone that can manipulate you? I'm just being honest with you, and you won't even realize it. I'm just being honest with you. That's how the woman has a picture with Bishop Zaman Wan, the head pimp of the United States. The master manipulator.
You can tell your mom fucking miles away.
Huh?
I can tell your mom's intention a fucking mile away.
Okay.
The fact that I don't speak upon it don't mean that I'm not seeing it.
Sure thing, man.
Okay. Dude, if shit don't come out like this out of my mouth, what comes out next is, what the fuck is your issue? What would you call and say, fucking can't wait till the day that Maria realizes that you're a fucking piece of shit and you're gonna need me. So, if this shit ain't coming out like this, that's what comes out next, Ezekiel. So what would you prefer? Ain't no grandkids, ain't no Michaela in the middle, ain't no shit. That's what comes out of my mouth. So how you like it? Because that's the real me. I'm trying to build relationships.
If that's the real you, then build that relationship, as I told you, because you get respect like that. That's how you get respect in prison. It's not getting punk.
I'm not wanting to get punk. I'm trying to show the
already,
lady like...
You've already been punked. That's
no,
why you
I
said
don't...
the supposed real me would say what I said, but I was raised by a woman who, most of her family members are Marines. If not, we've all been in prison. And we laugh at you. And why I say to you, you gotta be the way that you is.
You laugh at me?
Yes.
As I'm laughing
I'm
at
laughing
you
right now because one said if it was the really real me, and I said, really, if that was the real you, then fucking you would say it. And my mom would respect you. As I would more too. As I say to you, stop lying to yourself. Because you can't lie to us. That's why we laugh. And things are said. And why I say, please check that. If not, right now, if you don't comprehend it, you might be saying to yourself, I'm being played. But if you don't go, one in the means of which what I've seen someone as they wish to emulate somebody after the San Francisco trip, and other times you hung out with my mother and played some of the dumb shit that I've seen that she's instilled in other people and something, and in the sense of something as looking up to somebody in a pure manner, that character sense that you take on the self can be a Trojan horse with people that understand how to do such and such to make your ass a fucking torpedo. But I don't know if you can comprehend what I said to you.
Do you really think that your mom thinks that either you or I got amnesia? That we don't fucking remember what the last conversation was about? Do you really think she's thinking in her head?
Maria, did your dad think that when he woke up after doing what he did? Did you ever have
You
this
never
conversation?
been there, so you don't know.
I'm asking you a question. Did you ever have this conversation with your siblings and ask, do you think Dad, in that same manner, did you guys ever confront your father? Because if you did, then he wouldn't have took him until you got married to me to stop the shit. And you guys actually talk about it. Henceforth, the argument in Hawaii, where Mom actually got protected. And you got told, you ain't been around, so why you gonna try to protect somebody? Because you don't know, as you just stated, you weren't around. So on something you're talking about, I stated, why don't you talk to your sister? Who was there? Who was there? Not you. So let's go somewhere on that. I'm not trying to play a tag game with you. I'm just
No,
explaining
sure
to you
not.
something. If
To get it out of
again,
your chest,
why I'm
honey,
laughing
whatever you
is
need to
your
do,
words were, if
obviously.
you were going to be real as you stated, you would have said the words that you were going to state, and all I said was, why don't you do that? That's how we are up here. All you have is your balls and your words, or your ovaries and your word. That's how we're like. We pick that out real fast in people. That's why I stated what I said. The difference between you and the other ones is I got you to actually stick up for yourself somewhat, but you stick. She still does this stuff, and that's why I asked her to check a person on this. And your response is, there's a proper time to serve tea and crumpets. Okay, sure. My approach is different. Your parents are moving here, and instead of your mindset being the questions that I'm asking you, your father's mind is working like mine and asking you the same and stating what my fucking shit is. God damn. I wonder how that is. You know, we speak the same language, kid. Now you have a fucking interpreter willing enough to even give a fucking partial interpretation of the information. I noticed something 9 years ago, and it shows now what my work's been up to, and it shows what your work's been up to. That's when I tell you, I'm just been doing this. And I say, over here, yeah, if you're going to keep with that, then you're going to get told like last year, when he said you didn't like the way I was talking to you, where I said, Mom, you're saying the same whining ass shit. And I've been married to my wife for fucking 8 years now. So for 8 years, I've acknowledged that you've been saying the same shit. I've been sober for fucking 6.5, 6.8 years now, listening to your dumb shit and your dumb shit, and not being able to forget it because I'm not fucking inebriated. So damn, if I keep hearing the same rudimentary stuff in the same pattern, and I point it out, and I keep getting the same reactionary segment of this saying, hey, that right there, are you sure about that? Okay.
As before you jumped in the conversation, I was illustrating to your mom because I had explained to her how her root chakra was alright, and which
it shows that the bullshit that she was stating wasn't true.
Exactly.
But what the fuck's that have to do with someone telling her
I'm
that
explaining to
all
her
this bullshit that you stating has nothing to do with that? But in the sense of, if you're doing these things that you're stating that are scientifically proven that they have physiological effect, and you're saying, hey,
one needs to be able to keep the signal stable. It can't be a complete...
Hey Maria, why don't you explain to my mom, because you got my mom confused, because she thinks something else in the way that you said physical body. So why don't you illustrate in the sense of what you actually scanned of the physical body?
I sent the pictures
so
to your
now
mom
she
of
does
the
the whole
bodies.
fucking shit as you heard what my aunt and her do, where they go with that little fucking ski bob bullshit of Valley Girl shit of, yes, the spirit, and oh yeah, see, I told you it was like that, and like fucking Peace does. Where it's like, okay, mom, if that was such, then why did you ever have the scan and so forth? If that was such, again, for how long have you been doing this meditation? You just now picked this shit up? How long did the person in the video it take for this person to show in science that it fucking healed them of this shit, or show some physical form? But yet, again, you're stating, yes, that's why your physical form is the highest. Scan. Because she doesn't comprehend, because the operator doesn't operate in a manner to illustrate what the analysis fucking stating. Right?
I'm explaining to her, we're talking about the
subtle
bodies. As I'm explaining to her how she's capable.
So her mind deduces, yes, my signal's fucked up. Of course it's my signal fucked up. That's why my body's so good. And yes, you just told me my body's good because it's just a signal. I'm not sick. It's just a signal. It's just a signal. And I'm watching Bruce Lipton and it's edifying it. But while I'm watching Bruce Lipton, what the fuck is the signal? Because obviously it's showing that it's not all the good hunky-dory shit like your son is explaining to you. My husband's been explaining to you as I'm hearing him that, Mom, You're worse than Bruce Lipton. The formality of what she's doing is the same of what you were taught, but it's Madame Vygotsky stuff. You just picked up the fucking book of what? The Golden Dawn. What's your ego while you sit supposed conscious watching this shit? Unconsciously, what the fuck is your ego doing with that work? Because it shows in your scan, it's doing the reverse. The amplitude modulation of its wave is more fucking annealing than the fucking one you're using that you're stating consciously to fucking bring you into what? A state of peace. You wouldn't have the fucking only thing that you stick to stating what?
Disappointment.
You wouldn't be disappointed if you're meditating. You wouldn't be disappointed if you're doing this shit that this motherfucking shit says and you state you're embodying. And actually ingesting and reasoning and fucking applying it. What shows scientifically when you truly actually do that and just say this bullshit. As you used to do with your stuff, so you change. My mom ain't done that yet with her own shit. Like I force you to fucking do. Otherwise you still think this shit's stupid. And half-ass it. You're three-quarter-assing it now. Stating in an instance of the plasma and all the other shit and seeing these ships and so forth go on the same fucking application of this. It works on the same motherfucking field, dude. Because me explaining this shit for 8 years to you and it being fucking videoed, trying to get your ass up to fucking speed, is what's fucked the world. Because it's all recorded and them dumb motherfuckers took all the information. Well, you heard all the verbatim of your shit and mine. When you're actually here. So no, and that shit, I can't sit there. So I said, I can't sit there and let some shit be interjected. Because if you go ahead my kid, my mom gives you some bullshit, and you accept it, it's getting past the kid. So I'm not going to shut up. I don't want to do that kind of shit away from you like usually would happen with people. But I sniff it out real fast. Sniff it out real fast. It's like putting your penis in somebody who's been fucked by somebody else because they act different during sex after they accept somebody else's information. It's really easy to see. Especially it's like me stating what? Only something you and I know, and I throw a bone out to a dumb fuck who states she's not working on that but uses it like an idiot. And it's not real hard to figure out where that fuck came from, was it? Hello? And a nigga tell you, I'm gonna cause you guys to have a car wreck. How easy was that? By saying one motherfucking word. And somebody's ego running with it. That's why I said a seed. Because the way I was taught by my mom, you not pick up on some of those things. Well, I asked you to check her because those things that you do not accept in the sense of knowing but not speak on it, which fucks up your throat chakra. Why I activated mine in the rehab center and why she's stuck on that in her ego.
Okay.
You comprehend? And you fucking sided with the woman. What do you do that for? Don't talk to your mom. Fuck you and her. If I shut up and accept this shit, then I need to divorce you.
No, you don't need to accept that. It's
Because
just the manner in which you're not having the ability to lay it out.
Lay out
where
what?
she fucking gets it and you're not perceived as.
She didn't get it other than, like I said, for some reason I gotta figure out and watch a
like
motherfucker.
It never fucking hits
I gotta figure out and watch and let you guys do what? Show me how you want to get stabbed in the neck so you cling to that one moment. And here 3 years later, still fucking, I did what?
And it seems like it hasn't hit port. That's why. That's what I'm saying.
I did that twice.
And she hasn't gotten
It
really
says, who
the
can raise
message.
their hand in here and who went to
Has she
for
really
weed?
understood what the final message was?
Neither of you, because you guys do the same thing where what? Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I told you not to do that. Okay, sure. You're still not getting it, though. So, yeah, honey, she got it. Like I said, Fruitian. Because you still do the same shit. I said, okay. Like an argument because she used the word Mexican in the manner that she stated. And me have an issue with that. And have an issue with yours. say, please stop that. Let me help you see, because as we got together, and I told you, you'll never go back to the world that you went to. And I wish not to fuck your world up, because I see you's naive as fuck, and you come from L.E.N.R. You sure you want to come this way? It's not me fucking your head up. You're actually going to see reality. Your brain's going to come. You get to use your mind. Huh? You sure you want to put your boots on, stupid? And pack your backpack and come on a trip with me, kid? And travel the world? What you only have to travel the world is called in your mind. As you're finding out and being able to do and shit. When you choose to. Huh? Yeah, something like that I ask. Check a person, please, otherwise they set in a seat inside your head like a Trojan horse and you're going to get manipulated. Because if you don't back it when you go to do back it, then it's going to turn into a bigger fucking eruption than what it would have been. You know what I'm saying? Especially with someone that keeps falling back on, I got fucking head injury. Well, if that part of your head is working, and that's where it scans show that it's fucked up, how you talking to Joel? You can't use that as an excuse. Hello? Kenny? Alright then. So don't let someone put themselves in a fucking box as an excuse. That's what I mean by checking somebody. Otherwise, my whole life I heard that shit. It's like asking G, when's your menstruation? You want to stick your dumb ass self in a box like that? Get the fuck away from me. Get away from my wife. Otherwise, my wife will have to get away from me too. Because she accepts that shit and she keeps bringing it into our conversation. If our sex life is fucking mental sex, I can tell when you've accepted someone else's fucking sex and you don't move in the dance with me. Comprehend? So, be mindful with your dance partner. So I don't like my feet stepped on. I don't want you to stomp on your feet to get you to fucking comprehend. Because I let you lead the dance. But I don't like my feet being stepped on. So please, when you dance with other people, let's be do-si-do. When you come back with us, dance our dance. Otherwise, what the fuck you doing? And have some shin guards, otherwise your feet gonna get broke. It ain't my issue. I already taught you. Teach the most important thing. Military, right? Gotta be stable. So build that root chakra up for Scorpio. So that's their most weak point. Build that shit up. Beat yourself up, whatever you gotta do. But get your root chakra up so you don't fade. Because around here, motherfuckers got no root chakras. And if you communicate with them, and you connect, and you let that dumb shit in your head, man, you bobbleheading with them. As I said, clucker. Remember when I said that? I said, don't do that. You chicken head shit. There's a bunch of people that's making themselves. Fuck. You alright? Can you think for yourself? Because just when you associate next to that person, you're saying the same shit as that person. And it don't make no sense. It does in your conversation with that person. But outside of that conversation with that person, what the fuck are you saying? It's like some Teletubby language and shit. So mom, if you knew that information before you had your kid, but you're talking about me, where'd you get it from? Right?
She said in San Francisco she was going to a center of police.
Bohai said. Bohai. Bohai. The Bahula. You understand what you're saying, don't you? Someone who fucking yelled in theater. I can't commit perjury! What the fuck is the Bahula? Don't go brain dead because you got her book.
Yeah, no, I
Only
just
books
didn't. You asked me if
if
I
you wish to say in
understood,
her
and
words,
when she said
Spirit
the
had me
center,
saying
no,
and
I
so
didn't.
forth as a motherfucker throw away all those books like you would throw away the books and I'd go, what the fuck you doing, dude? I'm throwing the books away, they're in my mom's. Spirit had me say you might need these. Don't let them shit out. Read it.
Yeah, the Baha'u'llah is like a fairly new religion, but it takes concepts of the Islam, I should say. And what's interesting is like then
Zetetica. What the fuck are you talking about?
it does. It has to do with Gnosticism. It has to do with
Zoroastrian, all that. And so the name Ingram. Zetetica, right? But anyhow.
so your mom introduced your aunt
No.
to it later on. No, your aunt
How the
came up.
fuck would her little sister introduce big sister?
I said later on when.
No. The Baha'u'llah meetings were done at my aunt's house, not at my mom's. So how did my aunt get introduced to it by her little sister? With 1963 in the picture is fucking going almost out of high school.
Oh, so she already. I thought.
And middle sister is traveling to Europe on a scholarship. She's getting pushed around because of her painting. In the Guggenheim, my aunt's shit is fucking in. How does little sister around here flatbacking introduce big sister to that shit?
I thought your aunt was
Why you
introduced
think?
later on
No,
in her
honey,
life
no,
about
honey,
it.
no,
That's
honey.
why.
Why in the hell would I go to somebody that later in her life got introduced to it? How in the fuck did my aunt get later in her life introduced to it when she's doing marches with who? Black Panthers. You forget to talk with my uncle? Do you understand anything about the Black Panther movement?
Civil rights movement.
Not just that, the ideology and the practice of what? My mom used to joke with me and call me a bean seller. Bean pie seller. Because I joined Islam. What's the Nation of Islam do? They sell bean pies. I'm not of the Nation of Islam. But what's the Black Panthers? Who are the people carrying the guns teaching people what?
To defend themselves.
No, teaching people what? Besides defend themselves. A religion. Muhammad Ali did what? Didn't go to fucking. Didn't got out of the draft. Why? Because he's part of what?
Islam.
Not Islam. The
Islam,
Nation of
Muslim.
Islam. He's not Muslim. He's of the Nation of Islam that started in fucking 1900s. Fool.
Yeah, he had joined the Nation of Islam.
Just like Malcolm X. I jumped out of it and became an actual Muslim after going to Hajj. Because the Nation of Islam, it started fucking 100 years ago. Huh? That's right, why don't you study shit? Or pay attention when people's talking. People that actually marched in the marches and are a part of fucking history that people taught in college and upper fucking things that you went to school in your country. Just here, my family, like I explained to you, yours is in that. Mine is in this. But in the background. But also not in the background. You just gotta fucking pay attention to the story. But one chooses not to. And so, Islamic movement of teaching why they were scared of the Black Panthers. You had Muslims, Christians, Jews coming together. You had communities protecting themselves and actually learning the Constitution. She heard in her old radio station they changed the laws in California to get the guns from the Black Panthers, which my Aunt Kathy was a part of. So was my Uncle Clarence, as you heard me talk with him about. How did the white girl go and march if her family's racist? That's why I asked, why don't you ask some questions or think in your motherfucking Peabody ass brain when they take control of it? That's why I asked. You moved to a country that just a couple years before your husband was born, it would be illegal for us. My aunt in that picture had a child called Lisa. Ask Lisa how she is. How it was growing up in the house. Blah, 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 blah. To the other siblings that came after it's legal for us to be married, which is Evelyn, Astaghfirullah, Casey, peace be upon him, Evelyn, Alana, Maurice. Otherwise, Cece and Lisa, my Uncle Clarence almost got killed several times for dealing with women. Because you heard my mom was put on her belly with a brother. The police. Pregnant with me. But somehow they knew my mom was pregnant with a nigga. And they knew that she was a runaway. I like to go with the niggas. Anyhow. Back to the, if the shit actually working and it's showing your skin, check the motherfucker on that and say, look, you might want to try some more things. And emphasize again, like I was droning home, of, yeah, consciously I turned the TV on. Consciously my head's looking at this shit, but it just buffered and did some triangles and squares and circles, and now my subconscious, I'm not aware anymore that I'm fucking here.
Just like my sister with Facebook.
Of me explaining that same shit to you about your sister, if the fucking whack job is actually a fucking listening to her fucking information, and she's a yoga instructor and all this kind of shit, and the motherfucker is fucking teaching Facebook people yoga, how the fuck is it showing her skin? When I do my work and I'm doing my stuff and I'm doing my prayers,
Like one should be able to translate it.
when I'm doing my work and I'm doing my stuff and I'm in tone, my levels are at what fucking
90s.
no matter if there's shit going on. Henceforth, why I state I use myself as a fucking criteria for you to fucking wake the fuck up. Starve myself, I'm eating now. You understand? Blah, 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 all that shit. So you have a fucking baseline. Bullshit meter. Oh, yeah, you're an empath? Why you gotta keep picking that shit up? Wait, is that through the motherfucking holistic arts bullshit university? Yeah, you're an empath. Why you gotta keep picking it up? That's your kid? Put your hand up, sister. Huh? Your kid can feel it, you can't? You're the coordinator? I'm like, what are you talking? What do you mean? You don't like the way I'm talking about you? You're the one that came and stated all this bullshit and asked me to be a part of your stuff. I'm checking the criteria of what you're stating, what's going on, because I hate going this shit. Where's a bunch of trinkets and motherfuckers doing sleight of hand bullshit and fakery. And so, if you want my money for me to pay a booth and then boost your sales,
You show me something.
show me some shit, because out of your mouth you said you're an empath. Do you truly know what empathy means, lady? Because ASM, you shouldn't have to touch
Well,
this.
that's what I was
You
getting
keep
to your mom.
Tactilely having to touch this.
I was gonna get to, okay, Mom, you're saying, yeah, like, it's that. It's like you're saying you're doing this, but, dude, no, once you fucking pick up the phone and show, if you're getting any good from that, it should fucking reflect, like, why are you seeking for this
And
sort
write
of
it
attention?
down and not just have it as mind chatter that I was stating to you, because it's just subjective. That, yeah, I listened to the radio and it said cannabis, as I was thinking cannabis. Write down cannabis and show a person next to you and fucking change the station to where you have a song or a verbatim that shows you have that. Otherwise, it's bullshit. And it moves on probable. It's quiche method. Non-motherfucking repeatable. Unless you don't check the person and ask, are you sure about that? You just told me fucking this. Now you changed it to that. What am I supposed to believe? And now you just spoke on it again. Earlier you said this and then changed it to that. Now you're saying this. What am I supposed to believe? Because for 3 days now you've been stating such. You've been saying you were doing it before I spoke with you. So let's see what your scan looks like. You just cussed me out and told me all this. I know shit. As I said, what can you do? And I said, okay. I warn you, when you do that shit, you frustrate me, and I use my gift what you do. And when I say stop doing that to me, because you cause me pain, when I say since you do such, I'll lock you into fucking giving yourself an example in this reality. Let's see if you actually comprehend what you're saying, like Isla. Yeah, I got it. Sure, I got it. You got what? Tell me. Read it back. Because your rattle's not showing it, your action's not showing it, you just went from 0 to this. That's why I stated to you, it's only sometimes. If the person's speaking to a man, it's either going to act or their action and a function. But if I'm doing such, and my scan doesn't show that I'm doing that in my mind, one can't constitute that to a client and state that that's a mirror. Why I said don't say that, because it's not true. My scans don't mirror the verbatim that people hear me and you speak at. Why I say don't absorb that shit.
I said, are you
You hear what I'm saying, honey?
Yeah.
Or do you understand what I'm saying? When you said, when someone is watch a good bar to level on somebody, is listen to how they speak with you. If they're speaking with you in a, say, a fucked up, unkindly manner, then that is a mirror of showing what is going inside their head back to themselves. And I said to you, that is not always correct. If someone is doing something in an observable manner, say in an antagonistic neural network way, to see if a person has actually worked on themselves, the response is going to be that. My mind chatter in my head is not that. I always say you cannot say that as an example to a client. Because my scans of me, be it all these recordings we have, and head injury and devolving, where we're saying to each other, my scan does not reflect that. Well, I said, please, be mindful and tell your client that you scanned your own observations of truth. That a person, as you stated, can be acting a character. As I stated for myself, if I'm not 100% in my fucking work, because the way life is gone, I'd be dead or in prison. So I'd bleed the fuck out. Period. So my whole life is just in studying fully autonomous self-organizing systems. Intrinsic rattle in all fields. Be it fucking plasma to helping you with your stuff. They're doing the stuff that we doing. All the shit you see. Period.
Yep.
Why I tell you, you don't let me do my work, we split.
This is
I
like
have
the 19th time
I have
in the last 2 days. You keep
no
saying like
other thing but it to keep me alive.
nothing but.
I'm just explaining to you. Not that I want to split up with you. Just reiterating something because of amnesia. That it's detrimental that you do your work. Detrimental that I do my work, but since someone states no sense of what is it needs to be done first, priorities, I'm going in your manner and checking those things off. And one's taking it as a defense. Hear me. You're having a fucking conversation in your head. And taking it as a defense when I state when we're talking, or seen as an argument, as I stated during my head injury and still with healing. And I've said several times, and your emotional childish response has been, as I say, it's very interesting findings or observations. You've even stated that yourself words against me, not comprehending or remembering because you're in an emotional state, not stating and remembering or zikring, which means fucking remembrance, that I wouldn't be arguing with you. I wouldn't be with you. I'm observing and illustrating to
interesting observation watching this and talking with you, not as your husband, but as somebody about something, and still it's always perceived as an attack, and as a fucking child, and as husband and wife talk. Where there's emotion that you will get into. Well, I ask you, how in the fuck in science do scientists get in an argument? They don't. You argue with an equation. If you don't understand my math, and I've been trying to get you to understand my fucking writings, which is my equations, along with my goddamn pictographs, videographs, all the way through gammaation, tetranegation, the whole motherfucking thing. I gave you several books to figure out what I've been trying to talk to you about so you can understand. Because how did we get married? How did we meet? It was drawn out. Shit, I keep asking you about where you think you're at. Huh? Sister Sarah asked me, do you write poetry anymore? No, I do. And I do write poetry. I don't because I don't have anyone to share it with. Because I tried sharing something 8 years ago. 8 years ago. And it just turned into an argument. And a fight. And I took it out last year to start drawing. And then started doing the class with the HHo and tried to talk with you again. And it turned into an argument and asked you during that time recorded. I mean, when is the last time you seen me get my pastels out? You know? Anyhow, you do your art, I do my art. I don't know when I'm gonna do it, but it was an art just to draw or to play the drum. It was our story. Did I say, do you even know our story? So I asked you the other night and recorded and thought it was interesting. I said, please, wasn't attacking you. It was told to me, or my misunderstanding, that 18 was when it happened, while I was saying you'd be able to emphasize with our daughter of that thing. And you both it was 20. I said, okay. Either 18 or 20, things like that, one needs to know for sure to self so that one doesn't ripple false memories from that. That can fuck you up. I watched it with my mom, I watched it with myself and other people. I stayed away from psychiatrists. You could talk to my mom, psychiatrists have her think that she was molested, or was she molested? What do I have to think? Because what do I justify somebody beating the fuck out of me in a corner the whole time she's spun out on dope? Thinking that fucking her grandpa that molested her. Hello?
Like that never happened. It's like,
What
yeah.
the fuck? What do I think? You comprehend? That's why I said you don't know me at all, and you choose not to. And I try to open up. You do not pay attention to our conversations. That's why I said to you, you've never opened up the things that I open up to you, like Cole. Why he has an issue with Sarah because Cole's done this with her. And if you're not present, it can show. Like I said, you go to have mind sex and fucking nothing. So why I act the way that I do, so on and so forth. I said, well, what would you do, honey? If you acted the way that you did at 20, because you caught mom cheating on dad at 20 in college, and what fucked you up is you stated she couldn't come visit you.
And I had a conversation with you where I said, dude, I have reflected on myself. Seeing it now, I would have liked to be more adulty in a situation where I would have given my mom, like the conversation would have been different. Like I saw disrespect and all I did was make it bigger.
Yeah, I understand that. That's why I said,
So
why did it take so long for you
what you didn't hear me, so I had to get a hold of Mom to get her to start acting right, because I said I didn't marry your mother. Why did it take you several years after getting that set up of your mom coming here and talking with your mother about it, as I've been trying to the last several years? You've opened that up. You comprehend what I've been saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because that fucked you up. But yet, you're an adult. Adult. But a Scorpio, so something had to throw the root chakra off while everything is paid for you, and then you have nothing to worry about at the time because everything is paid for you. When you're going to school for free, all you have to do is just set your mind on what you want to do in your future. Damn. Why is the root chakra off? You have to itch. You comprehend? I knew why mine was. Usually most Scorpios that have been fucked up or molested in that way, we react in the manner. Codependently. Well, what codependently fucked you up to where you went like such? Because it doesn't make no sense. Unless you have repressed memories. I'm just saying. In a statistical, you would be an anomaly, statistically, if we were to put an algorithm in and have it to where you flat backed by your mom flat backing out of marriage to your father and it fucking you up at the age of 20 and you not being molested, nothing ever happened to you bad in your fucking life up until that point. Ever. Nothing. At all. You understand? There's a huge difference in all the clients, your husband, everyone that you've ever set your eyes on here in marriage zone. Period.
I thought it was a lack of attention.
So, lack of attention, as my words were last night, you took
I'm
it as an
looking for
offense of me stating, because you were raised like my mom, and my mom keeps pointing out that she bought everything that I wanted, that I didn't have none of shit. And Michaela got the same thing, and I said, it's just like you. You always get offended, and I say, the genial trauma, yeah, that's why I got what you don't touch me. And I try to do work and so forth, because I wasn't touched, I was bought things. I don't buy things, I try to talk with someone. And give love in a sense, because what did you just say you didn't have? Attention. And I sit here and give you all the attention in the world and adore you. I guess that's what the issue is, because you do just like Michaela. Or the more attention and so forth that I give you, run.
no. Sometimes
Yes.
the form of attention that you're giving is not the form of attention that the other person might be expecting. There's so many ways of giving attention.
Dude, I'll sit right here and not move as you sing. What attention are you talking about? I don't do the attention that you cause or wish. I get reprimanded for it. But I just sit, henceforth, the fucking title of drone, zero, meaning, what do you want me to do, master? I'm your mirror. That's bored, always asking, what do you want me to do? I'm sitting here waiting for work. What are my orders to do? Don't do the body language, because I'm not saying anything in a fucked up manner to you. I'm saying it in a sense of what would you like to do together. You're doing your work, but yet again, this is your kingdom and the things that you'd like. How would you like it set up? Co-create with me. I can't do it without you. Not can't wait. It's fucking now, fool. I've been waiting. And let's put on Bob Marley's
I don't wanna wait in vain, not for your love, but for your attention and fucking funnel love capability to, honey, what would you like to do with this? We got a forest fire, what would you like to do with this? Hey, that doesn't go into that, that's called the fucking 2-cycle oil gas can, but, alright, go put it in the gas can, come on. You're just lucky that I can't mix it. So I say, can you be present? I'm just sitting here waiting. It sounds nicer this way then. Talking in my normal voice like such, as you say you like to hear. As I get older, I'll do it, but not now.
That sounded like from a movie. As I get older, I'll do it.
Yeah.
But not
No, I'll go up to 165 pounds because you want to hear me and so forth. Put a barrel chest on. Person got issues and they get fucking smacked. I'm turning to my grandpa. That's why I said. You asked me would I like. No, I'm turning to my grandpa. That's the person I was raised, and that's myself. That's why I say is why me and him hung out so much. Is we were alike. That person that my mama didn't like, I like that. That's why I try to get with a person like you to try to counteract that. And that's where he fucked up because he thought my grandma was that way. So I say hopefully it's not the same mistake. I don't mean it in a fucked up way. It's just
no.
If we work on each other's things, then it's not. But if we don't, as I was stating, you got two people predatoring each other saying it's their motherfucking what? You're my project. You thought I was your project. I told you.
You're my project.
I ain't no fucking project. Don't change it. That's the first thing out of my mouth was I can see the stupidity right in your head thinking you're gonna change anything about me. So please don't. Be you, as you stated. If I was me, okay, well, 8 years ago when I met you, I told you to be that person. How are you still not that person? If that was you, you would say what you said you were gonna do. Stop with the body language and the faces. That's the person I asked you to be. Not the compromising fucking ass mush that just fucking lies about reality and doesn't check on anybody and stays out of phase with the reality that she knows and encompasses other people's shit and fills that with her head so her psychic ability is fucking emulating someone's fuck the past hallucination that they don't even know if it's really theirs or not. It's a fucking optogenetic put in her head from a motherfucking film. Or whatnot. Jorge Burgess. That's why I tell you, read that shit, man. Read your own motherfucking information from your culture and wake the fuck up. I understand why it's been kept from you and repressed. Why they make you think you're stupid. And my mom uses colonizer word. And I want to say she got melanin, and I'm like, what the fuck? Are you black, mom, or are you white? What the fuck are you? I've had to ask my mom that several times. Like, you say you're Latina, and I'm like, okay, well, what makes you Latina? Because you're different than Maria. She's not a colonial possession where they call themselves Latinas, fucking Spaniards and so forth, and call themselves that. So, what are you, mom? I'm half of what you are. And you're half fucking Azorian, which is unincorporated part of Portugal. The other half is fucking Iroquois. What are you? What do you see yourself as? As you fly and you fight with your son since he was a child going to the first festa. Portuguese in the Azores and saying, no, mom, we're a white with a blue flag with a white fucking bird on it. If you wish to be nationalistic, you say where you come from. Otherwise, you got the Portuguese flag on your wall, and you die for it. And I'm going, that's not good for your nation. So what do you cling to? What do you hold to? What do you picture yourself to? And when somebody tries to talk with you about it, that should come out your pussy. And it says it's wrong right there. Maybe listen to him. I ain't trying to argue with you. I'm listening to you, and you're saying this, but hey, my best friend who's sitting in prison for killing his child fucking from angels like this, and I've been to the actual fetch list for these organs. It used to be in Orland. Yet enough of us have moved away that it's just the Portuguese fetch list. That's fourth wife's labeled as the Portuguese fetch list, not the Azores. And it does different shit than what happens at the Azores one. Anyway, it's like going to the Spaniard fetch list in the Bay Area, where they still somehow get away with sticking them swords in the bulls. Well, it's legal everywhere else, I assume, in space, but somehow they get away from it, away with it there, like in Spain. They stick them fucking things in the bull's brisk. At least know something about the language that you fucking talk for. Nothing? You don't know nothing about Spaniard and tradition? Or the Basque? Nothing? Damn. Nothing about the Germans? So I know. It's the other side of the Iroquois side of the Metcalfs, where the Metcalfs come from, the Metcalfs who built Yorkshire, which come over from Germanic. They have a Germanic background like you. That's where the green eyes come from my grandfather. They're coming to our daughter. Anyway, you should look into it.
Yeah.
It'll help you with the miasmic flows, because if one can see with the family's crest and so forth, then you understand the work and the traumas that were passed down from the work. Sabe? In the social class. All the way back there to now. Wanting to figure it out. If you got that much smarts and you feel like it. It's super simple. Especially if you got a feather like yours. But again, it's up to the operator. If that shit's conscious and directive, what you're conscious about? How conscious are you? Are you truly conscious? Are you just 51st statement? Because I really would love to have a conversation with you, Mom, and state your conversation with Malachi. Because I can. I said I got bars and things around me that are markers that help me test fakes, if you wish to say. Or at least people that claim they can do something. It's like, okay, well, what's standing right there? You can't see nothing. What are you talking about? Okay. Describe to me how you state you see spirits. Just believe me, I have a good repertoire of understanding. Explain to me how you see. Or in a sense, blanket statements you don't use to state that you used to say. As I have to do. But then I have to build up the audience repertoire of knowledge and so forth. To understand the knowledge that I'm spitting out and stating, and still even then stating. That's not quite what I'm describing as the closest shit that I can find for you to have a facsimile, reasonable, hyperbole thought process simulation of that doorbell like that.
I feel like I have experienced different densities of spirit, if that's like a thing. Like different presences.
Understand? My birthday, you want to talk to your son? Nope. I want to talk to my brother. My mom. And I'm hung up on. Oh, what do you need that thing for? What's your block? If you're talking to this person. And those persons, when they're alive,
Because you talked to other persons that they knew and said only things that they knew why they did the shit for you. You understand? Well, what's your hiccup, why I ask? With connecting with family members. I should say your child. You guys should just snap out of one of those moments that, again, what am I supposed to believe? Just 5 years of my life, dude, I got the fuck beat out of me. And my mom got me back. You just don't understand the strength of a dope fiend. That's why they made 38 specials go to 9mm, 7mm, and 10mm guns. Male and female. Spun out. 8 years old, dude. How big is Vicente? Getting stomped in the motherfucking corner. My thing was always trying to figure out the nigga fucking high on the couch, her boyfriend. My fucking maze. And the other fucking dope fiends in the house smoking at the time. I mean, yeah, high where somebody doing some shit. At least stop the motherfucker and be like, dude, you fucking with my high. No?
But you cry, would you cry? Like,
What do you mean would I cry? Nigga, I'm fucking Vicente's age. She getting the fuck out of me by you.
but did you go to a point that you wouldn't cry no more?
Yeah. That's why I get the way that I do. Or if you see that on me, like I explained to you, don't get that come out of me because it's through. I'm going to gym. It's a wrap. Yeah. That's why I said to my mom, Maria's never seen my bad side. You just had her area. Dude in the skate park kind of seen it. Other than that, I know I can control that because that blind rage, that blind, that was what I signed up for the Marines to use. Again, that's why I said me and my grandpa. Well, I got that knife right there. There's the trophies I took out them people when I went to battle. And going home and explaining to him. And then give me that. And show me his little chest that he had with his ears and shit like that. Trophies from war. But he sent home to his father. That's why when he come home in that picture, they stuck him in a motherfucking thing like they did Dustin. And said that he got physically hurt. Not mentally hurt. Henceforth, why his daughter was saying, your grandpa, I don't want to make you feel bad, but your grandpa sucked me and your uncle were some people in front of each other. We had to hit each other. The first person that fucking cried and got away got the fuck beat out of him. I don't know how I do my son, Mom. I feel bad because I realize that's not how you're supposed to be. And showing him, like when you tried to do that shit, and the first thing my hand did went where I went. And little stupid ass little kids when they ask you what you boy, let me show you. Defend your mama. Do this, this, and this. Press like this. Make myself where I lose breath. You gotta be like this against a man, boy. Hello? I just got out of fucking prison. What the fuck you think I'm gonna teach my kid? And the fuck do that on me? I fucking force Samus with baseball bats. I don't know, man. Kind of burn out over there. So I say, well, you think my life's mission is trying to get away from that? And B, how I can go to 0 to 1,000, you think, but I'm just going to 0 to 20. I 1,000 is a whole lot worse. That's why I go like this, please stop. Because y'all doing some stupid shit. And my PTSD is getting triggered to where I can't keep hold of it with a hand injury. So please stop. No, you want to run up on me? You want to do this? You want to do that? This and that? It's like, fuck. You want to tell me I'm going to fucking hit you over tobacco? And I'm gonna be like, Cole, and sure, I'll hit you over some tobacco if that's what you want. That's what I said. That's what I said, fuck.
Let's fucking see.
That is what I projected to you over the years, that I would fucking hit you over some tobacco.
Yeah.
Because I asked you to go get some tobacco inside and you evolved and fucking said that fucking
I said, what you gonna do? I could have said fucking whatever. You gonna throw water at me? What you gonna? What
That's
you
still
gonna
an
do
aggressive
next?
manner over fucking just asking somebody, hey, I'm not gonna do anything to you. I just asked you to go get the tobacco. Because you've been inside twice. You stood up and grabbed the other pouch and seen that it had weed in it. And I said, okay, sure. You're still gonna smoke the tobacco. One of us has to get up and get the tobacco. Can you do it? Because I'm sitting here doing this. No more effort into arguing and so forth about it. To this right here of, yeah, honey, what if I just said you're gonna throw water on me? Again, it's the same thing as hitting me. What the fuck would I do that for if all I did was just ask you, babe, you don't have to not smoke a bong hit, throw the weed out of the fucking bowl as you did. You can smoke, but it comes to a point that it has to get replenished. Can you beat that you're walking back and forth? Grab the pouch of tobacco. Not fucking instantly right motherfucking now. As I said to you, please stop. I'm not saying for you to do it right now. There's enough tobacco there for us. Unless you're gonna roll a fucking cigarette. Or you're not gonna roll a fucking cigarette. Hey, whenever the fuck you come back this way, can you bring the goddamn pouch? Because I went down and grabbed this and said it's not this pouch, and you grab fucking twice. But I said to you, it's not this motherfucker, it's the pouch is on the couch. But what do you go for? The pouch next to my chair is full of weed. And open it. And just toss it. I get frustrated and I go, okay, honey, that's not the pouch. I redify, please. When you come back, because you're walking that way, can you bring the pouch back that's on the couch? And I'm fucking on each other, and it's like, fuck. Your last comment in that is, before you take off, see what I said? You want to be separate. How the fuck am I trying to be separate when I'm saying to you and I'm sharing with you our resources together, stating our resources depleted, neither one of us going to have no shit smoke with tobacco in it. Like I said, it's the shit that I go through with my mom my whole life. I ask, please, other people, please. You see that shit in the store with other people when they think I'm talking shit to them and they leave. And I would just be, I'm pointing this out to you. And, oh, I'm shutting down. And now I'm leaving. Okay, that's what you took away from it, thank you. I'm sitting here, I'm looking at you and I'm reading. And synesthesia off the sounds of your motherfucking brain. Or correlation with, I don't get it. Let me try a different way. Nope, 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 nope. You know sigils, they can pretty powerful shit. The body's mostly water. It seems to me like your consciousness, so it's like what your hat says. What does your hat say? What did he do? He took a hike right after that. I wasn't saying you're super, and I'm not just saying sigils are strong. You can take what you want from it. Time after time. I said that last movie we watched made a lot of sense to me now. I ain't gonna try to remember fucking trips me out. I see what you be watching when you put stuff in. I see what I don't watch shit like that by myself, but when I watch what you and try to look up to what my comedies are, was like, really? What the fuck is somebody like gonna squirt somebody with a squirt gun or something? You know, like, how is this a gun? I'm like, fuck, the first movie I ever seen a black actor, black man play a role like that.
All the movies were suggested are
And I'm sitting there taking 20 minutes scrolling through this shit. It's all clickbait fucking images, not even the movie that the fucking shit tells you it's supposed to be. I was just like, wow, okay. Whatever. Rah, 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 rah. 0 to 1,000. You motherfuckers don't even know. 0 to 1,000. I'm giving you 0 to 20 and capping myself. Oh, my throat chakra is fucked up. Because afterwards, I go, my head not against you, or continue argument. It's like, damn, cool, you fucking went to 0 to 20. It's like, you're still allowing motherfucking external shit to fuck with you. Because I checked myself, so I was trying to argue, not have an argument with you with asking. And stated that day when Cole and Sarah were here and we're talking. And we agreed as adults, the four of us, of minding something. Them so much of finding a tassa, but in the sense of not, someone says to stop on their manner. It's okay for you to keep talking, but don't attack somebody in a manner in a sense that makes it hard for them to be sitting there and take advantage of somebody. And that's what I said. And we all agreed, and that's why right there, the recording of somebody fucking saying some shit and then getting mad at me going, how in the fuck am I supposed to sit here, motherfucker? You know, before my head injury, I let you say whatever you wanted to say. You could say, fucker, I would sit there and sit quiet. Head injury, I am not going to sit here.
You make
and
the craziest
let you
comment,
say some shit.
and you make it really hard for the person no one
I don't
fucking
give a fuck.
clarify.
The thing is called,
you make the craziest comment,
can
and then you say,
clarify
"Shut up, bitch! I don't want to hear it. Tassa." And it's like, wait,
you can
fucking
clarify
what?
how
On the
you
same
want.
breath.
You can clarify how you want. I didn't tell you.
Dude,
Just shut the fuck up.
it's your impression.
You
cool.
got shit fucked up. Understand what I said.
No, cool.
You stated some stuff.
You're entitled to your own impression. It's alright.
You stated some stuff in an emotional manner, and I asked you, why would you say some shit like that in the manner that you did and think that I can sit here and be quiet? And the reason why I can't be quiet is because, motherfucker, you sat as an adult with 3 other people and said, I acknowledge that shit and I won't do it. And fucking less than an hour later, you're doing it. It was what made me blow up. Not fucking anything else. Or were you paying attention? Or could you even fucking comprehend that? That's what pissed me off. And that's what was my point in the argument was, honey, if you acknowledge it and you keep giving me the I come after the you keep blowing up, shooting me in the face. I get it.
You're like fucking in your house with the enemy, dude.
So,
Like Warzone.
again, we have a talk. It's just like the shit with your parents. Where we have the talk, you throw that shit up at me, and I said, why the fuck you say that? When I thought we had a family talk.
And it was
And
completely
now I'm
misconstrued by
and
you.
now, no it's not.
When I start
No, it wasn't.
saying,
So I asked you
I
something.
never asked for you to come shopping. I go shopping with you. I said shopping, dude. Like I said,
Man, you
do you
said
even
shopping and
remember
going
the
out
whole
in nature with you,
conversation?
River. I do. If you wish to go back on that whole
I
conversation,
nobody took it
if you
personal
wish
that
to
you
go
didn't
back,
come with us, or I enjoyed every second of it, and I made it clear.
it's right
to
here on
you.
USB, motherfucker. Listen to the shit and shut the fuck up on that, okay? I only brung it up in an instance of something
cool.
else of us having a conversation
Really nice.
at the fucking table, and someone using that.
Yeah, on the same. Well, you're gonna have the wrong. You're gonna have your
And
own
so
false
again,
memory
I bring it up
of
again.
what came off from that
So
event.
again,
And now you're basing
No,
this
I'm not making a
story-
false memory. So again, I bring up a situation as such again and state, please, if you guys wish to do what I'm trying to do with my wife, but she tells me she don't want to do it, make
Oh,
up
wait,
tossa
that'd be
tossa.
all hell of a-
Make it tossa tossa.
So your
But
wife don't
try to
want
make
her-
up something
Oh.
to where if someone says tossa tossa, you don't act like a child and throw some shit out there and keep it going. Period. Yeah, we all agree on it.
You can hear every time I keep talking after you said Tessa is for me to point out to you how rude you are fucking being with the whole sequence of event on how it goes down and you press the
I'm
panic
being
button.
rude.
And
No, you see it as I'm being
and
pressing
so-
the panic button. That's what fucking gets me mad is your
Like in that instance that you're
macroaggressions
saying
of stating that I'm pushing the panic button like I stated the other day on another motherfucking video of stating
microaggression.
you got this fucked up manner of stating to
power
me and
tripping.
I do not have a toss anymore with you because you didn't want it and you think in your fucking feeble ass cognition of saying such that I'm pushing a panic button when before the injury I would say, please honey, I'm shutting up. I'm giving you the ability to say whatever the fuck you wish. Somehow that turned into me pushing a fucking panic button and not being able to speak when I brung that up because you'd always state that I would never let you fucking talk. So I'm confused as fuck. That someone tells somebody, you never let me speak, you speak over me. I fucking go, okay, look, tossa. Not that this shit's over. What do I say? I'm shutting up in the manner. The mic is yours. Holy fuck. Somehow I'm pushing the panic button and I can't know how to speak. And all that fucking macroaggression bullshit you said to me for the last 3 days now. And you said it to me again. But if you fucking have a frontal lobe ability, you remember this Tasha shit started from what? Me hearing you state to me over and over again. You're not letting me speak. So I said, okay. Let's give a change to that. Let you speak. If you choose to speak. And actually speak about what you wish to speak on. Not an emotional response, not a childish fucking or some shit. Water hose fucking excuse, some other shit that has nothing to do with the fuck. Why a motherfucker asks you, what are you arguing about, honey? What is your point, your fact that you wish for me to understand out of this? But that didn't work neither. So tossa. So my tossa is me not having the ability to speak and so forth and pussying out because I can't talk. Alright, I'll take that. It's been said to me several times, so I have to accept that that's your point of reference in view, and it must be. So I gotta figure something else out.
In an instance where if there's any discrepancy that comes up in any conversation or intent or attempt of conversation or even just like
I would say tossa, and I would shut up, what gives the discrepancy of the conversation of somebody having supposedly discrepancy in a conversation, the ability to give what their point of view without in a discrepancy because the person has shut the fuck up and giving you the floor. Wow, you having an issue with that? Goddamn, I'm fucking up here, so I said. Instead of being the man of the house and tell you, bitch, you don't need to suck my dick, fuck me, fucking do what the fuck I want, I give you fucking what my mom said you how you're supposed to not live. A fucking brain. Your husband's supposed to think for you all this fucking shit. My mom said, I'm not you. And I said, I didn't raise, no, I'm not married that. I'm not into that shit. But you're telling me fucking, because I give you that option. I somehow am punking out. I don't know how to speak or nothing like that. And so I gotta figure something out.
as we should be able to have a conversation from beginning to end with no tassa. Fucking with a good flow where there it can be another conversation that follows with. No, there's
Tossa happens, and
no
as
beginning
I
and
was
end.
speaking, you actually caused an argument with me, and I said, "What the fuck?" I said, Tossa ends my speech on whatever you felt we were arguing about. It doesn't make me shut the fuck up. I can talk with you, but again, in an emotional mind, child mind state, one thinks me stating Tossa, I'm shutting up. Again, like you stated, I don't have the ability to speak, but yet I pointed out to you, we laid groundwork of what Tossa meant. So why do I have to shut up for the rest of the day as you stating we don't have conversations when I had to point out to you? Yeah, I said Tossa on the disagreement you felt we were having. So I said, I'm gonna shut up. You got the floor. Hey, guess what? You see the coffee cup over there? What the fuck are you talking for? You said Tossa. I don't know. Why do I tell you shut the fuck up? Because when you say Tossa and you break it, you keep on the subject of what you said Tossa. Not, hey, you see the cup over there? You know what I'm saying? It's a big fucking difference.
See, I understand, but that don't always is like that is the reality. And
It's not reality. That's every fucking time. It's called reality.
You get nasty.
I don't get nasty. I am a mirror. And the nastiness comes
I wonder
from
why nobody else in the world fucking gives me off that reflection. It's like
that nastiness in mirror is bitch stay in fucking key. I don't know what the fuck and who dummy you think I am, as you thought 8 years ago that I'm your first American. But like I said, I stuck you with my mom. I gotta watch you because you think stupid shit in my head. You can take it as hurt or whatever the fuck, but it's called you're manipulative. Therefore, I have to watch you and give you no quarters. Because as you stated, you power trip and you still had that issue as I was pointing out to you. That's why I got left at the fucking thing and I told her to get the fuck out of the car. I said you need to work on it.
Yeah, and the you call it yesterday mini power trip.
So I said, I had thrown up my white flag, I've given up. But you just still don't accept it. So I said to you, do I need for you to put a strap on and fuck me for it to end?
No.
Otherwise, the macroaggressions is what I'm talking about. Of stating, hear what I'm stating, understand the conversation. You just told me I don't have communication skills. And it is why I use Tossa to escape.
In the last three
times that
you said it three times.
Been every time since it started, you have said to me you do not like Tossa. Motherfucker, since we started using Tossa about a week after the first one or two Tossas happened, you said I don't like this. And you voiced that.
Here in the last month, Ezekiel. Not since the Tossa
because
started.
You fucking made it to where I can't fucking say Tossa, I'm gonna say like I said to you. Stop fucking lying, please. I'm done on that. I'll be nice and not say it the other way since you asked me not to put it that way.
You're stating that I haven't liked Tossa since the beginning, since it started.
Honey, like about 5 times you've illustrated that you didn't like the point that we had to use something called Tossa because we would argue. You voiced that since the first time we used the shit, and I said, well, fuck, at least we got something, right?
Yeah, that's good. That's been a year we've been using it. I said in the last
fucking year that we've been using
how
it,
is this having
you've
a
been stating to
conversation
me that you dislike it. Henceforth, you
No.
divulging now to the point of vocalizing it for the last 3 times. But there hasn't been no 3 times for me because I said, fuck, I can't even use the shit because you keep pointing out to me that somehow I have a fucking speech impediment and use it because I can't say what's on my mind. As you pointed out, as you're shaking your head, why don't you fucking talk and use your words since it's recorded?
I'm
That's
waiting
why I
for
say
you
so
to
much
finish.
shit. You can. Go ahead. Shut up.
Wow, really? Wow, Ezekiel.
Well, what?
I'm being respectful. I'm
You're
waiting
being
for you to
respectful of
finish,
what?
and you're gonna.
Asking you as you shake your head.
What you
say
don't
yes.
do is give me space when I talk.
There's times
You
that you
speak
can
when I'm
acapella.
talking, so this is what you do. You speak upon when I'm talking, and you speak, and you speak, and yeah, you listen.
And you can acapella. You can acapella.
Sure.
You can acapella. You can
Sure.
acapella.
You get off with that? I
You can
don't.
acapella. You can acapella.
This is my
Just
rhythm.
but you do it
You
every
don't
time I
like
respond
it?
to it. Every time I talk to you,
No.
you respond, which shows that you're not
I
doing
don't
it
thrive
unless your mind
on
works that fast.
rhythm.
You can
That's
acapella.
cool.
You can
You
acapella.
get off it.
You can acapella.
You can fucking do it.
You can
This
acapella.
is not
It's
what
called
I
walking
get
and chewing
on.
gum at the same time.
You want to do it?
But you do it
Fucking
unconsciously.
do it.
Henceforth, why a motherfucker goes
Dude, you get
and
off on it.
cusses.
That's fucking
And
cool.
the only thing that you guys adhere to
Don't
is
tap me and
me
say that I
hearing.
am retarded and I'm looking at you with you getting no response because I'm getting you the space
Well, what
that
space
I
what?
enjoy giving you.
Sure.
No, but you're tagging me as fucking
Why?
retarded because look
How
at
am I
my
tagging
face
you as
expression.
re-tagging?
Look at me not
When you're
speaking to you because I'm
responding.
just wobbling my
But body
head.
language speaks louder than
Honey,
the words
I love
used.
you. I love you. What the
Body
fuck are you
language speaks
doing?
louder than words. Body language speaks louder than words. Body language speaks louder than words. And that's
All
what's
of
never
that just
recorded.
makes you look
Is
so
all of your body
stupid.
language that you throw out. It's always your body language that you use. Besides just, because that's all you get out of you. So I'm asking
That's
you,
all you get out
as
of
you're
me.
doing the body language
That's
and you
all
can
you
do,
get out of me.
is if you can shake your head, which is a response,
That's all you get out of
can
me.
respond. Again, that's what you're going to stick to.
Dude.
That's what you're going to stick to. That's all you're sticking to. So if one can shake your head or go, what came out of my mouth was you can say yes. But you stated, I'm giving you the time to state what you want to say. Well, if you're doing such, then how are you shaking your head in compliance? Which is a response. As I said, why don't you just make it verbal? Hello? Or were you paying attention to what was said to you? No, you weren't.
Age restricted my. What the fuck, dude? That's crazy. So, to the right. So you can see for yourself.
Well, that same information I was saying, they gave you an Easter egg by telling you in Wuhan we're testing 11 million people and we just set up a spot for, separating 36,000 people, but it's already at 70% capacity in the sense that there's 26,000 people fucking already infected. But if the shit just went in a lockdown, how the fuck are you at that point if you're just reporting 55 people yesterday and 85 people today?
That's why I said, you listen to the news all day with me. When did they state any of that? And like I said, I was about to go to sleep. Otherwise, what caught my attention was the use of that word. And I went, how the fuck does some shit lose the power like that? Wait a minute. That's the missile boat shit again. A missile boat and a cargo container smacked together. And all that shit that I was talking to you about, what did they show on the news thing? Everything that I said would have to happen for that shit to fucking collide. Is you would have to change everything that's watching that shit, because they got AI watching that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And people being so damn complacent about shit that they don't pay attention to their own eyes and fucking body that, and bet. People always show you something, but if you're paying attention, like you used to say, why you listen to that radio station or that newscast? And I go, well, every 15 minutes that they show the shit or air it on the radio, they change a little bit to it. They actually give you a little bit more of the story if you pay attention.
Mm-hmm.
It's not ever the same, but your ego will tell you, man, that motherfucker just said that. I'm like, are you sure? Take notes, because next time when they run that news cycle, I bet you they ain't reading off the script card. It might seem like they are, but that motherfucker's body language, the words used in a sentence, the way they stop, hesitate, smile, not hesitate, so on and so forth, changes as the story evolves, as the hour goes on, if you haven't noticed.
I was gonna check on the river fire since you said the hour goes on.
And it's like, why didn't you say that at the beginning instead of the afterglow shit? Like what I point out where they, like that shit with the maestro that molested the kids. And they start the thing out where you're like, oh man, that dude's Teddy Ruxpin, and then they end it with, yeah, that dude's been fucking kids off for 25 years and was, you know, sentenced to it. Why didn't you start this shit with that? Instead of, oh man, this guy, and then end it on that note. And then cover it up some more, like some Jeffrey Epstein shit, where it's like, you want me to have sympathy for this motherfucker, dude? You know what I'm saying? That's why I asked you, ask my mom what she's talking about, because she just said that she's being pushed into a matter where she's losing weight, not by choice. To, I want to make myself get out to 145. Hey, Maria, why don't you talk to my mom about that? Because, boy, you been here. No, check her right now, otherwise I'm going to break into the conversation where she actually hears it's me making you ask this question. So I know she can hear me ask. She's got her headphones on. You know what I'm saying? So, no, dude. Take control of that conversation, because if you entertain that reality, that's how the fucking salon women and masseuse and other things like that get sick from their clients. Because it's the chatter they be talking about while they're doing the work. You understand? I talk with the sisters doing the salon work and other things like that. Be mindful of your talk with your clients, otherwise if they orchestrate and you don't control it, as you cut that hair and that person relieves that shit off into you, you just take it in, empty your cup, because you associate with, instead of controlling the narrative, right? You always stay as an open vessel because you're being pleasing to the client. Understand what I'm saying to you? By being receptive, you're the cup. Always. Comprehend that. Why one has to be, in a sense, assertive. Of, here, you want a crystal? Go get it. Oh, you want me to get up? Okay, hold on. Let me get over my cigarette. Or my spliff. They don't work for anybody. You know what I'm saying? So, you domesticate a community like that, you don't need motherfucking what? Surveillance system, cameras, security, nothing. Hello? Where'd you live? Otherwise, the other shit, motherfuckers break your window out and steal your shit. I don't know. That's why it'd have been a wrap. We had these cameras. Shit wouldn't have been there for me to fucking watch somebody. It'd been there so I can hear. You can feel safe. In the sense of there ain't nobody watching it, so I can speak to you through the speaker. Hey, come $5. Put it right there.
Leave that right there.
Just put it right there, dude. It's
Just
all good.
leave
Just
it.
fucking leave it right there. I don't care. You can take something else if you want.
Go.
I'm out here trying to do this work. You keep bugging me where I can't concentrate. Go ahead. I don't mind. You sure I can take it? If you feel like you can come back as an adult and fucking pay for it, sure.
If you can trust yourself and you don't think you'll come back, then sure, pay for it now.
You're sitting there in front of your... You're the one sitting there in front of your kid. Or wherever these kids are to you. As an adult, if you think you can not pass to these kids some stealing shit and show them something that they'll never probably see ever again in their life, some like being told, well, if you're gonna be an adult and come back and pay for it,
Makes no difference.
or had actually worked with it and explained to me it didn't work for me, can I try something different? And you can take that home too. I watch a motherfucker just be like floored, like what the fuck? What was the point of this? You wish to be healed, I wish to see you healed. What's the point of this money? Other than paying it forward for someone else that might take them a little bit while longer to get to the point that where you're at. If you wish to make yourself easy. Otherwise, this ain't gonna be meant for me. It's printed paper. We're in a fucking inflation that we never came out of since 2008. This ain't no Silver Star certificate. It's not federally backed. You ain't got no currency to it. It's monopoly money. You give a fuck about it. I like to see you heal. So, the question that got me beat the fuck out of by the cops and so forth several times in my life for asking people if they can spare to change my life, not for fucking change out their money, out their motherfucking pocket, but can they spare some time to change my life by sparing some time for themselves? How we met. I used to hang out opals and shit to people. And labradorite and shit. They got me fucked up by the police in Maryland. Motherfuckers thinking I was begging for money and sitting there talking to the prison. Yeah, you're saying change. We heard you talk about change. Yeah, can you spare to change? My life, motherfuckers covering pain. I was asking, can you offer me a job? I don't want no fucking money. I'm an alcoholic. You hand me money, I'm gonna get. I already smell like alcohol. What the fuck you think I've been doing all day? I'm drunk enough to override what the hell my program is, which is my program. Which is how you doing? You want to talk about what's going on? Help me wake up? Can you spare the change, or would you just give me some money so we can fuck alone?
Yeah. That makes no change.
You understand? Open up to a person. Hey, my name's Sis. I'm going through a divorce. I got kids. I'm drunk as fuck right now. You want to give me some alcohol? Or do you want to give me a job? That simple. That's all I've been doing. I said that to you when we met. And I've still been doing the same shit. And antagonistic neural network. What do you wish to give? Change. You see that in that thing, what would you do? The lady looking like she's nice clothes, stealing something, she gets fucking hated on. The lady that kind of looks fucked up, stealing something, doesn't get hated on. But yet, why the fuck can't you stand in one spot for 5 minutes in Shasta County? Because the rich motherfucker dressed as a homeless person was out there stealing the money. You look up their laws and shit and why they did it. They stated to keep those people from doing it, we're going to change the law to where actual homeless people can spange shit legally if they come into the city hall and they get the little thing for it. That was to keep rich folks from spanging all day by the Safeway and hopping into their Beamer. Yeah, right. So as you've seen what we went through, okay, that's to get homeless people that are rich supposedly vetted from the fucking actual homeless. Right. You can't stand for 5 minutes anywhere. You can't even stand long enough to explain to the motherfucker that's harassing you that I'm supposed to be right here. Involved in this fucking curriculum that you see, but I'm not standing in one spot. I'm not loitering, stupid ass. I have a table set up. I'm part of this function that you're excluding me from justifiably. But you don't get that, honey. Because how did we get the niggas back arrested? No loitering and vagrancy shit. That's how you got slaves that had a job, or slaves that didn't have a job. One's a misdemeanor, the other one's a felony. How do you appropriate people's shit? Tax, fines, levies, and tariffs. Why everything judicially is just all about that. Money. The equality, equity of America. Watch what you eat, watch what you drink, because they will fucking fuck you off. The sickness of the thing, potheads eating all the shit that they do, because 85% of the shit that they tell you you're supposed to like when you're fucking high on weed is completely anti-weed. And put 95% of the proceeds of your food that you use as munchies towards fucking keeping you from smoking. I say ignorance is bliss, dude. But it comes to a point where it's like, okay, see, the fuck, wake up. Because your ignorance is fucking with mine. In the sense of, how does, we're in a rainstorm, me wishing to get wet, you wishing not to get wet, you got a raincoat and a rain gear and boots and a hat, skivvies and an umbrella, but you still get wet. And you blame it on me because I choose to stand out in the rain with none of that gear and get wet by it. I just am baffled by that logic. Now you want me to wear rain gear so you don't get wet. Because somehow me not wearing my rain gear makes your rain gear not keep you from getting wet. I'm like, are you sure that shit even worked in the first place? If your rain gear that you're wearing still gets me wet if you're next to me. But my rain gear doesn't get you wet. It gets your rain gear wet, not you wet. See the difference? So what are they should have they been looking at? How much water comes off your rain gear onto me and gets me wet? But they ain't been looking at that.
Well, it's not how much of my...
You comprehend what I'm saying by that?
Yeah, it's...
They're only looking at how much rain comes off of me,
That is no
splashing around and having
gear.
fun, getting wet in the rain, getting on your face.
With no rain gear, no protection.
And the only spot on you that does not have protection is your face. And you don't like that. A little bit of dirt that gets on their face from me going wee and splashing in the post. They measure how much rain comes onto your face and drips underneath your rain gear. Otherwise, the rain hits your rain gear and you don't get wet. Other than that. But yet the rain coming off of your rain gear gets me wet. Because it's the same rain that's falling on me. But is it this a pandemic of me just getting wet? If your rain gear gets water, gets me wet.
It's contagious for vaccinated people.
But unless an action that I take is the only way that your face gets wet. Therefore, inoperating your rain gear. Catch what I'm saying? If I don't do those actions and flail, then the only way that your face gets wet and gets underneath your rain gear, making you wet like me with no rain gear, has to be from you exposing yourself to the rain. You know? But we're only going to check when that happens on your accord, and not how many of us get wet from the rain coming off of your rain gear. Which you state, no rain comes off your rain gear onto us. Just our rain off our clothes splashes onto your rain gear, but yet never gets your clothes soaked. That's how you get sick. You understand what I'm saying? Because they only scan people and seen the breakthrough shit in accordance with people that were getting tested in the high, not risk zone. But motherfuckers are around an ex-president and so forth and things like that that had to be tested because that was the protocol at that time for them before the shit started now. You understand? Otherwise the shit would have never been noticed. The breakthroughs. You understand? Which is their wetness getting us wet. Otherwise, our wetness is getting the rain gear wet, not the face and underneath, which is the hospitalization, some Massachusetts shit, where it was just people with rain gear getting each other wet in their actions. Not unvaxxed, but all fully vaxxed. And a big ass cluster like the on-run fucking tanker shit, where it was like, yeah, we need to watch this. But yeah, it correlated with the stuff that we were seeing once earlier, where it was like, how are the nurses that have masks on in India infecting each other? If they're fully vaccinated and they have a mask on.
Yeah.
And they're infecting each other. Are they infecting the people that are coming in? Because if they're able to infect each other, then that means they're infecting the people that they're seeing, supposedly helping. You understand? But nope, it's just me with my clothes wet, getting knows what rain gear on and skivvies and the whole fucking 9 yards. Somehow are getting wet too. But yet, they're not differentiating. Is it your face getting wet or is it the water on your rain gear getting wet and it running off you? You understand? And you're still dry. As they're stating. And Trump fucking replacement had shared that big ass lie when he stated you will not transmit it if you're fully vaccinated here recently. And it was like, how can you state that when, bam, here right after you state that, CDC states what? This shit's more contagious than what? And it's an aerosol. So how the hell are you saying what you just said, fool? And oh my goodness, there's 1,000-time viral load when someone is fully vaccinated, which transmits the same as if you were unvaccinated. Yeah. So how the hell you just said right there, dude? Because if you got herd immunity or whatnot in the fucking Delaware, that you don't gotta wear your mask. And if you're all fully fucking blah blah blah, you don't, no one's gonna get sick. Well, how the fuck is people that are sick from people that are fully vaccinated getting sick from them if you just stated you don't transmit it? And that's been the main question that people have been asking since the fucking vaccines came out. I got it recorded. From the very first time they were asked that shit. To fucking now being asked that shit. And again, just the other day when fucking Biden came out stating, I got straight talk for you. I'm gonna give it to you straight. Where they came out stating that the shit was more fucking viral load than Ebola, measles, and fucking smallpox and chickenpox. Here's the straight talk. Motherfucker never hit on none of that shit. Right, Trey said that shit. What come out? Here's a leaked document of inside CDC memo to each other stating what? This shit is this. Well, bud, you got briefing on that information. Straight talk is that, bud. But you didn't give no straight talk. It's like Cuomo saying the facts. Because he's a governor. He gets the same kind of fucking information. You didn't divulge that information. That's why they've been, for 4 days now, trying to backpedal saying, the doctor's been saying such because they didn't have the COVID meeting last month, or last week. They had it this week. They're like, why ain't you doing it? Where's Fauci at? I thought this information would come out and you guys ain't going to have a conference on it. Well, we've been having doctors say, and well, how come the other day fucking Biden stated what the fuck he said? But regardless if you got whatnot or whatnot, CDC guidelines is what? Mask the fuck up. Complete contradiction of what fucking Smut Boy said the day before. So what do you believe? Because you're still calling us fucking retarded for not having one. You call it Delta, you ain't calling it L52R, which has escape mutation. So I want you to know how the fuck you gonna get herd immunity to something that can reinfect you, which they're showing. Motherfuckers have been infected, like our parents, fully vaccinated, getting sick with the shit. You got a fucking congressperson. This is how this shit happen. Motherfucker get infected, has the fucking fully vaccinated, and just got infected. Well, won't you tell us what is he infected with? It's been long enough for you to do a serum on it and tell us what variant. What variant is this shit? Because you got stupid motherfuckers on that side stating that they've been broadcasting and spending millions of dollars on, oh man, these stupid idiots, these liberals want fucking masks in the congressional halls, in the House. I don't know, why would you want that? Fucking Lindsey Graham just caught fucking what? And he's hanging around all you fucks that are supposedly fucking fully vaccinated. How do you get sick? Plus, you guys have been pushing that if you get a vaccine after getting COVID, which supposedly the vaccine is better than the immune system, that it somehow makes it to where it's a super thing. How the fuck you get sick? Just come on, man. People wake up. Wake up. Get ready. Hoodwink, hoodwink, hoodwink. I wonder if they'll raise the price again 2 more times for Christmas on the vaccines. I'm being serious. It'll just be on the Western nations first. See how much they can press out of it. And then because it has set precedents, then the old price it used to be, they'll sell to the poor nations. And then they'll higher the price next year when they do the secondary booster and the improved children's vaccine, because that's where the money really is. Because with the younger people, you have futures, because how many booster shots you get in a person younger than a 95-year-old? Oh, your mom and dad, or my mom. You know what I'm saying? Wake up, man.
Make it a basic mandate.
They switched their plan that they were using on AIDS to this shit. While they openly told you, we just use what we're using on AIDS on this.
Yeah.
Well, where's the AIDS vaccine then? If this comes from the AIDS vaccine.
It's treatment. Treat.
Here's your gummy. Henceforth, the laughing and the joke is 2027.
No cure, treatment.
Take your gummy, kids. You see on the European news and other things like that, them joking but stating, you know, in 20 years from now it'll be mild. And I'm like, what the fuck are you guys talking about, dude? It's the same shit I remember you guys started doing in the fucking first outbreak of AIDS. And then just, here we still have AIDS. It's still a fucking pandemic. tell people you don't got AIDS anymore because you can't trace it. But yet you still have AIDS and you still have a viral load that you pass to other people. Henceforth, why there's so many variants of AIDS, but they don't even talk about the variants of AIDS.
Yeah.
How did we get to there? These specific monoclonal treatments and other things that they use to supposedly get rid of AIDS, but all they did was modify it like they're doing with this bullshit.
Yeah.
You gotta ask yourself, how does something modify itself to where it has a viral load to be able to take out a vaccine? That's why it's so deadly to those that don't have a vaccine. That's why I told you what's gonna happen. The shit that they express and cause a pressure to will cause so caustic that it'll eliminate anybody that ain't got no shit. For it to press through. And when they start having those breakthroughs hella bad, which is from their own vaccine, and it's pressured because of the modality that this country's doing of we ain't gonna test you or do shit about it, or you ain't gotta report nothing unless you get hospitalized. What the fuck? Well, I've been doing that for a year. What is brewing in this cesspool here? Because of such. There's that prediction of the UK variant taking over the United States back in April and March. That never motherfucking happened. Why? Because the mink variant. That was found and left and came back. And you call it the Delta now. The Delta Plus. And instead of an R, it's a Q. Fucking deletion. That y'all stupid asses with them vaccines are not gonna like the next mutation that's mixed with it after the Kappa and it combined. Because it has an affinity for people that have that. Henceforth, how it's able to reinfect motherfuckers that have had the vaccine and have been infected with the other strands. There's an immune response. Hello? As I said here, be careful because you got that mark like my mom. Like other people. But people don't realize. As they're starting to do what now? As people were asking during the beginning of the pandemic. Is there a correlation between the people getting deathly ill, long haul COVID, blah, 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 blah? No, man, you guys are stupid. There has to be because everybody's water is different. You understand? Everybody's salinity to their blood is different. Everybody is their own ecosystem to breed a new variant. Literally.
Yep.
Every person is an ecosystem
Yep.
to breed their own variant.
Yep. There's gonna be as many variants
as people infected. That's how it works, but we're gonna say it's blah blah blah. Henceforth, why they in such a rush to do the immunocompromised folks? Because what they show off that one person, 13 variants came off the person after the 13 different allopathic medicine treatments were used on the person. That all gave a different immune response to the same disease, which had modified itself 13 times inside the person and was living in cohabitance with each other. So I'm trying to figure out, man, what the fuck are these people really trying to do? They keep talking about this convergence shit, and the only thing I can see of the convergence to happen is a key street with the Kool-Aid. And then that fungus gotta come from goofball doing the shit like he's been doing at Iran and testing on people where he causes that hyper skin pigmentation. Where they've just been giving people fucking all different types of different things that they shouldn't be to make this shit a super virus. openly stating it on YouTube. I'm like, damn. Take my channel down. Delete my videos. Block my shit. It's okay. I know what's going on in my insane brain. Even those bread trails, like I said, your little funky ass video you made talking about your son and talking with your son in the future. You caught so much fucking confusion and shit that motherfuckers won't know what the fuck happened. Well, it's okay. You got a note stuck to your back. Don't worry, people don't notice. Fuck you. And your whole organization and all the motherfucking stupid ass women poisoning their kids and their kids' kids and their kids now. Experimenting on people. That thing got me fucked up. Where people should wake up, it's like, man, this shit deal with this motherfucker say. Your kids shouldn't be hitting you when you put the bottle next to them or try to get them to drink it. Or you wouldn't be on a ventilator if it actually did what the fuck the shit says. How the fuck you get on a ventilator and get sicker than what the fuck you were? What propaganda are they putting in your head? You don't have the willpower or what? This shit's supposed to suck it out you. How come you getting sicker? How you do a detox and not get off a ventilator? And you get put on a ventilator from doing a detox. Hello? Where's your fucking mind? You know what I'm saying? Okay, well, what are you entertaining around you that you think is Joel where you have a negative influence of fucking 36%? Hello? Postulate those questions. Illustrate when you postulate that to her that you're not doing it from client to fucking you as an operator, but as an operator to an operator. Or say as facilitator to facilitator. You understand? There's a reason for that. The information divulged you might help you. But again, it all depends on if you do it in that manner or not. Otherwise, you're gonna get bullshit. You know what I'm saying? They get it out.
By the time that the first wave of people got vaccinated, they're not gonna have no effect by the time that there are now some people getting vaccinated.
First they said 10 months.
Yeah.
No, first they said 10
Yeah,
months.
yeah.
And they're still staying with the 10 month to a year. Being serious. Up this week they've stated that. 2, me stating it's cool that your parents coming because for 2 months the company has been stating you need one of these. And this government's been saying no. Now they can't say no and they're backtracking. When my thing always, as you heard me say that, the conversation would be going, who would you listen to? The CDC and the government and the stakeholders? Or the stakeholders who actually are paying attention to the paperwork? Why the CEOs are saying you need to do this because the stakeholders that are actually paying attention in long term realize you're going to lose your ass if you don't do a booster. Now, because info was showing in real world this shit needs a booster. But we don't want to tell people that because, okay, well, why is everybody else doing it? Because you keep saying it's science-based, well, what science did they use and what's different from your science? Huh? I don't know, things on. That's how you had the CDC and the government, White House go against World Health Organization. And you only had 3 C's go with World Health Organization information, which has not the CDC's information, which is just on fucking America's sick, but everybody was getting sick, right? And giving that information, showing real time shit says, nigga, you need a booster. Fuck what they talking about. You need a booster. Cause what the fuck? And where does the motherfucking information for these fucking vaccines come from that the WHO says and fucking is saying you can use those? From the companies doing the motherfucking testing in the real world. Also on their fucking supposed non-real world, but it's in the real world where they're able to apply it now because you had people being inoculated when it first came out, where they weren't infected, and you had the population getting infected around them, to what's going on now where it's like, okay, what they call real world, where the efficacy is this in this area of this much people with this R factor, so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? We can now state this person vaccinated ain't gonna infect or get infected by this, but what they're seeing is, and they're trying to change it away of, well, things have changed now with the other variants, you didn't have the spread while you're vaccinated. Well, how come there was breakthroughs back fucking before Delta came out? Well, your logic doesn't make any sense. If you have a fucking frontal lobe with some wrinkles in it, your logic doesn't make any sense. Like, dude, you only had 85 people today, and this so much, and so many people this year supposedly have only caught it and been quarantined. Well, how the fuck in the city of Wuhan, in your little illustration, you said that you made space for 36,000 people to be quarantined, but it's already at 26,000 beds that have already been used. And you just started the testing today. For a hypothetical thing of having to quarantine people, how the fuck is it already at 26,000 bed capacity? What's the true number? As I said, what's the real reality? Cuomo's stating the bullshit that he's stating, but still, the skewed numbers that he gave, the CDC used, and all the other states followed his guidelines. And they should be responsible for that shit. It still comes in states, we're 32nd on deaths in old folks' homes. But again, those people that are from 1st to 31st use the skewed guidelines and so forth and demographics from your state. That they might not have made 1st through 31st before you if they hadn't used your guidelines and so forth and bullshit where they're opening schools and all this stuff. Not taking into account the variant might come and change. Or still using old fucking methodology of fucking something and stating, okay, this is an aerosol for this long. Or in a sense of the CDC taking a fucking year and 4 months to state that it's an aerosol. That's why I say, how did outbreak start in China? If it's cleaners on an airplane that don't see the other staff, the crew, they don't intermingle. Especially not now not in China. Clean crew don't talk to the fucking flight attendants or the fucking flight crew. They clean people. Especially in China. So how do people get sick and then spread that shit to where the 3/4 of China is fucking got the shit? And only statement's been for a week. And it's from that. And you got 26,000 people in a fucking quarantine. But you just started testing in Wuhan today. Or yesterday. Huh? that 90 days gonna be up on that Biden shit? Or how long is that 5 days been since he told them people just give me 5 more days? Give me a couple of days and I'll get rid of what? What did he say on the 20 million? I'll get rid of ICE. I remember listening to things, I had to listen to shit. And you heard the Samoa people saying, they're killing us. We voted for you. You know? I said, watch, listen. And I bet you'll never hear this on a soundbite that they do this whole shit, and they never did. This is like this stuff where I said, look. That's why I show you the picture. In that newscasting, they said that right there, and I said, oh shit. That means, yeah, they lost their shit. How are they doing a cluster? And all they do on the news is, yeah. Some guys entered the boat and got off the boat. How did some dudes get on a boat and then get off the boat? You consider it a hijacking, but how is it a hijack? That they got off the boat and they got off the boat with no power. And there was no confrontation. What's going on? You know what I'm saying? This shit crazy. Man, your last news hearing that you heard where they edified what I was stating. How did those guys on the boat get on the boat and then leave the boat? How is that a hijacking? It's usually a hijacking is the person grabs the boat and there's a ransom or they take some shit off it or a person and they ask you for some shit. And there's a scuffle or a fight. People got on the boat and left the boat. I don't really know. Go to sleep. Finish trimming this, it's just done. I guess it's gonna take a warship to get knocked out, or if they'll even talk about that if it happens. Or another drone. Cause you notice they just said, we ain't using no drone surveillance or nothing like that, like they usually say or do. Hello? I ain't paying attention. Cause usually when they have some shit like that, babe, they get show you some drone surveillance that goes along with the ships and shit. Cause those ships have drones for themselves. I mean, them things got all kind of shit on them. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Their whole shit just got turned off. Boo. I don't know what that's doing to the insurance. Oh, shit. And they just proved their weapon. And they sell it to whatever group they want. They like, see what we can do. You can do that to battleship. You can do that to aircraft carrier, submarine, satellite, fucking airplane, jet fighter, boat, missile, human being. It's the Havana syndrome.
That's what I told dude. Don't say what you think, cause that shit go real quick over here. 2,500 acres of fucking. Hey. Something's telling me to call this motherfucker. See what's up.
Already 50 structures in that little 2,000 acres that it burned. 50.
Yeah, cause where's that, man?
Yep.
That's what you don't get. And all the fire department people look this way, so they gotta make a big choice. Do we let the shit up there burn and take resources from here to stop that?
Yeah.
In the sense of what's really gonna happen? Are we gonna lose Grass Valley, all this shit right here? Concal, fucking blah 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 blah.
It gets to the point that you don't have enough manpower to control both of this.
You gotta make a decision, like I explained to you. You need to get like an hourglass, and you'll see it get to Shasta, Susanville. In between that, you understand? This fucking wind is insane. When we do that already? Wind all of a sudden. I'm glad it's only now. Otherwise, we ain't had no trees left nowhere if this shit's been blowing this whole motherfucking time like this. You know?
Yeah, in the bear fire, they said that there was no growth overnight, like no significant growth. So like the wind may have stayed like this, and just now
Wind's only now. That's what I'm saying. This is not normal.
No.
You don't get wind like this in the morning.
No.
This is like that the other day. That's what had me all freaked out. That's why I didn't go to bed the other day. I was telling you, I don't feel right. That's why I called dude, because I woke up. Why I called dude? It was like, so we actually call and find out
what's going on.
Why he's not responding. And all I heard in the background and talking with Josh is, all that shit, and I'm like, what? Because you live over here.
In the map of Craigslist where he mapped that, like marked that what it was on the exit going to 174 is that Colfax highway.
Yeah. Which is going up to Dave and Gina's. If you remember how that is.
Yeah.
In that gorge and shit.
That's so compacted, close.
I was saying
would park the road on Auburn right there that people would park in.
That chick gets up in there.
And go hiking and shit. The in the container doing yesterday's orders.
Signal boosters right there. Let's see what these fuckwads have done to the channel today.
See, I have. I don't know if you'll ever this, but I had sent these to my mom. It was like the best way that I could put, so she could hopefully understand.
Shit, boy. What did you say?
I said, because yesterday after the scan, we were talking, and I wasn't on the tablet. So when I woke up this morning, I saw messages your mom had sent, and so for her not to, so she wouldn't
Do the same pattern as she normally do, as I say.
with the wrong impression.
That's why I talk so motherfucking much to you guys. See where your mind's at. If you're really rational about it, and your reasoning and all
So
that
she
kind of
wouldn't
shit.
stay with the wrong impression.
Oh, the yelling and the attacking and blah 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 blah.
In the note that it ended, she's referring to here in the messages. Because of that, things mentioned about just living in the past and things like that. So I responded. The last thing she had said was, "Let's move forward in love." So I said, "Good morning, Bonnie. Love needs to be cultivated, as respect does. This is a reality words have weight. It's not living in the past, but in this very moment. One needs to have memory and accountability." Care of flower essence, because she in the message she mentioned the care of flower essence, and I said care of flower essence, calling for maturity. Be the adult. Feel the role.
The fuck, your son's been saying that. You said, "Oh, I can't do that. I'm so offended that you asked me to do that. And I can't believe you asked me to do that when I had to take care of my parents." Okay, well, you had to take care of your parents as an adult, like I said with you. There's a difference between our daughter having this shit happen when she's a kid, being fucked with by the adults around her as a child, and you as an adult acting like a child and disrespecting yourself because of what happened. Big difference. Big fucking difference. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Huge fucking difference. So I was saying that to you. I wasn't trying to pick on you, but how does someone as an adult have someone fuck their life up? In a sense, really disrespect himself like such? Because for us, normal Scorpios that have a root chakra blown out is because we've gone through trauma. In a sense of such.
I had already cheated on my boyfriend before my mom had cheated on my dad.
I had tried to figure out how to word it to where it doesn't seem like I'm disrespecting what you went through. In the sense of stating to you, I've now realized I've had to figure out that sometimes when someone gets a tickle and misses a smile is just as hard as what happened with me or to another person that had something happen to him, such as molested or whatever or whatnot. It doesn't matter. You understand? It's that need of acknowledgement.
Just to move forward.
You understand?
So I said, care of flower essence, calling for maturity, to be the adult. Feel the role, not to be not to be in make-believe survival mode as an excuse for not building relationships.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was getting to, turning around the wheel when I was saying. So remember, because as I ask you, how do you see yourself? Where are your chakras at? Your mom's reading off herself that day was, I'm down here all fucked up. This is where
Yes, I
I'm
know,
living
and
at.
that was the higher self. That's why I was asking you. Can you?
So I'm showing her, hey, that reading of yourself.
Can you? Because you didn't do it as a client. You did it as a mother-in-law. Henceforth, the conversation of her. Several times that I sat with you with the client, you don't let a person ramble on in the manner that they do. So in that notion was me stating, please control that, because by doing such, you're having a salon shop fucking thing. Someone, as you're stating, is telling you my body's supposed to be the good part, but yet I'm telling you my body's fucked up. But in that same accord, I'm saying to you, what? My body's healed. You know, my body's fucked up, but yet I just told you my body's healed. Why? Because my signal is fucked up. Okay, where's the signal fucked up come from? The mind. So how does the mind that is showing that is fucked up, not able to comprehend what's going on, able and so easily misconstrues the information to state, see, I told you, that's why my body's up there and all the other chakras are down. That's why my chakra, my root, is up high. Mom, do you comprehend what's going on? Obviously, because you're verbatim, I'm saying, please. My mom, I can tell from dowsing and seeing with you and her talking with you, because it's a reflection. My mom is getting this completely fucking ass backward wrong in her mind. I need to check her on this. Because she's stating, my body's good. Because you stated my bulk. Well, I was saying, Maria, unless you've actually explained to her what fucking the physical body that you're scanning, besides the context of such of what the scan is for, what she's thinking is completely off, and you need to help her not think in that manner. Because she's taking your information and running with it. Because it's being done like non-client, but a fucking salon, barbershop, not someone explaining to you, no lady, this is what the modality is. You can think whatever you'd like, but this is what the fuck's going on. You can think what you like, but if you think what you like, you're gonna fuck yourself up, because that's the signal fucked up.
I'm not leaving it up to her interpretation, because that's not going to make it.
One was in a sense of, again, me asking you, can you help her, because her mind is seeing it in this way. Henceforth, you trying to clarify with her and explain, no. Because she even said to you, you scanned all my bodies, and that's why what? My physical body is the best. Man, you need to help my mom, because she just fucking went somewhere else with that shit. She does not understand what the fuck you're saying to her. And she's explaining that to you. You're not listening. By her explaining to you,
I'm listening as the words are coming
my
out of her
physical
mouth.
body
I'm
is
thinking,
the,
Mama, I know that is
my
not what
physical
I
body,
just said. I'm going to finish
So-
listening to what she's saying so I get the idea. Then I'm going to tell her
okay. But again, as I'm stating to you, the modality on which you speak to people, because you're lazy in your conference and illustration of tactile information, you don't do it in an observational scientific way. To uplift a motherfucker's brain to where the only thing that they get when they get from your words, because you do it like a companion, is they're able to do the salon fucking shit of, yeah, my bulk, my body is the best thing that I got. Okay. Why would someone get to that? Conversation in the shop of, honey, the way that you speak to people, you allow a motherfucker to go left, right, fucking center, all this way, when it's supposed to be like this. You're giving her information instead of taking the phone from her and Google searching and typing in what specifically should be, like I have to do with you, or ask you, what the fuck are you ascertaining from this information? What are you reading, honey? Let me see what you read. And I'm talking about this. Why for 5 minutes you Google searching some other shit that has nothing to fucking do with it? like in the brain thinking. Do you comprehend?
What you're not understanding
Okay,
is that
honey.
no, I do comprehend. May I add information
Sure,
to it
I'm
because
not
you don't seem
understanding.
to have this.
Sure.
I had sent a message to your mom because she asked me, "Do I got water in my heart?" I sent a message to her saying, "I don't pick up water in your heart. Out of all the bodies, your physical body."
What the fuck does that have to do with?
Okay. I'm gonna go back to
I'm asking you, what does that have to do with what we were just talking about?
because that's the reason why your mom made that comment. The physical body is the best of all. Following with me saying, I scanned all of your bodies, the subtle bodies, and the physical body was the highest reading. I'm following with that literally.
I heard when you were talking with
No,
me about
you
the
didn't.
shit.
I said following with that. This scan is mostly based on the emotional and mental bodies, higher self pointing in this direction for best and optimal well-being to be achieved. Master the emotional concepts, the physical body will listen.
True, honey, but in those words,
Actually,
you're not
in this
comprehending what
scan,
I'm
the
asking
physical.
you in the sense of what constitutes the fucking physical body. So I keep saying, and what you said to my mom, that's why she misconstrued the physical body. That's why I said, Minnie, you haven't illustrated to this client or any of your clients what actually constitutes the physical body in respect to the modality that construes this is a physical body. So I said, yes, I'm saying it to you now, and you're not fucking picking up on it. That's how she stated what she said of, my physical body is the best. Well, I was saying, please illustrate to her, you're not talking about this fucking physical body. Hello? You're still missing it. So going on like this.
No, because you're missing the reference that in this case, I had talked to her. What she's referring to, the reason why she's going from those bases is because I had talked to her. Yes, in the physical, the bulk. I said, don't focus on that. Because you're getting it wrong. If you focus on that, because every time you're calling to us to be pointed at what the fuck is wrong with your physical body, and that's how you want to keep getting attention, and it ain't that.
Nothing's fucking physical, so what in the fuck are you talking about as physical being solid?
As the ailments that could manifest in the physical body that your mom keeps referring to.
But what is a physical body? It's called something of an observational time construct that someone uses a domain. What time construct? You comprehend, again, your SC5 is able to do, like, what the fuck happened with the ships where I brought it to your attention on. Are the pilot and the ship in the same time domain?
No.
So what the fuck are you talking about? So it don't work for them. Damn. Same shit with my mother. You're not working on the physical body. You keep saying the physical. So how in the fuck are you putting something physical with nothing in this goddamn realm? In reality, is fucking solid physical. Stop arguing with me. I brought you into this information, dude. I keep trying to help you with constructs and shit, and you want to argue. Why don't you fucking study instead, then? Because again, what are you scanning on somebody if there is no physical plane? If you're telling them that you're scanning the physical bulk, and I'm asking you, how the fuck are you doing that? Hello? You're gonna get pissed off and run away. Go ahead.
I'm not gonna get pissed off.
Stupid thing. Go get tobacco from the store.
Well, I'll go because I don't think it's worth it for you to be driving just for a fucking shit. So I'll just go.
Hurry up and go then. Thank you.
Sorry?
I said hurry up and go, please, then. That's why I leave when I go, so I can get the tobacco. Where it doesn't infringe on you. And your time that you do. But sure then. Bye, Bonnie! Run away! God damn. need to take shit to the fucking store people to help him, you fucking asshole. Make a pack for Scott and his feet and shit. Oh my god, dude, just... I can't deal with this shit no more, dude.
Fucking grow up on. Look at that fucking shit, dude. Yeah, it's going to down Indian Valley over. It's gonna creep down. Shit, to get the motherfucking. Go get the Caesarville all the way to Tahoe, baby. Wow. That's crazy. That fucking. Tell we were just watching the video the other day. It's gone. All that shit's gone. Crime will be able to fucking wake up. Oh my god. That's Greenville.
Look at it. See.
Greenville's gone.
Just look at this. Look at it.
Just
And
watch
that's
the
the
video of it
hotel
being there.
helicopters going crazy on it. Look at it. See. Just look at this. They have helicopters going crazy on it. Look at this one right here. Let's see if I can get this one. This one right here. See. South side of Greenville. There's Main Street. Straight up. Look at this one right here. Let's see if I can get this one. This one right here. See. There's Main Street. Straight up from Main Street. It's not looking
Watch
pretty.
the video of that place. Who's gonna take grandma there? And the bear fire went from 100 acres to 2,400 acres now. Right in the center of fucking Grass Valley.
Right on top of town, you guys. This happened within a matter of minutes. It's not good. My heart is beating like 100 miles an hour. Ugh. It's scary. That is...
That's crazy. How the fuck that horse survived? God bless, dude. What the fuck? The poor Shetland pony. How in the hell did that poor thing? These winds. over fire. Setting up one of the repeaters that came in. I got bigger coverage and better fucking signal. So Chester, Greenville just got burned up. All those warnings that we've seen. The video that we watched of the town of it showing that the town was getting choked out economic wise because of the fire. That town is gone. So I was asking in the video that got erased by them of asking what is their model showing them, because I explained to Grandma when this shit started a week and a half ago that if it starts going the branch that it would turn an hourglass the shape that it is. They would be stuck in a conundrum of do they sacrifice Quincy, which by stopping Quincy from getting burnt would make it circumvent into the area that it is now and give it the ability to burn. And if it starts looking like a peace sign, it'll make it to Susanville, Greenville, Chester, blah, 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 blah. And the crazy thing is, everything I told Grandma that it was going to do and look like in the pictures has happened. Unfortunately, the winds have not been this manner up until this point, which is why I'm worried, because with these winds in the area that it is, they'll never get a control of it.
And today is way earlier, like you're saying. It's not noon yet, and the wind had been starting like afternoon at 1 or 2 o'clock, picking up. Now it's been like since 9 in the morning. We typically don't wake up being wind. It's chilly, but no wind.
Not wind enough to blow the bottles over or make the trees move. Oh, look at Mama. There's another baby praying mantis. Yeah, green praying mantis right here. There's a male. Yesterday was a female. Chilling with us.
Are they family?
There's a male right there.
Because it has a tail like that?
Yeah, the females, they have their, if you've seen the one that was yesterday chilling with us, she was pregnant. Her abdomen with her wings.
How you doing? Hella smart, huh?
That's a beautiful sign. Thank you, Ella. Another sign to start the morning with of everything's alright, man. Just keep with that positive vibe and pray for everything. A whole lot more truck activity over on that road today. Been hearing.
I can only imagine what would it look like if I was to go to the Challenge post office in that oversight right there that I always look, you know, on the road. When you're coming like this and you can see that opening of sort of like Grass Valley and whatnot.
Yeah, going towards Washington and Immigrant Gap. That's all I was trying to explain to Josh yesterday, going, dude, that shit blow through there, it'd be like last year and the year before. Or how quick did that fire go on 49 right there as such? And it's in the same spot, basically. So I was saying to him, if that they hadn't gotten control over that, and I went through that Bullard's Bar Pass and that section that we drive over to get to there instead of having to drive to Marysville and up. This Colfax and all that would be gone if the wind over there hadn't stopped. The wind over here picked up. Interesting enough, the emergency warnings came before each wave or fluctuation of the crazy wind that blew the bottles over and all the stuff here. What had me freaking out in my head, because I'm going, damn, if it's like this down here, up there it's 6-7 times worse. You understand?
the issue with it is, this shit's out of pattern. You understand? Or our normal waves that come through or change or whatnot that I've sat and watched for over the years. This wind blowing like this is out of. If you feel it, you got something blowing down on you, you got a mix of cold and hot. Yeah. And then a downburst on you. We don't ever get like that. It's either one direction or not. So a mix of this going, if you got, say, understand what I'm saying to you. If up top is burning and the wind blows up there, it don't affect the bottom like you felt. Because you sit here and you see the top of trees and you won't even see your spliff smoke move. Then you got the one that's blowing through right now that just blew over the box that you set down right here, and the top of the trees don't move. Comprehend what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. This box just blew down, but the other wind when I was talking didn't mess with this. This is blowing east. Mm-hmm. What time is it?
Like 11 o'clock.
You understand? The normal wind going down is doing its normal. But something keeps interrupting and making it where it goes. By doing such a...
Creates that current.
Really interesting, if you wish to say, like a bellow on a fire. Blacksmith. They use a little air thing to blow the wind in. Do a fire to make it blow up. But the bellow blows the air from the bottom up. So if this was on fire here, understand that the wind that blew the box over wouldn't make it burn up towards the top. It would just blow it through. If there's nothing on the ground, then you have the ability to just rake it out the way, as you see. But the stuff that does like a bellow where it gives it, makes it flare, you have that which will burn up into a tree or up climb a tree because the wind's blowing it from underneath. You understand? Or if it gets into a thing where there's a lot of vok, it's where you see those trees take off really good, and because it's taken off and created an updraft to it, and you see it go whoosh. Well, can't show you nothing, you just turn around. And you see it flare?
Yeah.
That's because the air current coming into where the fire first started, but as you see it move quickly up through a tree really fast, then a second or two as it goes poof like a matchstick, it's that air current like in a bomb that goes into that cavitational space because there is a vacuum there.
Yeah, because it's not blowing like this. It's generating its own. It's generating its own current instead of like.
What's generating its own current? It's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying the wind current being manipulated.
The differential of what the real wind is, sort of like the wind is going.
A match, when you light it, what does it do? But why does it do that?
Because it's taking. Has something to do with the air, right? Like it's taking the air.
What's taking the air?
When you're lighting a match, you're having.
Which is made out of sulfur and so forth.
Yeah, which is.
Do you know how it burns? Exactly. You should see how this stuff burns. And how air currents. Because again, how do I put out the chemical? How you put out a fire with more air? Your chemical. So it puts the air out when I go like that. The fire. When I go like that. Is it the air initial blowing it or because of the whip? Because if you go like this, it'll just keep standing there because you're fanning it. Or is it the wave that you do that has the vacuum behind it? Or do you comprehend what I'm talking about?
Yes, I comprehend what you're talking about. I think it's the air behind it that is sucking out. Then when you're doing like
it is sucking out.
When you're doing like this, yes, you're giving it more air, but at the same time in the draft, like you're extinguishing it, like you're taking air from it too. They're putting pressure to it. That, like you're saying, if you were to keep doing it, it's fanning it, like it's feeding it. But with the sort of like intensity of doing like this and retrieving it, it just like puts it out.
So think in your head what you heard. Light poles in the town, which you've seen as brick. Such heat was created that those light poles are this thick as steel
Melt.
because they're rated to be able to take 89-900 winds so that the county, if that shit breaks and falls in your car or hits you, they don't get sued. How does that get melted? In an area where it's not in the trees.
No, there's
You watch
just
the
concrete
video.
around it.
Yeah.
There's nothing. No, it's no fuel to keep it burning and burning and burning. Like, you know, it's not a pole
Sustained
right
fuel,
here in the
'cause again,
woods.
going back to the wind, if you put wind on something, it makes it speed
Hotter,
up. No.
faster.
You have to have a sustained fuel. Otherwise, if you have the fan on the fucking fireplace, honey, how long does the fireplace last?
Yeah, it burns faster through it.
If you don't have the fan on, then it sits there. But you melt something, as you've done with my HHo and other things. How do you melt a metal or a glass or a plastic or anything? You have
Like,
to
you
keep
gotta be on it.
the
Constant.
constant, which means a fuel source.
Yeah, you gotta be on
So
it.
what
That's
fuel
heat.
source, heat, radiation being let go, ionization, how I was burnt, hit that. I just saw that. And you got these boats getting knocked out.
Cause is the shit being melted by the heat itself, or is the shit being melted by the ions that it's being put out? Because what contact has that had with the heat itself?
What has changed its time domain to where it disintegrates?
It's not solid as perceived, because it's nothing solid, but what held it together
Was its intrinsic
as
rattle?
you see it.
Was its intrinsic rattle? Because it has memretic. And a potentiation perturbated enough to where it lost its state memory.
Yeah, it went back to the stage, the phase of what it's been before, but it's not its original phase, because that's not how you find the material itself, the metal.
Say in a sense, the cup there is its memretic. We forced it to have a memory of a cup. Otherwise, it wouldn't be that, and it wouldn't go back to its original state of its raw material because it has been changed. So its intrinsic rattle is not of the cup, but of, say, the metal alloy it's been changed to. So if one was to change the intrinsic rattle of it being a cup, then it would congeal into a pool of that alloy, as one sees from it being excited and losing the intrinsic imprintation of the observed time domain of it being a cup or a light pole.
Yeah. See.
You sure?
Now, what is it?
Because you were stating that if you do that, which I don't understand how, because alchemy reduction is fucking coagulation, solvate coagula. So what are you doing? You're calcifying it because you're congealing it. Again, reduction is gain. What made its environment the ion? Therefore, it congealed into a colloidal. Because it absorbed the energy, because Earth's Earth, meaning that energy went into it, henceforth why it melted. Because again, you're doing radiation. And fire is a plasma. So anything that gets by it or excites, brings it to a higher state of fucking vibration and consciousness, it's able to transform. Or in a sense, looks like it's hardened. The reverse of what you were stating is something to be able, if we melt that down, shit does not go back to its original state. It's been melted, therefore it gets purified. And that which is not the same of it, off gas is off, like the smoke coming from in. So I was saying it's interesting on the brute blast, if you were looking in that, how in the hell does a fire that causes ammonium nitrate to explode, why was there pyroplastic kinetic energy discharges within that cloud just before it exploded? I was trying to point out to you.
Yeah, yesterday in the cloud that we were watching, that you were saying there's electric discharge
you're seeing
there.
it go look like fucking on a volcano. because there's so much wood to fireman state. These is causing dry lightning. Why? Because it's kinetic energy, because you got a bunch of smoke, which is smoke and water, which is hydrostatic induction. Hello? Why you get dry lightning? So I was saying we're safe this year. Why? Because there's no fucking what? Tint caterpillars. Otherwise the motherfuckers have been coming over here. They cause what? What is this smoke in congeal to the tint caterpillar? The tint caterpillar releases, like the smoke, a tendril that is now potentiated. How does the fucking flying fucking insects do that let out the silk? Potentiation, the ground's neutral. Therefore friction. Now that thing coming out is positive. Same as this, why it goes up. Well, it's butterfly effects, real simple. So we had all those fires because they get on our drones, which are our natural fire breaks, but if you kill them with drone, it is like the tanning oak. And when you get that shit burning, it's real hard to put out. And when you have a bunch of potentiations of that, what tendrils coming off,
Yeah. It makes it a whole focal point.
where do lightning strikes? In the Great Plains and all across the place where you have these type of caterpillar insects that follow. Why you're told, don't be the high point in a lightning storm. But how does a minuscule little fucking spider be the high point in a field? How long a thread of it has to come from its body to make it lift off the ground and float? And when you have a whole species in mating season doing such in those areas of potentiation, think of all that static electricity. Which I said is a different version on how the drones in Saudi Arabia does, which you looked up and seen. They're using the reverse induction of such to cause the clouds to come together to become the ones that form from the pyroclastic clouds that are kinetically charged, the same as a volcano, because it's doing what? Erupting, you have a bunch of stuff flowing. Is the same as the fucking gas and the inert molecules that are injected into the CNG and LPG and other things like that for us to recognize that it's there, that they mimicked on the carousel units that were used at AmeriGas when they switched over and then made it to where you can do the quick releases on our vehicle I explained to you. It's the same setup that they used on our branch here, because we're the West Coast #1 facility in little dumbass Yuba City. We do all the bottles on this side of the United States. For us to be able to do the facility and such, again, as I was explaining to you why those hoses were done and why I was explaining to you why I did what I did with my hose coming from my dry cell to my redox chamber, is the energy coming of that gas in there. There's also power, because again, it's like a balloon. That's why all that shit was wrapped around those things when we do our fill our van, so we wouldn't get struck by lightning. You understand? Now that same compression and so forth happens when this stuff gets released. But back to these wind patterns that are coming out of time, hitting the manners that they are, the way you're like, yeah, I've only seen this in storms, but where are the clouds and other things like? Where's the atmospheric reading and forecasting for this to be localized in this just general area? Which was not forecasted or stated that we'd be having these wind currents or barotic pressures that would be causing such things.
Well, it's
You
basically,
understand what I just said there?
yeah, it's basically,
What high pressure zone is over is to cause a low pressure zone, in a sense, to make it to where the air is rushing in to fill the vacuum. If we have a heat dome over us, where's this cold air coming from, Mama? To fill in to rush. Because again, right now, the fire's above us, so we're at the base of the candle. We're low enough on the base of the candle because the high it has got. How are we getting the updraft from the flame? Comprehend what I'm asking you. That's what's causing this. And you're getting this wind blowing up towards you, going that way. It's still early enough to where it's supposed to go down. That's why you're getting this where I'm saying it's like doing a bellow and blowing up. Because the air that should still be naturally going that way is having to fight this shit that's pushing that way.
yeah,
That's making your TR point A
cold.
receptor
and
site
fucking
be
cold.
activated, which is called scalar entropy. I'd ask and talk with you about shit.
But it's like
In
what
reality.
signaling they're putting out for them to generate, like create this sort of the symmetry where they're getting a response from the environment that is not a normal response. Things are not behaving in a predictable way.
But they are.
Well, yeah, they are if you were to hit them with a form of technology or with something that would act in this sort of in this way
It's
that
not a
we're
form of technology. It's a form of understanding
reality.
fire cancel. Understanding fire council. And why fire council was so important. Fire tenders in the spirits of the fire. And understanding those things. You're talking about perfect dissymmetry, but you didn't say perfect dissymmetry. But yet you'll get perfect dissymmetry in the sense of like the aggregate or aggregation of the EVO batteries of the Ford. What did we call them? Because they're still setting on fire like it's the battery. And they're doing lattice enabled. What do you think electric lightning strike discharge or dry lightning strike occurs, or how it occurs from a fire? You got all this smoke. And it's England or England stuff. We got all these different things being burnt, but they're not being burnt, they're being ionized. They're flowing within themselves within a liquid. So you have van der Waal effect. And as things connect with each other and cause a lattice, you get a lattice-enabled nuclear reaction.
For that reaction to happen.
And you get a dry inductance.
Out of nowhere, you're
which
supposedly
causes
out of nowhere.
To a person
But it's
a
just ion.
lightning strike. But you have a magnetic anomaly or engine that spins, henceforth the tornadoes and other things that were talked about and are in stories, but not stories, realities.
But
observations of
there's
people
no
doing
lightning.
shamanistic things, saying, I can control what? Fire. I can control a hurricane.
So there's no lightning striking. It's from
Being
within.
induced.
It's from within, like your water sparking, right?
Yes.
That's what's happening.
Yes. Being
From
induced.
within. Ionically, all the conditions have been done.
And you get a lattice enabled. Like
Yeah.
the EVO batteries that aggregate from the vibration once the lattice, because you have perfect dissymmetry is a powder of fucking shit thrown together, but if it aggregates in the perfect way in the lattice, you actually get a lattice, and then that symmetry is broken. The energy of breaking that causes it to go woof.
Yeah.
Hotter than the sun. That's why Ford just lost
Now, what's causing that organization
several billions of dollars here on stock, and also in their profits. They only made like $3 billion profit because of the EVO batteries that they still haven't figured out. And everybody's trying to go to these fucking batteries, these cars, that what happens when you cycle this stupid shit, and you have a pack of them in a junkyard or in the ground, and an earthquake happens, or someone hits it with the technology that they know, because what do you think is powering these motherfucking boats that just lost all their power and shit? Hello? Well, I've been saying for years, if they go this way, we open ourselves up for death.
But so at that moment, that the lattice is coming together, what it's giving the intrinsic rattle to that lattice to come into that lattice organization and not any other way of organization for the ions to condition that.
Think about what happens when you light a candle. And you see the little smoke things. Those are fullerenes. Fullerenes floating around. That's what I'm talking about, that assemblage of itself. What is the only thing that gets to fucking capture argon gas, methane gas, all this stuff that's being released at one time? So if it's doing such, and it organizes itself, not just the bulk stuff, but the gas. Noble gases are trapped by fullerenes, which are released in a fire, fool. Those things can construct themselves again. Van der Waal and zeta potentiality. in their engines. If someone understands such, it perturbates it.
You get a reaction, you get a response, you get the exchange.
Because there is causing wind, but then again, these things that you're saying that are interesting fire things, because throughout this whole shit, looking at the Dixie fire, you're gonna see melted the same shit you see in the Paradise Fire, so on and so forth. Where it's like
Tire rims melted,
melted
shit that
and
is
other
not
things, so on
like
and so
it's
forth.
fireproof and it's still melted.
Not fireproof. This, in a sense, it takes a lot of fuel
And constant
constant heat
applied
to melt
it
glass or melt
to
the
break.
aluminum wheels to where you have a pool of it melting from the car, and it's like, okay, unless the surface of what it is melted to and melted on is as hot as what is melting it to get it to melt with the wind blowing, because again, as soon as you start blowing some coolant on that which is getting away from its heat source, it coagulates. You understand? Especially metals. So I ask, how does that reach that length? How hot was the ground to take that supposed heat and transfer it to the metal when, if asphalt getting 180 degrees to 240 in the middle of summer disintegrates, how in the fuck do you melt aluminum and so forth, alloys, which are 900 degrees above Fahrenheit? Not 180 degrees Fahrenheit, road starts sticking to your motherfucking shoe and shit, the tar in it. Hello? Remember, it's tar, it's oil. So if you get anywhere close to the heat that it takes to melt that metal, the road itself is going to catch on fire. Because it's fucking oil. It's tar. I've always wondered that.
It's gonna go back to the cup not being a
Because
cup.
in town and all that kind of shit, in other places that I've seen where it's hot, it's fucking summer, you step on the street, the shit fucking disintegrates, sticks to your shoe. If not, you drive a diesel truck over the shit, and it's fucked up. Honey, look at me. Is the same purpose and reason and sense of application of if you ever looked and really studied the 3D printing stuff that I was trying to get you into back when we first got together. The heating plate. You can't just fucking 3D print something without the fucking thing that's on being hot too, kid. Otherwise it don't work. Comprehend that. So again, how does the wheel melt and go from me to you? If the ground itself ain't hot too, otherwise it's gonna go from me to fucking right here.
It's not
Because
gonna
the
do
wind's
this trajectory because it needs the fucking heat all along to be following for it to keep its temperature and melt point. Otherwise, it
why
congeals.
does it take so long for lava to do what it does? Because the ground's cooler than the lava. Otherwise, if the ground was as hot as the lava,
It would just flow through.
hey, there you go. Fuck, I mean, observations are there in nature where it shows you. Is there something that is adding something to that to keep it hot? Because the temperature to melt glass and these metals and so on and so forth is a whole lot hotter. Blah, blah, blah. But to get into that, the light poles, which is a quarter inch to a half inch fucking steel. Where's the heat from that come from if it's in the center of town where there's no trees around?
Yeah, exactly. And we just saw it, and it's
We
all
just-
concrete.
We just saw
They
it.
have no trees there.
And they
What's
just,
the fuel?
we
Like,
just
how
saw
is
it
that?
before and after, same spot. What from that brick building that's burnt out and all that's there is a hole of concrete.
Because it looked hella cute, but it looked mountainy, but concrete. It wasn't log.
What took out
It was like,
the things that are metal in the center of town? If their center of town are all the same like Marysville where it's brick, how in the fuck would, if Marysville burnt like that, with our light poles that we have, that theirs are the same?
Ezekiel, there's even trees
Maria,
in the
that
fucking
theirs are
downtown
the
Marysville.
same.
There's no trees there.
Maria, that's what I'm saying, honey. Understand what the fuck I'm saying to you. How does Marysville catch on fire? Because Marysville
all those fucking towns, like you've seen, unless you're fucking der, is the same as Marysville, honey. How does Marysville D Street downtown burn down and the light poles? Theirs are the same as ours. If you haven't noticed, when we go to Saraville, all the little fucking towns are set up the same. Only theirs is with forest around them. Theirs is set up like Marysville. There's no forest around. How does their main downtown how does D Street burn? What the fuck are those? The cherries or whatever the fuck those trees are? How do those little dumbass cherry trees, they're not cherry trees.
They're ginkgo biloba.
Ginkgo biloba trees.
Ginkgo biloba.
How does those trees catch on fire and provide enough flame when all the buildings are concrete? There's no wood buildings. Concrete and brick. The only thing left standing is their shells. Do the metal, steel, regular state, but not just that. They put ornamentation in like our town did to try to talk about the old fucking mining shit. They put in those weird things like I was complaining about of why don't you guys clean the pedestrian walk lights that were faded? People didn't want to come in as we get in the winter time because
So you need no light.
You can't fucking see
It's
nothing.
like the fogged fucking headlights of your car.
Yes.
Yeah.
They had those kind of lights. That's a different kind of steel than the ones that are, as you see on the highway, which also they were saying got melted. Where does that material get enough fuel next to it to heat it? Because you can look online and see the smelting process. This is why me and Jeb used to talk about this stuff. Because it takes a lot of heat to smelt metal, to melt it down, to get that memretic of the cup out of it.
And none of the elements around it gets to that temperature to justify that.
Not so. The elements around it, if you wanted to make a jet stove or a kiln, are the perfect thing. Because they retain and refract heat. Again, it's adobe and concrete. Concrete ground and old concrete and brick. How you make a jet stove, which is with propane and concrete lined or fucking the concrete brick things that you put in your stove. Hello? And you send propane through it. Or you can make a type with wood. But the way that the fucking fire comes, all the heat is sent in and radiated but refracted back out from the concrete, fool. That can go higher than the motherfucking temperatures of the metal. That's why I say, before you speak, think. So, in that nature, what was giving the energy, if there's no fuel like the cardboard box there, what was giving the ionization or extra excitation to make that cup melt? Because you can set a fire. We were there at my mom's house and the refraction of the tinted window on the back of the fucking Bethel Place apartment from the sun hitting off of it, because the dummies cut the trees, the backyard caught on fire. Why? Comprehend irradiation and light, but refraction, same thing happens with a fire. You can refract it. It's for how a fucking fireplace works. Hello? While you'll burn with the light.
I'll bring materials so I can keep doing the stuff.
You like what you like of having a glass front, but you have to be careful of that glass front because you can't put something in front of it that would burn differently than if you have a closed fireplace as we have now. Because the light coming out would actually set something on fire. It's in the same context of they went to glass after using Formica. Formica houses weren't having that issue. They went to glass and having polyurethane fucking carpets and so forth in front of it. People's shit was catching on fire. But again, concrete wall, concrete base, concrete wall, telephone pole. The concrete can get hot. That was the thing that I was pointing out of. What the fuck is making 1450 degrees? You see all day, I showed you how to read our fucking thing on our stove. Unless you put something of tanning oak that has VOC in it, which allows it to go higher, and with blowing the fan on it, did you ever see it go over 1500 degrees?
That's what pine burns at. Even fucking this such. 1500 degrees don't touch metals or glass unless it's sustained. You understand? Our stove ain't melting. But the old man said my shit fucking burnt up. Something that goes, you have to go way harder than our cast iron stove. The fuck with wrought iron. Jamaican elder? You gotta go way harder than that fuck with that over fucking cast iron. But anyhow, I'll let you get your materials you're stating. I'm just saying this as you're feeling. See the top of the trees? Now you're getting this underneath. You're getting a vortice. As this spirals.
It looks like spiraling in a circle. Look at that pine tree.
This one,
It's
honey,
doing a circle.
I sit and observe. I'm trying to get you to observe and understand. Why I said this has me worried. Why I was last 3 days in the excited moment trying to get you to pay attention and explain to my mom. Well, I've been trying to show Maria this. Something you never showed me. I wasn't showing this shit. I learned this so I wouldn't die. Living on this side of the United States and on that side of the United States. And realizing, oh fuck, I'm in the eye of the storm. How the fuck I get blown from the fucking 2,500 gallon tank over here into the trees, going like this, with a blanket around me, in Hurricane Irene. You understand? And getting knocked the fuck out, waking up, and it's like sunshine like this. And you know, wind blowing and shit like that. So my dumb ass go get on a bike and ride get some more bucket. I realized, oh fuck, I'm in the eye of the storm. And it's my only chance to go from where the fuck I'm at in Riverside, Maryland, because I'm right next to the fucking bay. And the small little bridge that they have to go from off right there to get where fucking Harbor to Grace and all that kind of shit is, which is fucking 15, 20 miles that way, on a bicycle. Riding a hurricane, nigga. Got a whole shit documented. Riding from there to Bel Air. Going from one of my rock structures to the other one. Making the picture album that has me making the chocolate chip cookies. So I explained to Sister Fabio that her neighbor who was in your country hadn't gave me permission. Never met the woman before in my life. So yeah, you can sleep on my back porch unclove underneath the thing. She had an old school brick house. Otherwise shit said, whoosh. That's why I said I woke up to my dumbass as the pictures of, hey guys, that I posted, and put my flight boots on that I had from my Rangers from being next to Aberdeen Proving Ground. And C-30s, you got 15 to 30 goose jumping out. The Rangers. I had a pair of their boots and so forth. It's my buddies. Anyhow. Got the dumbass idea because I'm drunk. I was in a fucked up moment. Yeah, I did fucking secret scroll as the wind hit me. To wake up to it being like this. And going, oh, hurricane ain't nothing. No, dumb fuck, you're in the eye of the storm. Storm storage about to come in. It's a Harvard Grace. Oh, dude, this is stupid. Made me, after going through that and stopping the video of picking up a little fucking box turtle that fit in the palm of my hand. And I had that scurry. I stopped for it because I heard it. And realized, yeah, I don't need no alcohol. So I looked up and literally seen the fucking side of this shit. Looked like I was in a straw. I went, holy shit. Look at my stuff. Katie, you're dead. Y'all need to get out. We're in the eye. Communication been knocked down. Harbor Grace had been flooded the first time ever because they had to release hella water and shit out of the fucking dam that's up above the thing. It was nuts. Only place I got to ride to get the fuck away from where I was at was towards Harbor Grace. And try to get to Bel Air, which is only fucking 10 miles in there, on a bicycle. Them motherfuckers over there don't give a fuck about homeless niggas. Now again, this happened right after the 5.2 earthquake struck and fucked up 5 states over there to where I was at, in Aberdeen, Maryland, which you got to get to before Harbor Grace. I had no power for 3 weeks, and then fucking hurricane hit. It was pandemonium. It was interesting. I just said that. And so I said about this, with this destabilizing me over there again next to a base, I said, honey, keep your wits, because if this fucks up, they'll put us on lockdown. It's the only thing they can do. Because this base is like that base. As you get to hear and seen on the thing, with this gets fuck what armed response is nuking you. Regardless if it's a hack, fucking domestic terrorism, wherever the fuck, you fuck with it. 0 to fucking 1,000. Not 0 to 0 to 20, as I do, and you think it's 1,000. We're nuking you because we got no other option. So, if you feel this, and that cold air is fucking with you, remember my talk with Jamie. That's recorded. She works with all this kind of stuff and has seen it. Again, old books that you have, ether has weight. So does light. Motherfuckers have known since 1870s how much candle light weighs.
What's the boiling point of a carrot?
But that only means in the sense that that's how they found H3O2, but that has a little bit to do with what we're talking about, but not. But in the sense of understanding ether has weight. What are they pushing? Why does you get that feeling? Because they're pushing ether.
But in a
And if
energetic
ether has
form,
weight and you perturbate it, how does it make a fire flux the way it does to where it releases more ion?
it's like they're making the ether hungry in an energetic form. So like that's how what I'm feeling. Like you're feeling like in war zone, like under attack, sort of.
So why do you think your body's TRPV1A receptor site's activated? Because you just got something removed from you and your body had to replace energy because, again, you were grounded. You didn't pick up on my talk again with Jamie and waking her up. Because they don't have to have clouds above to make that activate to you. Hello?
No, every single particle.
So again, if ether has weight,
just waves that
so
are
on
making
and so
the
forth,
ether.
and they're doing the cross beams and sympathetic resonance and so on and so forth, and they're pushing on something that is an ion, because again, there's an ion. So when you make ionic silver, what I had you educate yourself on, and they kept taking down the videos of you reading what? You understand? That's why you get this. They've lost control. This is why Turkey and Greece. This is geoengineering democide.
This is the Plumas County Sheriff's Office with a mandatory evacuation order for residents of Taylorsville, including North Valley Road, North Arm Road, and Diamond Mountain Road. Due to a wildfire, you should leave the area immediately. If you remain, emergency personnel may not be able to help you. The evacuation route is south to Quincy or east Beckworth Genesee Road.
So that's a whole new pattern. So they're just sending immediate evacuation, no warning evacuation, to now a new town.
Listen and stop. I told you if they didn't sacrifice Quincy to keep your eyes out, that it would go what? A peace sign. They're doing this way. Where my thumb is, here knuckle, is Quincy. Indiana Ridge, all this kind of stuff, Indian Valley is over here. Why I said be careful if it turns into an hourglass. Which if it goes this way, what they've done is they've stopped it at Quincy. It will never go to Quincy. It's outside of Quincy. They've stopped and flanked it. What we have to watch for is these planes that you're hearing on this side, that is creeping around and encompassing and gaining ground over Bucks Lake. Fuck all this stuff up there if you're worried about yourself. Watch Bucks Lake because it has made gains over there, which means if it comes down, it comes up. It's right there again. Hello? Quincy's been saved. Bucks Lake and to the west, there ain't shit. So they'll let it burn. Otherwise, Bucks Lake and Quincy, there's stuff. They'll flank it, which will push it again. Clipper, Strawberry Valley, blah, blah, blah. Unless they have it fixed. With these winds, it's going that way. So it's going to backburn on itself. You understand? Bucks Lake, all that stuff. Now, because it's blowing this way and up, and again, they're telling you the escape route is Quincy. Understand? They got this shored. They have this shored. They have this shored. They have this shored. Ganesh Road and other things 4 days ago, I can show you in the screenshot, memoretic.
We were talking about it.
They were evacuated from there.
Yes. 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 Yes.
They have anchor flanked to where it is not. Comprehend. So I was saying, depending on their simulation, I'd like to see their simulation. I was saying to you 4 days ago, what are they going to sacrifice? Quincy? Or the high-speed rail route? Why Paradise and all that shit up that way? Got burnt because it's part of it. Now they're doing this part. The way over to Susanville. This paves way for them linking lower Oregon and upper California together into Nevada, and the things they've been talking about that I heard back when I was 20. But this gives you the ability to understand that Quincy is not going to come down this way. They've shored that up, so they're doing Indian Valley and over and allowing it to go towards Nevada. If not, it's blowing back into itself because of this wind and the way they've flanked it. That's why 2 days ago they evacuated the canyon thing to do controlled burn, but then when the wind picked up the other day, it actually went in there and burned up the shit that was supposed to be out and restarted in towards Greenville and everything. That's why we saw on the news, hey, we're in Greenville here, the town's getting choked out by fire economy being destroyed because no one can come up here and visit.
Yes.
Well,
that ain't being choked
that's
out.
gone.
It's not being in the path of the fire.
That town is gone.
Yeah.
All 5 of those towns are gone. And now with this, Taylorsville, so on and so forth, which has this, it's making its way towards Susanville and Lassen. As I explained to you, last time I seen a fire like this was when I was a child in 2008, when they hit us really bad with the worst thunderstorm that's ever rolled through Sacramento Valley and set Paradise almost on fire and burnt. We were on fire from fucking this end all the way up the ridge. It was like motherfuckers set our back on fire.
Yeah, the wind's blowing like this. We gotta watch that down front right there, like you're saying. Ezekiel, Nevada City was next on the list.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that this shit is
over there
blowing,
it makes me wonder what's going on with these quiche people.
Next is Pollock Pines, just
these
so
quiche
it's in
people.
the records.
No, I'm just saying, these quiche people, because turkey grease's fires are arson, just like this. Just saying. That shit got pushed all the way up to their fucking electrical place.
Mm-hmm. All the power lines. The same that is happening there.
Everybody's
generating power
shit.
line, this one here, because if you think about it, what's Orville connected to is a whole power line right there on the 70 that you drive by. So it keep hitting all the power lines.
When this wave first came through, what happened to us? Well, I said, I see what's going on, or you forget it. Because the next day, what I wake up and talk to your mom about, hey, mama, why don't you ask, well, you ask you, fuck it, you ain't gonna ask her. Hey, mom, any news of anything going on in Russia? That's when the Siberian fire started. She was like, no, I don't find nothing. I see you have like your daughter here, I'll type it in. Oh, look, right there. Motherfuckers are hitting each other with this shit. This shit fucks with people. This shit fucks with people's emotional state, the whole thing. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Router don't work. Over here, send us some burning shit. the light comes on, the screen don't light up or nothing like that. Don't do nothing. Bullshit. 2 Rottweilers. Blockhead Rottweilers. Either Siberian or normal German Rottweiler, working dog. And the other was an Akita.
What was the other?
Akita.
Kita.
Akita.
Y la otra raza es uno japonés que se llama Kita, que es como una mezcla de Chow Chow con Husky. Es hermoso, es todo peludo, hermoso, pero también tiene la fuerza de atacar un oso. Y pensamos hacer una casa de perros tipo miniatura a nuestra casa, como una casa que esté fuera del frío, de la nieve, no lo vamos a tener en la nieve. Como un baño, como aquí el baño, pero una versión para los perros, ¿me entendés? Pero que sean de bebé, así Romeo también los conoce y se siente cómodo, porque viste que ahora... ¡Romeo! No sabés cómo habla, te habla. Yo le digo, Romeo, quisiera tener un traductor para entenderte. Te habla, Romeo, está... My mom said I'm hallucinating delirium. She's like, you're right. You're like hallucinating delirium for the cat. Míralo, Romeo. Hola, mamá.
Ahí está, míralo.
Hola, mamá.
Hola, Romeo. Este tenés que hablar. No, habla español. Hola, Romeo.
Romeo es bilingual.
Bilingual. Romeo.
Hola.
Sos salvaje.
Hola.
A mí me gustan los negros. La novia era negra.
Dude, he was drooling like so much on me the other day. When you get him going,
Romeo te deja hacer cualquier cosa.
he loves it. He's gonna make this sleep.
No, Romeo lo tenés que sacar de encima. Romeo está todo el tiempo viendo cómo se te sube encima. Y se entra al auto. El otro día me levanté. Escuchá lo que me hizo el otro día. Me levanté, salgo de la puerta de casa, miro adentro del auto, estaba Romeo sentado. En el asiento de manejar estaba sentado porque cuando yo dejo la ventana abierta, se trepa al techo y se desliza desde el techo por la ventana, se sube al auto y se fija qué comida tengo en el auto. Romeo y yo vamos a aventuras, hacemos crystal hunting.
Since everybody's there talking,
I was telling them about the fires. I gotta go back to preparing this stuff.
just really fast so you can translate partly. I'll plug this in for you. Hola, mama. Hola, papa. Hola, sister.
Hi, Yousteal. How are you?
Bien. Good.
Hola.
I was watching the news the other day. Where is that at? It was kind of like a week or so back, actually. And there was something that came to my mind that would be beautiful for the family to get into, maybe. There we go. Summary. If you can be part of this, I was trying to talk to you about it.
Yeah.
This is aquel que está, bueno, you all understand English.
I didn't get the woman because she wasn't the owner of the land. But be it what you do, Mama, and be it that you do, Papa. I thought it was interesting. I talked with Marie about it. This happened back on 2 weeks ago. But you know that thing we were talking about on land ownership and so forth in your country. I thought it was interesting because they were talking about this gentleman right here. His name is France Ortega. France Ortega. He's of the Union of Land Workers. He's of the Union of Land Workers.
Es de la Unión de los Trabajadores de la Tierra.
He started 10 years ago.
Franz Ortega es un miembro de la Unión de Trabajadores de la Tierra.
For people that are, say, poor, he helps them acquire land and work. He had a woman worker that had been working for 5 years for him that they showed her plot of land and vegetables and everything. They from Buenos Aires across several different provinces, they were explaining, have helped people acquire land, but it's all farmers. And I went, oh fuck, they need bees, because they need the bees to pollinate the vegetables. So I was thinking, if you guys get in contact before you leave and come here for good, talk with them, because I thought it was interesting in a sense of maybe my misunderstanding on land ownership. I was trying to figure out how his worker, because what they do is they give you somehow the land and you work it in a sense to where it's once you work off, I guess, the whatever they wish for you to work, they hand you the deed, or however land ownership is in your country, they hand that over to the person, and they have a farm and so forth going, and they're doing that all over the place. But they need bees. So I was thinking it would be beautiful if there was a way, Wani and the kids intermingling with them and helping that grow, because again they're doing it in a food way.
Yeah.
And it goes hand in hand. The more
There's a connection, Phil. Lo que decía Ezequiel es que si pueden... Lo que decía Ezequiel es que se fijen de quién es, cómo es esta unión de trabajadores de la tierra, y como unión van a necesitar...
It's because the wind's blowing the tree. And you're using Wi-Fi from there, which its connection gets messed up from such.
How was it worth the time?
Because you have the stuff that you've been trying to do, honey, so it's a waste of your time.
So honey, this perceives as such. I didn't tell you about it every time. I was appreciative that you have brought this. I did not have in my mind that the time spent was time wasted.
But you're trying to go do what you needed to do, and I needed you part of it, so you kept illustrating you needed to do what you needed to do.
I don't need this even. I don't even know why you're giving me this. I was gonna write down what we were conversating because the message didn't go through. That's all. I was gonna continue what we were doing. Wasn't getting back to that. I was literally gonna start typing so the message would go through.
Sure, but that's why you asked me, why did I hand you that? If that's what you're stating, you stated that you needed to get that stuff done, so I was saying I'm sorry for wasting your time in the sense of the stuff you're saying you needed to get done, honey, because if you're stating the message didn't get through, as I'm stating it didn't get through, I'm sorry for wasting your time, is what I'm saying to you. Because you kept putting that you needed to get your stuff done.
Mamá, ¿me escuchas?
My goodness.
Ahora sí, porque con el video muy a Ezequiel todo cortado, no se escucha bien.
Que se fijen, es lo mismo que yo les estaba diciendo, si quieren oportunidades de negocio, que se fijen, por ejemplo, ese grupo de trabajadores de uniones, la unión, que son trabajadores de la tierra, se llama, son gente que tiene parcelas, que están desarrollando jardines, y a la gente después de cierto tiempo de trabajar la tierra le están dando el título a la tierra en Argentina. Que te fijes porque esa gente y ese movimiento que está creciendo, porque están en las noticias, van a necesitar abejas para los jardines. Entonces que te fijes, que le muestres a Juani que está creciendo este movimiento.
They're doing that to get rid of food scarcity and provide work for people.
Unión de trabajadores de la tierra, porque en definitiva uno puede después desarrollar esta especie de jardín. Esta gente tiene los jardines y uno puede traerle las
1 to
colmenas.
2 hectares at a time you are able to acquire by just doing the work with them.
Como alquilárselas, ¿entendés? Se las alquilás a las colmenas, sos parte de ese desarrollo. Cada vez que abre un nuevo jardín tenés más clientes, y todo lo están haciendo para combatir la deficiencia de comida que hay, la
Like I was
escasez de
saying, the
comida.
second person that they showed was this woman worker that she said she'd lost her job, started working for him for about 5 years, and now she owns 2 hectares, has a farm, and is now teaching other people. But they never showed
Después le
bees.
decimos Unión de Trabajadores de la Tierra. ¿Te podés recordarlo eso? Por
Ma, googlealo, fíjate de qué estoy hablando, googlealo, fíjate, vos también, a ver.
Sí, ya sé, pero ahora en este minuto no puedo, estoy con la cocina y levantando la mesa y todo eso. Entonces, bueno, por eso les digo, les comparto todo para que todos se acuerden. Y si yo no me acuerdo después, pregunto.
They might be able to help them and help
¿Entiendes?
Wani and
Sí,
them
para
get
que
together.
vean también cómo es que la gente después de trabajar por cierto tiempo le dan el título a la tierra. ¿Cómo es eso? Queremos entender cómo es que están haciendo ese pasado de títulos y de tierras, cómo es que están dando a la gente como para oportunidad para que cambien
They're doing all organic
su situación.
Sí.
and trying
No
to
sé
go
cómo
against the
será.
GMO
Por
Ahora
eso
lo
sí.
único que yo conozco es lo que se llamaba usucapión, que es si vos te apropiás, por así decirlo, de un terreno que nadie reclama, o que supuestamente no tiene dueño y qué sé yo, y pagás por 20 años los impuestos, o sea, nada que ver con trabajar la tierra, a los 20 años,
Bueno, eso no es, no creo que esta gente que después le está pasando la tierra a otra gente como situación de cambiada de vida hayan hecho eso por 20 años. Entonces, si querés ver cuál es la metodología que está aplicando la gente, cómo es que están haciendo eso. Pero más que nada para entender lo que yo te estaba diciendo, inclusive si hay algún movimiento así, por ejemplo, si a Lucía le interesa que haya algo así en Barcelona, por ejemplo, en las terrazas. ¿No hay un movimiento de gente que esté haciendo jardines en terrazas? ¿Y qué necesitan? Necesitan abejas con esos jardines para polinizar y para que la producción de ese jardín crezca.
She could start in Barcelona.
That's what I'm saying.
The bees-
Rooftop beekeeping. Terrazas son
'cause you gotta
apicultura en
feed
las terrazas.
pollinators. There's no food for the pollinators. They're having to fight with the other insects.
Bueno, después hablamos, estudien un poco del tema. Ese es un negocio un poco más legítimo que las plantitas, por ahora.
Ay, pero no es tan divertido.
Mucho más divertido. No sabes todo lo que tenés para aprender de las abejas. Te mando un link, después hablamos.
Bueno, listo. ¿Pudiste averiguar algo de si estaba todo en regla y eso o no?
No, ma, no pude averiguar nada ahora.
Bueno.
No pude todavía.
Bueno, don't worry. Besito.
Un beso.
Chao.
Ciao, ciao.
Alguien va
No, I tried talking to you about it before. We just spiraled into a discrepancy, so I thought maybe I'll try it again since they're on the phone and it not me trying to get the information to you to get you to call them. But here, let me try it in this manner. Be able to go through. So I think it would be a win-win for everybody. is their application is to help people get away from food scarcity, provide food provisions for a community, besides work, besides ownership, besides getting out of poverty and showing others in poverty that you can do it. You understand? Wow, that's beautiful. But yet, how are all this stuff getting pollinated? Let's put this with the family. You understand? Integrate it with the largest apiculture of motherfucking Argentina. Integrate the two, what do you got?
That's how you grow, because they're growing.
What do you got? Do you understand?
Okay. Water.
So I was just thinking, because of my misunderstanding of what I was illustrated in the sense of your father's signature, or your mother's signature, in times of titleship deeds, of misunderstanding in the sense of a blanket statement of American titles and deeds, of how one gets land. Why I was saying why that stood in my head is because she said she worked for the gentleman and he gave her the thing. And I was like, but talking with you and talking with my in-laws, how does she own that? Because what they were putting on the news is they were showing people how to get and acquire and appropriate and own land in Argentina. And I'm like, how the fuck? That's what I was trying to talk with you about. And it turned into discrepancy where you told me, mom and dad told us, while I was saying, hey, you feel proud because you're the first person in your country lineage to, before moving into Argentina, to moving out of Argentina, because I don't know, I'm putting my foot in my mouth, I don't know how it is in, owning land in Germany now in comparison to when your family migrated to Argentina. Comprehend what I'm saying? You are...
Holy shit. If that branch wouldn't be there, that tree which is dead would have fallen into the little tiny house. That's all I said. That's why I said holy shit. Because it's only...
It's not falling. It doesn't fall, honey.
Okay, they're dancing together.
And so I'm telling you to look at what's going on, because the side burst that we're getting that actually has weight to it that's moving these several thousand-pound trees, we normally wouldn't get till evening time. Nighttime. We get the side bus. You've forgotten this because we're not in the tarp. And I used to point this out to you in the tarp, but that's the interesting... When I would go, we just got... When the breeze would come through and hit like such, and they'd move all this stuff around, and while I was trimming stuff down, that's why they turned the power cables off. Because this knocks shit down. Yet we have the other one that blows at 20-30 miles an hour, but nothing moves the trees. The difference of the wave that actually has mass and weight that moves something. The difference, other than the weaves flapping and the box moving on the ground. Hello? Fuck, I done forgot the fuck I was talking to you. Sorry. I literally did. I'm not trying to be an asshole.
And the ownership in Argentina of how before
Oh yeah.
people that had come to Argentina.
Your family migrating and stating it stuck out me from talking with you guys and having the discrepancy between us and trying to explain to your family, hey, you need to look into how your daughter's land is because you guys are moving here to buy something, and depending on what you buy, your kid's gonna be the only motherfucker ever in your lineage, since y'all moved to Argentina, to actually own land. Because the administration, when your family had mausoleums and shit like that have Argentina's art in it, is different than the one now. Comprehend. What your dad got inherited too was from a different, say, ideology of what people can own. Why they were able to have that. Yet as stuff's changed, in a sense, like patented to a Lloydal, as now, where a motherfucker can just walk up and, yeah, this is mine. But is it yours? Or we just wait for you to develop it and we take it back from your ass? Because you made the property value go up. You know what I'm saying? Because you showed interest. And now people are there, so, oh, if I put a gas thing over there, or I put some food, or I put this, then we got money. Hello? You understand? That's why with Bolsonaro making it to where anybody can go in, not an indigenous person, Is the cat more important?
No.
Well, I'm sorry. I just try to figure out, dude, because when I talk with people, they look at everything else but me. And when I talk with them, all I'm doing, why is it, oh my God.
Honey, because you're applying a generalized statement.
Am I, okay, what's
All
generalized?
I'm doing when I look at people, well, all people doing when I look at them and I'm talking to them is looking at cats now. That's a general statement.
How the fuck is it, how was that a general statement? Or when did I say that all you do when...
All people do when you talk to them is look at cats.
If you understand what I'm stating...
Keep on with what you were
if
talking.
you
It's not
understand
that
what I was
important.
pointing out is that they're not looking at the person that's talking with them, not that they're looking at cats. I'm asking you something in a sense of you're looking away long enough in the sense of my mom to where now I'm asking you, is
Wow,
that more
no,
important? Stop being a child when I'm fucking talking to you and pointing something out and saying, Maria, you're looking over there. As long as my mom was enough for me to ask you a question of, is that more important than what I'm trying to talk with you about on your attention?
Is that observation for you more
So
important
as
than
I
what
was...
you're trying to say? That you have
Yes,
to
it
put all
is,
of this
because I'm
energy
looking
to
and
it.
stating that your full
When
attention is not at what the fuck
I
I'm
had done
talking
the
about.
contact with you.
Oh my God.
I've done the eye contact with you. We've been talking for a minute.
We have,
Is it
and
okay for
you've been
me to
looking at me
take
the whole
my
time that I'm
eyes
talking
out?
with you.
I'll go back to you. I'll take my eyes out again.
I'm sorry,
I'll go
honey.
back to
Never
you.
mind, get away from me, dude. You got something you're doing, right? I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm sorry for wasting your time.
This is the Plumas County Sheriff's Office with a mandatory evacuation order for residents of Taylorsville, including...
Interesting. You see the headline underneath the bottom? Interesting. Something looking around. Only spot that we got that thrush stuff in the trees. Is it this one? Oh, it just tripped me out because I was like, that one tree right there, that just a month back was brown like that. It spread to that one, spread to that one, spread to that one, that one.
There's like 5 over there that has like a brown top.
And if you look at the big huge tree in front of the car, it only got a couple more branches before it's not completely dead. I ain't never noticed that. We gotta cut them out.
Yeah.
But that...
This one too. It seems like it's starting to. All of these are gonna be dead in no
We gotta
time.
do a scan
This
and
one
figure
too.
out what, and stop that shit. Because that's also what's fueling these fires, is that brown stuff. But them trees were alive.
Yeah.
We gotta figure out what's going on with that stuff. Do like a satellite photography and do some boys on it.
Yes. As some people were doing the forest recovery, don't wait to do a recovery, do a maintenance.
Yeah, I've been saying to you. Man, that's crazy. This shit's just right there. Just that group where we're at.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying to you, honey.
In the last month, it had taken off all, I believe.
I just turned around and was like, what the hell? 'Cause that's a big tree.
All the ones in that group over there, it's like...
The circle around it. The circle around where we're at. All within this last, say, month and a half. Is that tree didn't look like that when the squirrel was waking me up at 6 in the morning and 5:30 eating a fucking pine nuts up top of it. That shit was green. Last month, before I got burnt. Man, that's crazy. Take him to the mill.
This is the Plumas County Sheriff's Office for the Chester Lake L.E.N.R Peninsula.
Shit, this post was an hour ago. The river's fire. The whole town of Greenville is gone. Means it's up to Lake L.E.N and Chester and on its way towards Susanville. All them little towns there is gone. That fucking river fire there. God damn. I call the gentleman with the backhoe and see if they alright. How are the light poles melted? Poles melted. And fucking, it's just concrete and shit. And the signs ain't fucking fucked off. The whole shit through the thing. How is the light poles melted? The whole town is gone. Snowing in Bolivia. It's snowing in Bolivia. I said it's snowing in Bolivia. After we had done its snow in Brazil, now Bolivia is getting snow. Do you ever remember it ever snowing in your lifetime in Bolivia, honey? I mean, that's next to you, isn't it? I said Bolivia's next to you, isn't it? So snow in Bolivia. Interesting thing. Thermal power plant hit that. That was a coal-fired power plant too, and oil.
L.E.N.R Peninsula and Hamilton Branch area. If you are still in, personnel may not be able to help you. The evacuation route is south.
Pass and this and that, and I said, Bonnie, it's not the past a month ago when things just clear things up and start fresh, you know? And she's like,
I'm trying to figure out what I read her stuff, I read your stuff. Again, someone owning this, right, and understanding, nowhere did I talk on the shit that she brought up. Only thing that I said was what I said, and it was recorded. But why is it that someone is stating about my sickness, which actually you scanned and I cured myself of in the pictures? But I don't understand. It's always been this like fucking pissing contest with my mom of my sickness, and I'm trying to understand what does that have to do. And then he refuses to talk about his lies, allows people to know who us or family. I'm trying to figure out, what am I saying? You lived next to me for how long? What have I said to you about my family? Unless somebody says something, be it whoever. And the only persons in the family that I talk about us, the persons that are involved in the family that I say, hey, this person said this.
So read that out loud to see what makes does it says. Does it make? Just read out loud.
So, okay, if you're still in the past and can't move forward or understand I'm doing my best, this will not work. And how about the accountability of my son? He refuses to talk about lies he's told or allows people who know us or family to tell their side. I'm confused on that. Our showy doctor's proof he never had sarcoidosis and was cured. So he lies too. So guess we are at a standstill. I can say I'm sorry and move on. Can he? Again, where is it attack when I was asking you, hey, can you check my mom? Because she stated about the butter shit and started it with.
I don't know why your mom brings you in when the
So,
scan was about herself.
tell my
You have
son.
nothing to do.
Exactly.
All of this has nothing to do. My
With
response
me.
is
About the
strict.
scan.
And if you can see how
That's
I
why I
said
said the
hi,
scan.
I say, hi, Bonnie, do you want to talk about this scan?
Tell
That was
my
it.
son to let other family that was at my house or past roommates witness that he was not beat every day like he claims. I don't claim this. The people she's talking about, that she brings up, you've talked to them. What is their response? Do you comprehend? So I get confused by that because I don't say
Rummy.
anything.
Stop.
I just let someone say some bullshit and I go, hey, persons that was in the house at that time, or like my friends that were at my house at the time up here, how was my household? It's that simple. As I said it to her. In fact, once I got with Steve, I never whipped him again. Huh. That's why if you reach out to Evelyn, or to my stepbrothers, they'll tell you. Because that was the talk that we had. So if that is so, when she got with Steve, I got this. Where I tried to commit suicide. While she was with Steve. She's with Steve when she gave me and Evelyn, which we talked about, with Evelyn, when she committed suicide and I had to go live with my uncle in the house that Sam lives in. That was with Steve. While her getting raped on Almond Street when I met Justin. And us moving in with him over by the fucking barrio. And going through that bullshit. But it's interesting. Because he skipped school and ran the streets. Alcohol at a young age. I didn't drink at young. I didn't start drinking until my 20s. My friends can contest to that. Henceforth my talk with Jake. I smoked herb. That's how a dummy can have a bottle of motherfucking a top drawer full of old duels, and a dumb fuck go through my shit and find it and state that I'm alcoholic, when the other alcohol that she found was not mine but Levi's, who contested and stated that it was his.
You were telling me the story about that, remember? How he got his ass whipped because his parents weren't about weed. They were about
And I
alcohol,
got
and your
whipped because
parents
he
were
had
not about
alcohol
alcohol. They
at
were
my
about
house.
weed. So yeah, we talked about that.
2 times in the house the alcohol was found. She found Mad Dog 2020, which was Levi's, and O'Doul's in my up drawer, which was mine. I tried a couple of times, only because the one and few times in my life that I ever seen my grandfather in my teenage years drink alcohol, he had a fucking non-alcoholic beer. And I tried it. I'm just saying.
Don't get so far.
I'm just stating.
The few,
So,
hold on, the few points, before you get any farther, may you listen to me.
alcohol fucked him up
Before you get
at a
any
young age.
farther,
He
would you
wanted to be cool and run the streets. Listen, Then he says he got sarcoidosis. Really? Which doctor told you, and what kind of biopsy did they do to confirm it? What was the prognosis? Which doctor? Because you must go to Sacramento to get all of this. Blood tests don't work. You must get a 2 biopsy, lung and fat biopsy. So where and when did that happen? And I'm supposed to believe that he cured himself. And he does not work on anger either. So can I get an answer? Or is this just a Bonnie Gaines? Keep kicking Bonnie because we can. Start pointing your big judgmental fingers at yourselves. Where's the proof of sarcoidosis? What doctor? Who did the biopsy? Because blood work does not tell you if you have sarcoidosis. See, it's not just me. If Steve was able to talk, he'd tell you. So you guys keep all, whatever in your heads, I'm doing the best I can with what I got. If saying sorry is not enough, I don't know. But it's obvious, I guess, I won't be coming your way anytime soon. Y'all take care. I won't be bothering y'all again. I know I keep saying it, but I'm really understanding that some places I'm just never going to be welcome. So just to get to the place to live blessed. For every door they're closed, God makes a new one. My life belongs to God now. I wish y'all
She's
well.
deep into this joke.
Really sorry I won't get to see your place, but I'm not going to get ambushed and screamed at. I have kept my peace, not cursed or any of that. That's where I'm at. Truly sorry that me saying I'm sorry or that I'm doing my best to monitor my thoughts is not enough. You will all enjoy and be safe. I'm meeting great people here and making connections. At least some of my family is happy for me. The people that you're just saying you're sick from and fucking want money from you and all that shit. Be well. God has me, even though you all don't, and been okay. I just need to remember that when it comes down to life, it's only ever been me and God. God's all I ever had, and will make sure I'm okay when no one else has helped me. Again, I'm sorry, though don't appear to mean anything.
Nobody else has helped
Bye
you.
for
I
now.
did a fucking scan
Bye
to
for
help
now.
you.
I gotta find a place to live. That's number one.
Getting back to
Can't
survival
go
mode.
backwards to the past. I'm too busy creating my future and doing what God tells me from here. I must create a new life. What? I must create a new me, like Dr. Joe Dispenza says. I'm not that person who wrote mean things months ago, or however long ago. It was just fucking 24 hours ago, man. I'm sorry you don't understand people change, and it takes many times, sometimes lessons to learn, and sun screaming and cursing is not loving either, but that your man and you will always take his side. Let him scream at me, but if I scream, I'm not an adult or being a parent. I wasn't
Did
screaming.
I let you? I even said stop. I was saying both of you stop, stop, stop. This is a session.
Sheesh.
I'm supposed to be fucking doing this, and you're yelling and you're jumping in. Sure, you both stop. All
She's
right.
yelling. I'm raising my voice because I'm sitting across the room so that the person can hear. Who's putting headphones in so that she can hear you. Who's sitting with the tablet in front of you.
I want to finish that because I was.
Oh, these stupid fucking spam ass people. Let him scream at me, blah, blah, blah. I'm not an adult or being a parent. How about I'm a disabled parent with traumatic shit I'm only now working through. Huh. You're only now working on it. That's why you beat the fuck out of me, because you've been in psychiatry and on pharmacopoeia since 1986? And you're just now working on this stuff?
May I do an imprint on that?
Hold on. I'm not done reading. Guess I get no compassion. I'm just a monster who must pay and deserve abuse, God says. Thumbs down, I'm healing and I need support. I will not find it on your hill. That is obvious now because everything I try to visit, the yelling starts. Tells me you say I'm welcome, but not really. Be safe, gotta go now. I gotta go find where God wants me now. Then I'm going to join the interfaith in Sacramento and do my activist work again. Too bad I can't in Yuba, but nowhere to live, no doctors, no nothing, not you. This is what I'm doing. Sorry you can't be happy for me. I'm always been happy for all you guys have done. I'm moving forward in love. Staying in past if you want, even a month ago. You just sent me those messages. Just fucking, what's today? Thursday? You sent it on Tuesday, man. I've apologized. It's all I can do and promise to do better. Bonnie, be real. The message is from your higher self, not from Joe or anyone else. Don't misconstruct the message, nothing to be happy about. Higher self is calling for change, change that wouldn't be called for if this is what you're doing would be helping you. If you do all these practices, how come the signal is not any different? Again, that's my words because I'm stating. Because again, the responses, as you see, if someone's actually fucking doing this shit, as they're stating, you were present. I didn't yell. I didn't cuss to cause an argument. It was, can you please check this person because they do not understand what the fuck you're stating and they're doing this woo fucking bullshit with it, and that's not reality, honey. So you need to control your client because somehow they fucking took what you said and put the apple and oranges together, and it's not fucking the shit separate. So if you do all the practices, how come the signal is not any different? Never calling in loving spirits and reflecting growth. Exactly. So, as I'm stating, as she's saying, I'm living in the past, how is every day that I wake up? It is not, how are you today, son? It is some weird ass shit where I had to figure out, fucking, do I wish to listen to the message or even read the shit?
Mm-hmm.
It's not living in the past. If I bring it up,
And so
supposedly
one
I am
will be
living in the past because I'm
one
saying,
will be
how
happy
did you send me
once the
this?
pattern changes.
How do you send me a message this morning of such, and I'm talking to you and I bring it up? Why would you send me that? Or like the other time where, hey, you want me to listen to the messages and I don't want to listen to those because you stated that to me in a fashion somehow you had a disagreement with me and I don't want to listen to that disagreement. Would you like to tell me that information now, be it that you're conversating with me in a non-disagreeable manner? No, I want you to do that. Okay, are you sure? You know what, I don't want to listen to it. So, instead of this, end one gets meaningless interactions that cause more destruction than build upon. Calling for the wrong kind of attention, wanting and demanding energetics that one should be the source of as a parent role. Showing love, showing nurturing, care, building criticism. One will be happy for you once the pattern has changed.
Because she says, be happy for me now, this is what I'm doing, and it's so the thing is your mom there is showing you too, again, like with Heidi, she's showing you where she's hung up on which things she haven't forgiven herself in the relationship with you about.
Explaining to somebody why I'm so adamant and explain to Michaela do not do the epigenetic markers because for me to have what? Sarcoma?
No, on the
No, I'm just talking about my sickness, which she's always fucking had an issue with explaining to her. Mom, you have a hereditary disease you passed to me and I passed to my children. I was diagnosed with
miles.
I was diagnosed with this and you keep telling me. Huh?
I said I gotta go put this in the
That's
bag.
what I just stated. It was a waste of energetics. That's what I was saying earlier.
To do the extra mile of having to drive to a farther post office.
Yes, it's a
Because
waste
I
of
know that the
energetics.
place closes at a certain time.
See, I know. It's a waste of energetics of having to drive that far. Sorry, you'd walked over and showed me that, honey. What are you saying?
I said the pattern shows when your mom talks about her
being ambushed and her coming here and sort of being, you know, set up or ambushed for certain reaction and whatnot. And it's like, that's why I was asking when you guys started talking a few days ago. That's why I asked, like, hey, let's make sure, or at least I was asking on my end, but that it was clear to you that your mom was coming on her own accord, you know, because it's like, how can somebody ambush you if you're in spirit? You're coming on your own accord. You're inviting yourself, and then you're gonna find yourself here, where there's no turning the phone off. You know, there's no turning the face away. It's like real interaction. You gotta drive an hour away.
I was stating such.
So it's like, how is there an ambush when everything's wanting to be talked before you come here? Because many things have not been talked, and you're coming with an illusion. And she's like, you're wanting to ambush me. Yeah, you want me to come up there for what? And it's like, you invited yourself here looking for change. Why aren't you accepting that change that comes with the maturity of showing up somewhere in, you know, holding an interaction? Because that ties with the maturity of being responsible for one's decisions, for oneself. And not being able to say, well, you know, say so and so put me here, or I don't got no control over this, you know.
That's over. Done. Goodbye and have a good day. Enjoy your space you got with the people that love your sickness. Because it's sickness, I can't stand. If you ever would pay attention once, I never said I had sarcoidosis. The diagnosis stage 4 sarcoma, man. Fucking sarcoma. It's different. But the same as sarcoidosis because it's an autoimmune response.
It's not about that. Why is even that part of the conversation?
Why are you attacking me when my wife was asking you about the fucking skin? So,
It's like the focus of the
be that
conversation
you
is being
enjoy being in
deviated.
that bullshit. I'm done with this pissing contest with you. Have a good day. I'm talking. Yeah.
Because otherwise, if you keep playing along, she's still wanting to
But
control the
ended
conversation. And when there's really, that's not the focus of it. The focus was, let's talk about growth and change and maturity. And show it, all of it. Show
all
it.
it is me saying me. Something or another fucking. If you don't listen to what I'm saying and fucking God fucks up, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, I'm explaining to you. Listen to me. You're taking it like it was a tarot card reading. It wasn't a tarot card reading. Motherfucker listening to my wife's affirmation, supposedly saying hers is an affirmation when I've been saying what the fuck she's been saying. I said it before. I've been saying it. Been saying the same shit for years. And now all of a sudden you're working on this, supposedly. What was all the shit when you lived in her house? What were you working on? And again, like I was saying last night, I couldn't talk to her till fucking what, noon?
And then when you talk to her, what kind of interactions do you guys have with her respect?
If it wasn't the TV bullshit, I couldn't talk with her unless it was about television shit. I don't want to talk about television shit. When I did talk with her about the television shit, how the fuck do you applying this to your life? Turn it around. Henceforth, boy, I ask you, how come it don't show in your skin? Someone stating I have an attitude issue or an anger issue. I'm not getting mad. I'm not being angry at you. If I was angry, I can't go toss it and then fucking go, hey, you see there's water in the fucking cat bowl right there? You know what I'm saying? I was trying to point that out to you, and you thought I'm attacking you and trying to put some bullshit where you break off and want to go do some other shit when I'm going, no. Listen to what is being said to you. I'm not attacking, I'm not using it in a manner. You threw at me that I said toss a toss, and I said, yeah, I said toss a toss on the thing that was causing us to see it as we're having a debate, which turned into an argument. So, yeah, I'm talking about the cat bowl over there. Why are you telling me I can't talk about the cat bowl? How are you still stuck on what was fucking toss a toss? Didn't you just were speaking on your point? I listened to it, but I can't speak on it because I said I wasn't. So why are you trying to bring me back in the conversation something I'm not going to speak on? Because you said your point. I said toss a toss so you can say your point. How you want me to bring a point on something that is your point, but in a sense on me stating toss a toss and not the point that you just stated? Comprehend what I'm saying? Like in this shit. I said my wife gave you a scan. What the fuck are you saying all this shit for? That has nothing to do with the scan, but it does. If you had paid attention to it and you're understanding and stating you're getting affirmation, well, if you use that word that is affirmation on something, then hold on a minute. Is it only affirmation on the certain stuff that you wish to pick and choose, or the affirmation on all the stuff that you take in entirety that you are being told you need care of? Like I was saying, you should tell her the scan of grandbaby looks just like you. And the great grandbaby looks just like you because it's in the womb. And the child inside of that child if she's a little girl. You fucking assholes. Genial trauma. Can we get out of that? Hey, would you like your grandchild's fucking at it? No, I don't want to come to your house either. Let's say I'm cool. That's why the end of my message fucking stated. Now you understand. Here, I'll show you. Fucking. Hopefully you'll have a memory of 5 minutes so that you can fucking remember why. Your grandchild's child got you blocked. I know, I never blocked my mom, but I'm so done with this shit. Draining the shit. You're about Lisa because she's over with Joe Rowe and shit like that. It's all about money as you taught her. Because she's down in LA. What's she doing right now? She's working with actors. Which means she's going to come home with no mask, like we were just complaining about, saying, no one around here wears a mask, and oh my god, all this stuff. But yeah, you're going to post something while you're talking shit. And state, this person, it trickles down, she gets it from me, and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, yeah, this fakeness of, if you're truly helping a supposed family member, why is your thing to me, or her stating that she wants you to give her money? And all this other shit. And that's yesterday. That's not living in the fucking past. That's your text message to me yesterday, fool. You ain't saying nothing about the past. Turn the whole time communicating over there now. So where's that shit from? You understand? Again, last night, all I was asking was for someone not to fucking imprint a false memory. And you to entertain it.
And she says on me taking sides, either you or her, and it's like, it's not sides, it's the reality of when she attacks, she attacks everybody. And she don't understand, but she just thinks that she's doing it to you and that she's entitled to it. You understand?
Instead of a laser pointer, she comes with a shotgun and shoots everybody.
But she thinks to you it's her right. You know, like for some reason she thinks it's her right and that she don't have to think about it. But when somebody else is pointing it out, like, dude, that why would you want to come visit when there's nothing for you to visit after you said you wish all this shit wouldn't be here? Mm-hmm. How can you tell me you're happy? you always be, she sent a message saying, I always be happy for all of what you both have accomplished. And it's like, every time you could, you would fucking try to sabotage it, you know, and not once, you know, every had come with ego. It's always been like, dude, it's shared for you, you know, like it's, no, it's like poke, 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 like trying to make somebody feel bad or guilty because it ain't, the other person ain't enjoying it, you know, and it's like, what are you getting from that? So how can you say that you're happy when you just said, I hope all your shit pretty much burns down? You know, it's like, what are you gonna come enjoy? What's there for you to come and see after you said that? But there's no sights. This is mine too. When she says shit like that, it fucking spreads everywhere. That's what I'm saying. And then she's gonna come and say, I'm taking sides. Ain't no side. I'm taking my own side, which is ain't shit for you to see because you said it wouldn't be here. You know what I'm saying? It's not you. There's no fucking nothing else. Like, why from that it goes about your health and shit that has nothing to do, has never been mentioned, is you brought back into the picture.
Like
When
all
it's
the other
the
stuff
scan
that
is
you keep
about
stating.
her, and I keep it about her, and I keep it about her.
As
It's not salon talk.
as
I'm
the
keeping about her.
as the yelling was to
No, fuck that.
keep it about her, but yet in a way it was not salon talk, if you understand, honey. And the means of someone thinking that their physical body is higher than the rest of their body because of their mindset. So I was saying, please check. That's how that happened. Please check this person because they're being misconstrued in the way of understanding what and how and what you do for someone. That's the salon talk. From my mother to you, and you being this fucking person, not going, no, lady, this is not how the dye fucking adheres to your hair and goes into your scalp and shit. Hello? That's what I'm talking about. And allowing the person to think that shit, and by doing such, again, being in that manner, you become the cup by being passive, as all the other salon persons and masseuse people and other persons that believe on how they get sick from their clients that have been in our shop. I explain it to them in that manner, and they say, damn. And they end up what? Making an altar and other things like that, and they don't get sick from their fucking persons anymore. So, for me, explaining that to you, stating that's controlling the conversation and digesting the conversation, understanding what the person's portraying to you, that they obviously are not understanding what work has been done and how the work is done, because they're perceiving it as a tarot card read. So again, if a person is stating that they are taking it to confirmation and is arguing with their child and arguing with you and arguing around everyone around them, that in a sense touches on this thing that they just are saying, having an aha moment for the first state. So yes, I got confirmation of this. What are the people that were explaining this before she said, oh my god, thank you, Maria, for confirming me that you've been pointing out? I mean, what do I have to say now that I did the scan on you and you accept what the fuck I say? Hello? You catch what I'm stating there? Because that's what I was seeing while I'm stating is a salon bullshit. Don't do as such. And check this person, because if you accept this part of the forest that's on the ground dead, then you gotta accept all the rest that comes with it. You understand what I'm saying? By not controlling and just being the cup receptive, one is just enjoying this right here. And focusing on that. And that's the only thing that they'll take from the whole time of your conversation is that. You comprehend? As they keep coming with the because she's been around her sister and her sister's child. Where you can tell when she's in communique with my Aunt Cat, because the mental sex stance changes and the verbatim that she uses turns to this shit. Or Valley Girl stuff.
But even if you hear
Or
what
if
that
you
person,
ask a person
Joe
to
Dispenza, whatever the fuck it says, the first 5 minutes, you can tell that your mom ain't applying what the fucking man is saying.
Yeah, I know. That's why I've been saying what I said.
She sent me the link. I bothered to listen to see what kind of content she's eating, absorbing.
Why do you think I
and she ain't applying it. Because if it says, yeah, you wake up in the morning, but before you do the whole meditation, it tells you to grab a fucking piece of paper and write down the shit that you ain't proud of.
Yeah.
As I'm telling her, listen to your own thoughts, listen to your own, oh yeah, I heard that before. But are you taking notes? Because you keep going at it. This person says not to do it anymore. At some point, you stop doing it. When have you graduated from that first?
Henceforth, me stating it would show in your scan. This is why you need to tell a person it don't show in your scan.
But she gotta see that she ain't doing that. How is she telling herself that she's doing that when she ain't doing that? It's just in her head she's doing it, but ain't following with. Ain't following with and rippling out.
So people on church going on Sunday and so forth. And then, okay, well, how come the world's all fucked up?
Just absorbing 1 hour of that bullshit ain't make you any more fucking... Everything around you is still the fucking same.
So, henceforth me asking you...
Shit's dangerous. It's like, no, you ain't putting the work
in. Can you
like, what the fuck?
Explain to her that if it was all this that you say, that it's a new person, and the scan was just done today,
That because she wouldn't understand that that new person has to be built up too. It's not that every day you reinvent yourself and yesterday don't matter and yesterday don't matter. That's where she's got it wrong because
like
that guy says in those 5 per minute, you are a new person. And that's why she's saying that because she's stuck in those 5. It's not even 5 minutes. In 2 minutes, the guy tells you all those 4 things that your mom is saying, but she's still misconstruing it and not applying it.
Because after 2 minutes in, where'd the brain go?
In fucking just hypnosis state.
So, again.
So he's like, oh yeah, I'm working on a new me.
So, don't regard what I said 3 days ago because I metamorphosed since I listened to this video. Okay, well, if you metamorphosis since the video, how come after since you stating such, are you sending such message, which is even worse than since you sent before?
So that's that's definitely a new person.
Yeah, it's like I keep saying. I keep seeing a new person come to where it's like, before this new person now, you got pissed off because I'd asked for you to be an adult in situations, so it could reflect into the family. As I'm having to do with you, and what is your intrinsic self state? You need carob so you can do the same. It's interesting. What do you do when I explain it to you? Yeah, I know all this. Blah, 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 blah. Do a whole side thing on the side as Lisa and I are talking. I asked Lisa, why are you pointing the phone at me? I can see what my mom's doing. Get my mom involved. Can you put her over there? So the 3 of us. You were there. Mom, why are you stating that Lisa has an issue with you being there? When you're typing me this, and Lisa having to explain, if I had an issue with you being here, you wouldn't be here. Okay. Now, is it like what your son's offering, where you don't got to give no money except for what you wish to buy, Mom? Or is it as you just explained? But then, oh my God, I got to check on you, because you're going to be in the house by yourself. Are you in the house by yourself for a week, or what the fuck's going on? Because you were just complaining that you don't have no alone time there because of kids. I don't get it. So I say, what reality do you want to live in? Because I don't want to absorb any shit. Why don't you paint the truth instead of the shit that someone asks you to in your own self states? That's what you need. Why do you do that? Of starting out, as my mom did. You didn't get offended that night where you're talking with my mom. I said, can you please check her, because she started the conversation out of people looking at her. She was losing weight in an unsustained manner and putting it on people and putting it on the sense that she didn't have a worker and all this kind of stuff and so forth, and put it on her being at Lisa's place, that she was losing weight, and Lisa didn't even said it in a concerned manner. Not in a manner of, oh, bro, you're losing weight, you're looking good. I'm down to 160 pounds. Haven't been this weight since high school. You ask her for a verification as such. Yeah, I was just saying I was 160 pounds. I mean, I look good. I'm thinking losing 15 more pounds.
So as she starts talking about the diet and the good fats that she's eating.
So what I've been asking is, can you tell me the end part instead of the beginning part? Because what am I supposed to think? The end part or the beginning part or
But
both?
what are you telling yourself? What are you believing? Because what you're embodying, it ain't the end part. It's the first story.
It's the first part.
And that's all of your body showing.
Which
That's
is
why you feel like shit, but nothing wrong with it.
why I'm asking, hey, can
Because
you
you're
stop doing
stuck
that?
in this paradigm that shit is shit, but there's the sun shining in front of you, and you can't fucking see it.
And I'm trying to figure out, is it virtual? Is that what you're stating in your mind and embodying really real, or is it just the mind chatter? That your mind stating is, you got mind chatter telling you this, but yet you got heaven, you're walking around with God holding your hand as you're stating, well then why the fuck are you in sick? Oh, it's your mind. But you're stating, oh, I'm getting confirmation of this. But, Maria, we've been married for 8 years. What I've been saying. And I got you under the feather. Otherwise, if my mom hadn't been in the predicament that she's in, she would teach you. And she ain't been able to teach herself other than what she's doing to herself.
Showing how powerful it is. Still, it's a proof of how powerful the mechanism is, the concept, yeah, because it's, you see it.
Yeah. You keep proving.
Yeah, we see it, or with all of us too, but it's easier to see on somebody else. But yeah, it is the opposite side, or just the same two faces of the same coin. It can be used in one way or the other. Or it can be manifested, the energetic form of a thought in a constructive way or not so constructive way.
Especially because if someone's unconscious mind understands that and it's part of what their waveform is, but yet consciously, when you tell them the supposed conscious face that's speaking with you, that bobbles its head and looks all over the place, says, I understand. Why are you telling me this? If someone tells you that, did they actually have a conversation with you? If you scan them and not even have to use a feather, as I've gotten to be.
Boys, I
And you
use
hear
sometimes.
a fucking clucker going, and you go, yeah, okay, well, sure, let's see.
Boys,
Your
like,
shit is lower than it was before you said that you understood. How?
it's like sometimes you say, or you say often, it's like, why aren't you coming with this information? So instead of me having to scan you to tell you that this is what it is, why aren't you calling me and telling me that this is your realization? Like you fucking figured out.
Because you're certified in the base modalities of what the thing
That you figured out that your blockage is this, and you know how to act upon it.
You're certified in the modalities that I use to tell a person. You understand that, don't you? My mom is certified in modalities that you use to scan people, to illustrate to them.
Yeah, because she's powerful and she has the capacity of activating that.
My mom is certified in illustrations and modalities. That's how I understand and explain to you what your modalities are and got you the books and frameworks because of helping my mom get her fucking certification and her stuff.
But at the
Which
same
she doesn't use a computer.
Yeah.
As you do.
And she sees in front of her, it's easy to see like a screen on what part the fractures are, on the what things she keeps going back to, like certain things that are completely out of the conversation. Nobody has talked about the fact of you and sickness or anything like that. Nobody has talked about she hitting you. So why would she bring it up other than it's an obstacle for her own mind, an impediment for her to move forward? That's something that she hasn't forgiven herself. And she has to keep bringing it as you are the one saying it and guilt tripping you.
Watch to see what a person wishes for you to hit, smack them with.
Yeah.
They'll keep presenting
But she's dowsing. She's showing herself. Yeah. She's dowsing. That's what I'm saying. That's her screen. This is the screen. It's showing as I'm being shown. It's being put in for all of us are seeing it. She could see it too.
It's taken you 8 years to pick this up.
She can see it too.
It's taken you 8 years to pick it up. Because for 8 years I've said 6 times in front of you to talk with my mom about this. Tried to talk with her about it in the house with Michelle. Tried to talk with it when we lived there. And the same time, as always reverted back to show me proof. Well, Mom, why do you think I went to those things? Why do you think they keep pushing me to try to get rid of recommendations so that I know see for myself like you've done? But yet I don't want that. I never said I had sarcoidosis. I had stage 4 sarcoma. That's why around my expiration date, you scanned me and I stopped shielding myself. You picked up I got holes in my lungs. I claimed you I was tired because I was helping heal my mother because of her blurps, which I was starting to get. You see me cough? I'll just say this. It's interesting, the only motherfucker around me that has noticed that I don't cough as bad as I used to is your mom.
My mom always comments about how the progression it is. Like, that's her observation. She always hears for the background to see like how things are.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Someone going from fucking fucked up lung capacity, not being able to breathe and do anything, to up here doing what I'm doing.
And then when fires come, my mom always says the same. Like, how is that with Ezekiel? Like, she
And
always
I went
talks.
to where I couldn't breathe, so now I can. So again, at that time, you scanned and it showed holes in my lungs. That's what that shit causes. It's the same thing as endometriosis. And you telling me, and me saying, don't worry, I figure something out that will help make it to where it's not like a balance to where your balancing will not save me. You said, promise me you'll go to the hospital that year. Would have been that March. And I didn't go. Why? Because I healed myself. I started doing this work to show you. As I stated last night. When I was abusing myself in a sense of starving, but again stating, if you're doing works and so forth, how are my scans? When you're allowing mind chatter and shit in and you're not doing your stuff, how are my scans? Okay? So as I stated to you, my mom is my motherfucking patient zero. I should be yours, and you should use me as a fucking metric ruler to measure against motherfuckers when they state something. Especially when it comes to spirituality and the shit of certifications of things and so forth, as you see me do to people. Or, sure, you're an empath. Why you gotta touch it? Okay? Brother, I can sense that you can see, even though you're blind. Okay? Anyway, who do I have to talk with? Other than calling out people that try to hide their gifts and record it for you. So you have a metric stick to measure bullshit against. Otherwise, half the time you're stuck with bullshit. And you like it. So I never get to fucking communicate with you about reality. Because you come with bullshit. Or like Jamie, with a book that your work negates the fucking book. So how do I speak with you about the book if you don't understand your work negates that shit that you're trying to present to me as it's something cool? When what's cooler is you're fucking not. What you doing, nigga? Right here we're getting an argument and some shit about this stupid ass book. Like with her. Always. So the only thing to talk about is the video game. Where you get showed what's really bugging you. Person paints a picture like every day. I wake up fucking telling everybody you beat me. Goddamn. Are you serious, man? If that's how you think my life is? Any other shit you talking about? Which, do you think those persons, that's all they live their life for, is to say, yeah, she did that? I mean, what the fuck? Are you serious? Like, what eats you up in a sense of such?
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, like I state, it's not come to mind unless you bring it up, but yet it's by circumstantial when seen in foreshadowing, has communicational talks with people in front of you and ask, where you can ask them, how was your childhood? How do you know my husband's childhood? There's always someone's going to throw some stupid shit up in a hurtful manner, because I said the patterns.
Yeah, it's a shield she's putting up.
Me and Cole ain't dwelling on the shit. His brother and sisters and so forth weren't dwelling on the shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But it does affect our relationships. Henceforth, how ours mirrored, so on and so forth. You understand? If you didn't do what you say, how I relate with that, how I relate with Cole and his siblings. You understand? It'd be like me trying to relate, like you trying to relate with what I've been through, but how do you do that? You just, okay, yeah. Damn, that's fucked up. You understand? You understand? And you don't hang out with people that can't relate with you too much, because it makes it feel awkward. You know what I mean?
Unless you're trying to forget from that and like, no, think about it.
And I'll just say in that aptitude, how that works is you end up leaving your kids at home or just leaving that area completely because you got to live in that life. Understand what I mean by that? No one will ever remind you of something that you forget, as you won't them. You always have the pumpkin, in the sense of that might be the only time it's thrown up, is in a hurtful manner. But then afterwards, unless someone builds up a boundary and states, I don't like you doing that, it won't get brought up. That which wishes to be forgotten. Because we've learned this dance of sex talking to mind. But where we've learned, it feels better to go this way than the other. You understand? I'm good on that. And my mother done taught me a fucked up thing on that shit. And that's why I say, hey man, this person's trying to put this into your head, and if you accept that, if you ever challenge that narrative, it's gonna be World War III. She might as well do it right now, while it's fresh.
You won't have no basis on doing it.
While it's fresh, so that the person can't say I didn't say that.
But that's why she says all I could do, all I have done is apologize, and it's like, no, you don't.
When have you apologized?
When do you call and
say sorry for doing this?
hey, remember last night? Because that's what I used to tell you. Like,
what was your issue with your dad? Because my mom reminds you of my father.
But my mom, but it wouldn't pass noon that my mom had told him, dude, turn the music down, because my dad would wake up and start playing like all these like dancing romantic songs.
This is new.
And my mom,
This is new information. You've not ever said this.
because I'm remembering how
You've only
things would
stated,
evolve.
mamas, you've only stated on those nights, no one else got a biscuit. Only you the next day, in the sense of something happening. Getting took to have that biscuit and tea or coffee, whatever the fuck you're talking about, your alone time with your dad.
No, that's at home. That's when my dad would go get the pastries. He would go get them at 5 and 6 in the morning for everybody, and when we would all get up from going discos and stuff elsewhere, because we all had different groups.
I understand that part right there, honey. Honey.
We would all have breakfast there. It wasn't me and my dad only. Whoever was coming home was having the same scenario.
If I may, like right now, you're having a new adage of new memory. You have illustrated that biscuit shit to me 2 different ways. Pastries, I'm sorry, Never mind. I'm not gonna talk to you anymore because
Well, I'm
you're
telling
stuck
you, so you
on
have
a fucking like I wrote about.
So you
It's
have the
fucked
wrong
up where
idea.
people get a wrong idea on what? A biscuit, a pastry, a fucking muffin, a fucking toaster pastry.
No, because we don't
Fucking
have
what?
that in my culture.
I was trying to give you a picture of what the fuck the culture is. What we eat, what there's there.
Which is no biscuits. I'm sorry. No donuts.
I didn't
Something
say
like
donut.
that.
I didn't say donut.
No, I know you
I said
didn't say.
fucking pastry. That's why I got a note on fucking Facebook. You can read it. But motherfuckers get stuck on that shit. Report the conversation. I'm done on it. I don't know how in God's creation that water's gonna go uphill to the thing, but I had the pump and everything set up. She don't want to do it the way I had. She want to do it her way, so we'll see how that works. Crazy, dude. Apple cider mixed with CBD drink. Pomegranate sit there. It wouldn't even if it was full, honey. But do it your way. Long in on that one. That was a cool magnet just now. Put that in the bottle for those one plasma. Put 2 stock knowledge green cat tourmaline and 1 blue one. Indiculite. Man. Well, I kept all these fluorites like this and calcite. Just remember what we came across? I only had one tweaker actually look at these and actually understand what it was. And then finally come out and state, what is this full of?
Microparticles of gold.
No, microparticles of gold is 30% pyrite.
Oh, but I thought you were saying the gold itself, the gold in pyrite, but that is pyrite with fluorite.
I know, that's what I said. But I'm stating, but it's also calcite. The fluorite is underneath, the pyrite's on top of the calcite. But there's not just pyrite. There's all the different types of pyrite. The different pyrites, which lead you to gold. But in reference to what I was stating to you, why I kept these and sought after these, was what people finally started realizing, since it's no more really to be found, is that full gold ain't full gold. All that pyrite out there in chunks and so forth that they got in rock shops getting sold for nothing. If you know how to extract it. $40-gram piece of pyrite. 30% of that, 40 grams is what? You understand how to extract it out and make it back into colloidal. Fucking bottle by bottle. Shit like that craziness. I know when we're gonna get water tomorrow. Crazy lady. And hell no, I'm an asshole. I ain't gonna help her do shit because she said that's what she wanted to do. I offered her 3 times with the pump hooked up. Back when it was over there. I had no idea this is what she had in mind, so. But I always let somebody show you what they want to do. Blue jays, put it out. You smell the fire too, buddy? Damn, that shit's crazy how fast that tree turned brown, dude. What the fuck? That one, that one, that one. It's all in the circle. I ain't gonna feel bad cutting y'all out and when we deconstruct the structure. Y'all gonna have to.
This is crazy.
Y'all gonna have to get cut out anyways. But what the fuck?
Crazy. And it's already gonna take this one. You see how this one's gonna turn like that?
Yeah.
You can start telling like on this, it starts like down and goes up. The one top right
No,
behind
that
us
one.
didn't have it and now has it.
That one there is from the top down. The only shit living is the bottom branches. The top of it is dead. I think that's what all that dust shit is falling on our tree on us is whatever.
Yeah, it is because the tomato plants I got it out there straight down. That one that has a really bad. That one is dead. Look, those 2 have to be gone. That all this row has to go on.
They were alive.
Yeah, they were alive. They were alive.
That's what's falling
This was
on.
just this season.
That's what's.
No caterpillars, but this crazy acidity brown.
Whatever that shit is.
This.
That powder. I was explaining to you. It's like super flammable.
You see it on the webs, like how it's accumulated on the webs.
It's from the trees disintegrating. It has to be because that color is the color of the trees at the very tip.
The pine needles turning like that in dust.
The bottom branches, it's like they're dying from the top down, not the bottom up. They still got some green at the bottom branches. That shit is red around. I should say that. Is brick red at the very tip of the truss of the tree. I cut those 9 trees out. That's what that dust is. The fucking tree died, sitting there getting killed by something. That's crazy. That tree was not that like that. That one like that too. I have to cut some bitch down. Some bitch was green like that. So, yeah, the same one. I'm looking at it. The cheapest shit you can find. And that's why I said to you, man. No, dude, come here. You didn't find the same lock, honey. You found a cheaper version of the lock. Whack job. Come here. Fucking smack yourself with the bottle, honey. I see what you did. You seen that one and found a cheaper version of it, right? The issue with the version that you found that's cheaper
The lock part of it
is not, no, understand what you're looking there. This whole thing is metal round, right? See the divot where the lock is? That's part of the case shielded, so you can't take a hammer when I'm pointing out to you with the lock that you got. You just go whoop and the shit comes off. So I'm saying you got one of these. $35 one. Which I'm saying to you, why, who in the fuck would use that on a cargo container?
Me, honestly.
Because that shipping container has it to where you can't take a hammer to it.
Like I said, it's one part, one piece. There's no weak point to it.
Here,
Here, the
this-
lock is the weak point.
And extends out.
It's not going through.
And
If the
stands.
wood goes through, somebody wants to break it, it would stay locked in it. Like it would lock it.
No,
'cause
it
you
wouldn't. It's so bust, you just take a pin and you can beat it from the other side.
take it out.
It has to be shielded, my love. You understand the concept of these and shit?
Yeah. A lot more.
Do you understand the concept of these? This you bolt on. Where you put the padlock is protected so a person can't cut your bolt.
Yeah.
As I was telling you, I'm going to have our fencing done, but I'm saying to you, you've lived, explains, blah, blah, blah. May. Don't just point and click. That's all it said. It didn't show me the thing, though. That's scary. That's scary. That's over by... Oh, man, that's scary. It's one of them short ones because the wind doesn't change. They're like, yeah, get out of here because you're about to fucking... It's gone. That's another 3 other towns going to go burn up. We'll probably lose like 5 to 7 towns in this. How you get the hourglass shape is when it goes around that lake front right there and conjoins back into itself. You'll get a circle blip. Have burnt around the circle or the water like an hourglass container looking through the see-through part where the sand is. You understand? When the fire burns around that and comes back together, it'll look like a lantern or an hourglass, is what I'm explaining to you. Because of where the water is. Do you comprehend what I'm trying to paint to you? Hello? Hello?
You're saying that it looks like a lantern.
No, that it will look like a lantern. I'm asking you, do you know of a lantern or an hourglass? That's why I'm explaining to you where the shape comes from as it burns around the thing, that the circle in front of it, if it comes and joins with the fingers as I pointed to you and stated, it goes like this. And it mirrors itself and comes like such, meaning it's going to burn around the lakes and then burn up the fucking water's gonna look like a lantern or an hourglass. An hourglass with sand in it has a fucking glass vial that you have to flip up and down, but it's a circle in the center.
Yeah. Yes. Indeed. Indeed. So we're halfway of the hourglass. It had passed a focal point. Now it's starting
Oh,
to
the
grow
peace
this
sign.
other part.
Now you're getting to see the peace sign. If you see a peace sign, then you're gonna see an hourglass envelope, is what I said to you. Like I said to you, when you finally pay attention and look at it, it's gonna look like what to you, honey? And Quincy would be where my thumb is. Depending on if they sacrifice Quincy or not. If they don't sacrifice Quincy, you're not gonna see that symbol. If they do sacrifice Quincy, you won't see that symbol. If they don't sacrifice Quincy, you're gonna see that shit. They didn't sacrifice Quincy, so you're seeing it. You understand? You like that hose, don't you? So I'm saying, pay attention while you're driving, homie. Are you sure you got the right end? You sure? Okay. And when I said such, if you see, it's going to hit Lassen, Shasta, McLeod, Susanville, so it's in such. There's nothing over there to stop it. And there's no access roads to stop it.
No, and the people over there are up north hoping the fire coming from Oregon.
Yes.
And then here, people are going to be like, already they have 3/4 of the personnel that they had a couple of days ago because they were fighting at 7,000 people. Almost 7,000 people, 6,000 something. And yesterday when they talked about how many people was there, it was already 4,000. So at the north, it moves less manpower they'll have from this county as other fires develop. Because it's been monstrous. It's been burning since the 14th, 13th.
Oh, it ain't got monsters yet. It get into fucking Lassen and burn and get it to Shastina and McLeod and Shasta.
All that sage, all of that is a plane, but it's
Then you're
super
gonna see-
hella fuel.
Then you're gonna see monsters. Because the only main road in there is that road that you're on that you see. If it gets in between there and so forth, there's no maintenance roads, easy access roads for them to get equipment over into it to stop it. Especially if it burns up towards Modoc. And Modoc Reservation is.
I want to go there.
It'll burn into Nevada, if not all the way to Iowa. Because the winds are blowing just that way. It'll follow the crest. It's an interesting thing. But what I was trying to talk to you about before the fucking discrepancy. Can I get this shit to was there's downtown fucking Greenville.
Yeah. And we have seen.
No, don't do shit yet. There's downtown Greenville.
Indeed.
As I was explaining to you, how does Marysville's light poles get melted? It's just constructed just like Marysville D Street. All these gold towns are. what they're circumvented and gave the heat because all the buildings are brick.
Yeah, and mountain and the other part of the
sidewalk.
lamp is right there.
Do you understand? What fuel sustained that to heat that fucking thing up?
It looks like a bad movie.
You understand?
It's bent on itself. It didn't melt it, it fucking bent on itself.
They talked about it, saying it was so hot there, the heat melted all the light bulbs. Where's the fuel to melt these steel light bulbs? 'Cause
Yeah.
again, these are made
What around
for
it is
windstorms and other things so that the city does not get negligence of having shit that can fall down because we get 100-mile-an-hour plus winds here.
Mm-hmm.
And you see how thick that metal is. It's the same as that plate. It's cold rolled steel, fool. How the fuck is that melt in a fire that does not have fuel? Where's the fuel to keep the heat sustained? Where's the fuel to keep the heat sustained? Pay attention to what I'm saying. I don't want no more fucking arguments on stupid shit. You know, I'm trying to explain to you something. You get the same thing that happened here. You first started seeing these fires like such that were melting wheels and so forth in the grease fires several years back that are now happening again. Then you've seen it in Paradise Fire. The secondary energy company getting struck by the fire in Turkey by this fire. A hydrogen fueled one, interesting enough. But again, this shit's melted down, but these are not. You're getting a difference of metals.
Mm-hmm. This is a fucking aluminum cheap ass pole that is solid fucking steel. You've seen those poles? They're like adjustable and shit. They're like
No,
super
they're not.
thin.
They're steel poles. The sign, depending on which sign is either steel or aluminum. It's a perforated sign. County signs are poles are perforated. It's steel. But again, because it's perforated, it might not have melted. Or, at a better shot, it might be a solid pole, which again, steel is that thick of steel tube. That was heated up so much that it bent over.
Mm-hmm.
So I was saying brick, adobe, and so forth in the fireplace, refracts the heat. What heat was refracting off this radiation like a mirror of the sun? They constitute in the metal. If all the burning material is inside the fucking buildings, on the opposite side of the wall.
That's insane.
And you got, again, didn't mean to bug you earlier. Hey, honey, in your lifetime, when do you ever remember hearing it snowing in Bolivia?
Snowing. I personally have not always paid so much attention.
That doesn't make sense to me. If you being a snowboarder or a skier, wouldn't you pay attention to where the fuck it's snowing so that you can go skiing and so forth? I don't know, I'm just stating. Everybody that I've ever been around, they pay attention to that shit, that snowboards or skis and fucking surfs, right? You obviously were paying attention to the weather for fucking Tahoe. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. Last time it snowed in fucking Brazil, you were 12 or 11 years old. Do you remember it snowing in Brazil? Because again, you were 11 or 12 the last time it ever snowed in Brazil, which is this year. And now it's snowing in Bolivia. So if it did it on a regular, all that bullshit ass coffee you like to drink with the rest of the dumbasses that drink that shit, they would have never invested in putting shit in Brazil. Because as you seen, coffee just went up because all the coffee shit in Brazil just died because of that fucking cold snap and freeze after it snowed. You know how much that industry is worth. That's something new. What's Bolivia doing and such? As you and your brother don't, and the customs there. I don't think I'd survive in the winter if I had to deal with fucking cold snaps where it's freezing and snowing, and the shit that you guys wear. It's warm, but it's not that warm. Just saying. Cause y'all live in the rainforest. I can't wear this shit in fucking Maryland in the wintertime. I'd fucking die. They got wet snow over there. Like you guys, because you're in the subtropic. This shit's over here, it's dry. Probably fucking dry your body out. You gotta drink hella water and shit. But I said, I couldn't wear this over there, you fucking die. If the winters were snow. Animal and fauna and flora would be completely different. Besides the good industry. They're never invested the fucking trillions of dollars that they could to set up an agricultural industry to fucking go for the climate that was there. Hello? So all of a sudden we got snow?
No.
So it's the second 2 times in 32 years of your existence there's snow. You don't know of the first time in your life, but now you know of this time. Because your husband's pointing out to you going, Nancy, hey, it snowed in Brazil. Just pay attention to that.
I want to see where.
Because if it snows in Brazil, it means we're going to have some really interesting motherfucking hurricanes hitting fucking the East Coast. Alrighty, go get some water. Water. Go get some water. Got all that water left on it still. Gonna have to dump it out. Yeah, rinse the container. Crazy. And just a couple days back too was the memory of sharing that shit of the meme of if you think the fires in Greece were started by fires, then blah blah blah. When they started talking about dews, directed energy weapons and so forth, and showing the interesting fire pattern where you got a tree unburnt, car melted, blah blah blah. I was like, okay, and a fire supposedly picking and choosing what houses it wants to burn throughout a neighborhood. But the first trails of glass vaporizing, porcelain melting, and all kind of shit like that in a normal house fire. Like, how the fuck those temperatures get reached and sustained? Today's shared to your wall.
I've read this.
Okay, read it out loud. Doesn't make any sense to you.
It's beautiful. Yes, and then I went to the link and I have the link open so I can keep reading on it. It says today I will.
You don't have to keep reading on it. Read the whole motherfucking thing out. That's what I was trying to talk to you about. It's funny if somebody states something, but if y'all paid attention to what I've been writing and trying to talk to y'all about, you would see what?
It's always been the same path. Today I will continue the topic, ascension frequency and awareness of yourself and other people's frequency. In levels of consciousness and awareness, one becomes aware of healing in levels of consciousness. Awakening in levels of consciousness from logic, reasoning, deduction, training, and the things that are non-logical as one learns and meditate in levels of vibrational frequency in consciousness. Spiritual duality is in awakening is an issue should be understood better because in levels of consciousness, when one becomes aware of body, mind, and energy in levels of consciousness, they also become aware of their own and then aware of other people's energy, thus understanding their frequency. In levels of consciousness, when one becomes aware of his or her frequency, high frequency, one then becomes aware of their connection with others. Those who have become aware of this may see that many use the term twin flame consciousness and awaken as only words used loosely without much meaning, thus be used out of text as to their true meaning, because to many as we know it in consciousness, these terms have become just a fad to many, and isn't a fad or what it's in these days. So many may become just popular or make
sex partners cheated on you. Or you start adding that bullshit. You ask them, well, what's the etymology of what the fuck you talking about? And they don't know. They cling on to the first 2 minutes of a video, and yet the scan shows that you didn't even do that. The shit's a fad. So I was saying to you, you need to get past that in your work. Breathe and shit it. Your family's life, lineage depends on it. As is mine. If you wish to have a kid.
Isn't this just a part of ego, and isn't this issue of ego screwing up or interfering with the knowledge we are given to understand the truth behind these matters? And the awaken that people will sometimes misinterpret or even abuse because of this does not really understand. Does not really understanding the true meaning behind these issues. So let me explain this. So this doesn't get confused with ego or just misunderstood, that will eventually be misunderstood by others. We all have an electromagnetic field, and it is the strength of this electromagnetic field we'll learn about during our journey to become connected and to understand in levels. Understand in levels of consciousness. As we become to understand this, we eventually become to understand our relationship with our electromagnetic field, with a much larger electromagnetic field of much higher frequency. And then we become attracted to this much like a magnet because of our polarities and poles that pulls us in this direction that we are involved with, our own polarities that we become to feel and then understand better in time as we grow spiritually. Thus, understanding eventually, this is the God within us. and around us that is within all life. Hold on, I'm just getting really dizzy because I'm reading what the tribe did. Okay. It's under. It
There
does.
was pictures. 'Cause you know me. I put memes and shit for motherfuckers so they don't get brain dead. You know me, I'm all about the memes. That means something. Since his DNA passed. You know me. For a week now I ain't shared nothing on your wall or nothing like that. But here I got your attention. Why? Because it fucking has to do with what's going on like usually. But it all depends on how your observation is. If you're receptive to it or not. Because again, my work is all fucking just work. My life. Otherwise I end up in prison. Where they want me. That's either mental prison or the physical prison. So read it out loud.
Thus, understanding eventually this is the God within us and around us that is within all life throughout the universe we become connected to, and then during this time of growth we recognize others who understand this. Also we recognize others who understand this, who
Henceforth, the
we also
domestication of each
sense.
other and of me, you hearing your husband explain it to people for 6 years in our shop. Domesticate those around you. We don't like an action. We domesticate that which is what we want you to be around. How does someone not check another person? Comprehend that conversation? Conversation in court site last year. Don't be domesticated by your clients, is me telling you that, the same shit. Where you forget the power of these crystals. Hello? Like the salon people, don't have a salon talk and be domesticated by your clients. And they're coming to you because of your fucking what? Abilities. Take power of self and domesticate them so it ripples back down.
Who we also sense a strong electromagnetic field within them when even time and space or what we may
Jim
view
stated what?
as miles cannot
I've
stop
kind of felt this shit around other people, but I've never felt it as strong as I've ever felt around you. How many times you hear that from people? Never by yourself. It's been after you've met me. But yet by yourself you hear it, so I'm not saying it's because of me. Understand that. But you never heard it before. But you hear it after being with me, but away from me. Remember that. I'm stating. My mom doesn't hear those parts and says, "You're just speaking to you, all egotistical, narcissistic, shit like that." And I'm going, what the fuck? I say, what God did you keep trying to fucking portray? What the fuck are you talking about? You want to name me the name of Ezekiel? Why? Because it means the strength or ease of information of Allah. If I'm scrying to you, what the fuck am I giving you? What my wife's giving you, dumb fuck? Especially with my brother being named Malachi, peace be upon him. He puts the two together, it's called the Melchizedek order. That's fucking righteous kings, mom. That's what Gnosticism comes from. The Turkah of Isa. Stop for a lot. How'd she get off dope? And hit me. Kai don't like that. Fuck's Kai? Malachi, you standing right there. Here, I'll speak. Let him speak through you. To you. I ain't up in Tulare. I wonder what my brother said to the stupid motherfucker at the time. You understand? That's why I say, you keep talking that you talking to the other motherfuckers, dead peoples. Why don't you talk to your kid, nigga? Or I'll let him talk to me again. Like I did when I was a child. What are you scared of, Mom? Don't fuck around. Who's my daddy? Your wife, shut the fuck up. There ain't nothing more important. Because why is my side of the family where I'm not a father to my kids? Cause who's my daddy? Oh. But everything revolves around you, Bunny. Okay. Didn't you say you had kids? Who made you a grandparent? So, what are you talking about? Yeah, go ahead. How you think motherfucker come up with the shit that he has over the years? Because, like I stated, if I don't work on myself and the stuff and the things around me where I keep myself in check and have a metric, dude, I fucking... and put myself in prison. Or I'm inebriated. Mental prison.
Eventually, when we have reached the highest frequency joined with the source, we are then now ready for love. A true love will find us through the same method where
What are you telling my mom? Cultivating of what? You comprehend? How I word stuff?
where our own electromagnetic field will connect to another, much like two magnets joined.
What were you saying to my mom? But this is a watered down statement. Again, people don't like hearing me because I talk like this how I write. I don't afterglow it. It's right there in a boom!
Well, you can talk in terms of poles, you can talk in terms of attraction as negative energies and positive energies, but it's still there.
Doesn't mean what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm talking about electromagnetic.
As she is gonna attract also not only in the positive once we cultivate, but one also cultivates the other side of.
So is that separate in your scanning of the fields that she thinks they're separate, or does it encompass all?
Encompass all.
Okay, so
Two magnet joining at their poles once this has happened, and again as we sense each other's strong electromagnetic fields within our own pulling us together, we're even time and space.
Why do you accept my wife's verbatim when I've been saying this since I come out your coochie, Mom? Like I say to you, why do you accept other people's modalities when they say exactly what your husband's saying? If you read his works and so forth from the time that he spends and he posts it to your wall and puts it in a group that he made specifically to try to help you in your work. Hello?
Energy is not separate, as energy vibrates in levels of frequency, and we're energy beings in levels of consciousness. As such, we carry these frequencies within us in our electromagnetic frequency vibration as being part of this.
So I want to die, I want to die, I want to die. Being you're hit with a balance. Yeah, I know that's why I'm sick today. Think about that. And he's saying, okay, if you're acknowledging that's why you're sick, and you're doing it in this manner, you're making yourself more sick. You're going to shut me off again, Mom. And what do you do?
This is because, as I have explained, these two electromagnetic fields have been joined as one where higher dimensions in frequency with the joint couple then become a reality in the physical sense.
Keep reading, I'm recording. Figure that out, please.
This is because as
It'll help you understand it.
This is because, as I have explained,
Comprehend?
these two electromagnetic fields have been joined as one where higher dimensions in frequency with the joint couple then become a reality in the physical sense.
How does that happen? Because they anneal each other in the joint coupling. Hello? You know these Easter eggs.
And their need for physical primordial needs where communication, touch, and even sex is plausible and possible as
only a very few know and have achieved by reaching the highest frequency when we join our electrical
What I've been trying to
field
do with you.
with the higher source within us. How do I know of this? How do I know if this is possible? Well, there's a spatial gal 2 continents away who has proven all of this and much more to me. By sharing our experiences in levels of consciousness, we help others in the awareness and in a sense that they are not alone. Hence, awakening in levels of consciousness, you discover your frequency on this path. 1. Spiritual being having a human experience, and in the awareness, your human nature having a spiritual experience. 2. Hence, you will experience the spiritual nature in levels of consciousness. Mathematics can show you when 2 circles are joined together, there's an intersection. Hence, you will become aware of the intersection frequency experience as well. You will experience 3. You will experience the intersection frequency in the levels of consciousness, which I refer to as interdimensional frequency. To continue this topic on ascension, we should first realize that in ascension, as our vibration changes, our frequency and awareness of yourself and other people's frequency also changes. And with this awareness in progress, one becomes aware of healing in these levels of frequency. And when one realizes this, when reaching higher vibrational levels, we view this as an awakening again in the levels of consciousness from our logic, reasoning, deduction, questioning, and training in this field of where things are non-logical during this time as one learns and meditates in levels of vibrational frequency within one's consciousness, and it is in these levels of consciousness one becomes aware of his body, mind, spirit, and thought energy that is capable of changing our reality in these levels of consciousness while being aware of other people's energy and their energy that seems to become naturally now, where one eventually becomes at ease and familiar with himself and others during this event when reaching a higher vibration, and where realizing frequency is this awareness of yourself and others changing within you, thus bringing a new sense and understanding of yourself and others. Now, into view for a reason. As your process continues through these steps and through this process of a new logic, reasoning, deduction, questioning, and training in the field of where things are non-logical, the mind starts to process firmly on these levels of awareness as one step each time takes you higher by ascending you, then in levels of vibrational frequency. When one becomes more aware of this and in understanding of how life experience teaches us in these levels of consciousness, as one learns from life experience and becomes aware of oneself in harmony, in awareness with the source, in vibrational frequency, and oneness in levels of consciousness, and oneness in levels of consciousness as one. In ascension frequency awareness, one is aware of every energy frequency in consciousness as the frequency is coming from the highest source in the awareness of part and part of. In this ascension awareness, one becomes the observer as one observes to learn from life experience in peace, in harmony, as everything teaches us in this way, disquieting the negative thoughts in mind, awareness in harmony, as our thoughts create together a more pleasing environment for us in these levels of
thought consciousness, thus one becomes aware of healing our environment and others in this level in one's frequency. Now align your thoughts to manifest a reality within a healing environment. Once again, as we put into words in this way a tongue long forgotten that is a tribal language we share among our tribe with much compassion and understanding for others that only a few understand. We give an understanding for others to become aware of this language as we speak that only a few understand. Only they have evolved in levels of consciousness and the higher frequency that we speak to others within our own tribe, recently in levels of consciousness. Of futures 6111 MEM submit none. An element of a culture or system of behavior that may be considered to be passed from one individual to another by non-genetic means, especially imitation. A humorous image, video, piece of text that it is copied often with slightly variation and spread rapidly by internet users. Be mindful of what you share in our generic biosphere of futures. A single insight into yourself is more valuable than all your scriptures. A single glimpse of your consciousness and you have entered the real temple. And it's cyclical too, because we were just reading on a futures on the Serpentes, naming it 2 days ago, the line, the cosmic line. Live without pretending, love without depending, listen without defending, speak without offending. Allowing your thoughts to manifest your reality. The soul thirsts for its own evolution, it must evolve. The first one also applies to the scans. It says, a single insight into yourself is more valuable than all your scriptures. A single glimpse of your consciousness and you have entered the real temple. The soul thirsts for its own evolution, it must evolve. When you really pay attention, everything is your teacher. You do not judge my story by the chapter you walk in on. There is no choice, only God is real. No man steps in the same river twice, for it's not the same river and he's not the same man. Hey, what you drinking there? Your body is an absolute mirror of your mind. As you worry, your body shows it. As you love, your body shows it. As you're overwhelmed, your body shows it. As you're angry, your body shows it. Every result of your body is being allowed or resisted by the way you feel. Instinct is something that transcends knowledge. Note to self, don't ask a blind person to proofread your vision. Life is the most difficult exam. Many people fail because they try to copy others, not realizing that everyone has a different question paper.
Here all sides and you will be enlightened. Here one side and you will be in the dark. I appreciate you more because of the road I've traveled. My story brought me to you, and I wouldn't revise a word of my past if it led me anywhere but to your door. Every action, every thought, every feeling is worthless if the mind is not connected with the heart. It's then a jumble of senseless randomness. Stay connected to your heart to make sense. Butterflies can't see their wings. They can't see how truly beautiful they are, but everyone else can. People are like that as well. Don't be so hard on yourself. You can talk with someone for years every day and still it won't mean as much as what you can have when you sit in front of someone, not saying a word, yet you feel that person with your heart. You feel like you have known the person forever. Connections are made with the heart, not the tongue. Blessed are they who see beautiful things in humble places where others see nothing. It's not the same soul I once was. A lot has changed. A lot has changed. A lot had to change, so you shouldn't expect me to be the person I was in the past because part of me no longer exists. This is my favorite. Don't ask a blind person to proofread your vision.
What?
Because it's like second guessing yourself. Life is the most difficult exam. Many people fail because they try to copy others, not realizing that everyone has a different question paper. Comparison, shit like that is like, what do you care? Just do your own. We all have to do our own because it shows that then it like transfers to the other paper without it being the same fucking question paper, but still transfers.
You're looking at it and you keep going, dude, this is load.
I'm not getting to the same or...
This is load and battery, not battery load. But I'm seeing it as battery load, but the damn paper's telling me it's load battery. I'm looking at it as battery load. But my questionnaire says load battery. But I'm marking it off as battery load. I failed my quest.
That's beautiful.
I thought I'd share that since this shit happened the other day.
2018.
Only took 3 years of saying the same shit to the people that's close to me for one person to kind of fucking see something. Hopefully 50 doesn't 51st date it. Because it helped the other person that I've been saying the same shit to since I came out of her coach. And both of you don't like it when I mirror that information to you. Damn, I wish I could get all these motherfucking body language and these eye shots and shit to be more recorded, dude. Why I said that and you took and then we got in an argument about it when I was like, man, if people could only fucking, if I could just record that, we just get the voice.
That's
Not
only
fucking...
you get. That's only you get. The mini power tripping. Is it the micro power tripping? The new term. Is that even a thing? Micro power tripping, mini power tripping.
Oh, macroaggression is what I was calling it. which if language is more body language than spoken, then that's why you don't hear nothing really from you. Because you like to do that. And I tell you, stop doing that shit. Why don't you vocalize? If you can say, that's how the argument last night went, was if you can respond with your fucking body, you can say with your mouth. Oh, you're giving more information that way, but you can say something with your mouth. That's all I asked was, and now you're responding with your mouth, but you couldn't do it earlier in the sense of rebuttaling why you won't do it with your body earlier, but you're doing it now. And this just baffles me. Or I say, all right, Bonnie, you're using that exam paper. You got a different question, kid. Stop going that pattern. Because I know I foodie you because you're similar to my mom, but you got a different question there. Here, I'm trying to show you. Your paper says this. Now that right there, as we're trying to work on each other. So I don't fit the questionnaire of the parents of your foodie and of me. Fucking Willow right now, letting her fill up the tank for a second, see? And this is without the stress. Oh my God, there's a fire. Hurry. What do I do? I got 10 hours, 30 minutes. And then you just wrap it around. If you tie things, it takes longer for you to access it. Imagine if it slips out, then you got to untie it. Comprehend? Besides, you got to detach it so that you can bring the tanks back in a rush of a fire. Yeah, it was you. Hope we didn't suck up dirt, too much dirt. Fortunately, Grandma took out the pump for a second. So we got one tank.
For real. That's how you know open up. Okay.
Diary. Her first time playing with it, she got into the hose like she does when she's stepping on my back, or she gets some bruises on my face because she's stomping.
Oh,
she's playing.
goodness.
She's playing like she's clogging.
She just plays too hard. All right.
She's clogging on my head.
Okay.
And I'm like, all right, if you think that'd pop my neck, sure. Well, my neck is over there, dude.
Is that the microaggression?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, if you want to. I mean, you talked about it.
As long as you don't perceive it like that, that's good.
I mean, no, I'm just like, shit, if that's what you need, get it out. I mean, I might get my neck.
I thought it was getting creative, like fucking get something out of it, like pop your.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm
like,
looking
man,
for your higher best interest.
if it'd pop my back, then sure, babe. I ain't tried that method. Let's try it.
That's how people come up with shit.
I mean, the only motherfuckers that was doing that to me was the people jumping me, so. Let's see if it works. A mild jump. So that's
By
why
my wife getting jumped in my living room.
Let's see. That's what I was saying. I was like, dude, just tie the thing on her and leave it alone. You know, we were playing with it. And like, see, she's not understanding that you're articulating the thing down.
Yeah.
That's why when we were over there and I was showing you this stuff, because it water hammered in itself, it made the thing go down. And I ran over real quick to see what the fuck is it doing. I was trying to tell you, just tie it over to that and walk away. Otherwise, the concept, you're holding on to that, which keeping it from sucking the dirt in. That's why you gotta go. Well, I was complaining about the filter. That was the other reason. Is on that. I still haven't figured out a filter
That laces soft rocks.
that won't suck up the rocks like that. That'll fit in that thing where it won't suck into the fucking intake of it. A mesh ball or something I need to do. I think it's big enough where I could just stick a T-ball in there. Just right here, just made it to where I need to see instead of thinking about it. Engage lazy and fucking do it. And so I was bitching and moaning the other day saying, man, every time I come over here, you don't even touch this motherfucker. So here, let's see what happens if you put the water hose in there so you can see how the water hose reacts with you. Because you gotta fight with that motherfucker to put the shit in there.
I'm being involved. That's what you get with me being involved. Next time I'll have a different experience. I'll be more experienced.
I didn't say I hadn't done it. Henceforth, me fucking with it and going, okay, if you do this, this is gonna happen. Why there's a rope on that motherfucker? That's why you gotta sit there. And pray don't suck in, because it wants to suck down, be it that it's sucking water. And the electric one sucks even worse than that one. Where it fucking, it's like, fuck, dude, you trying to electrocute the fish? Trying to fucking jump in the water and shit. That's why I said I took all that off, because I gotta start with this one first. This one took me a minute, but only a couple of days. As you seen, it took me go for an hour. An hour of feeling it to fucking 15 minutes. But that's my learning curve. I pay attention to what I'm doing. To observe and do my function. How can I adapt my intrinsic rattle to it and make it to where no one else can do it as fast as me?
Being the Olympics of water tanks.
Not Olympics, no competition, just competition myself.
Yourself.
How can I exert this where I can perfect it towards less motion in sense of in a needed time? Like golf. As golf, how do I go through this par of golf with less strokes than the other person? Just think of it that way, since your parents are golfers. You understand? And you don't tie that like that, because in golf you'll have 3 more strokes to finish your round instead of fucking 1 stroke. You understand what I'm saying? Time of fumbling or not, like we did when we ran and we're filling the buckets to put the fire out instead of fucking. You understand? This is how you get the muscle memory of a fire plant.
See.
Fucking stuff up, knowing, oh, I need to keep the wrench on there. This and that.
Yeah, going
so
through.
So forth.
Yeah, going through.
Buying
That's right.
a socket wrench that's specifically for it, that stays with it. Like me explaining to you, don't take these tools from there. That's why the magnets are in there, because it's for this shit. The gas here is set for this. There is no utility cross between this shit. It's just for that. It's just for that, and that only. You know what I'm saying? That's the fire plan. So if you need it, it's there.
That's good.
You know what I'm saying?
Sounds good. Sounds logic.
There's only socket and wrench that we got that fits that shit is the set that you got. You understand why I said we need to go to the store and buy one specifically just for it? Otherwise, the toolbox is back at the house. Because I put everything always back where I get it.
Yeah, but then it's not where you need it.
Exactly.
when you're away
because
from there.
that tool is for utility, but yet I don't have one specifically just for that.
Yeah.
Catch what I'm saying?
Or get another set and break it up. We use every single part, for.
Sure, if you wish to go that way.
But you never really use
But
all
you
that
just bought a
parts.
150 piece set. I'm just saying I just need fucking size 10 socket and a wrench for that. But be it that is a multiple functional thing. The socket, not the socket, but the fucking the wrench, that the tool that you put the socket to, that goes to other stuff.
You're
It's
always
needed
gonna
for
need
that.
it, in the base. In a it's docking station. Which sucks because you are not just too much in the station.
Just explain it to you. That's the fire protocol, or any protocol. Why I say, if you're gonna use my shit, then buy a duplicate of it, because I'm tired of you not putting it back.
Oh my goodness.
Because it's needed. That's why you can't find your bong sample. I'm like, how the fuck you lose your bong sample?
You lost it.
I didn't lose your shit. I didn't even lose
I
it.
don't know how I lost it. I think it's buried on some weed or no more. I don't know.
I'm like, how's that work? How you lose your bong sample? No, I said put my shit back. Please. Don't put it back, dude.
What was that face about?
Can I use your headphones? Okay. Later on that day, can I get my headphones back? It took a fucking week for you to find
finding
them.
them. Well, I found them.
I don't want your headphones. You got the wrong size cups. Your ear canal is different than mine. I gotta use the smallest ear cup for it not to make my ears hurt. I explain that to you. What you roll your eyes and do all that shit for?
Because there's always so many hairs to the egg with you.
What the fuck are you talking about? I use the smallest earbuds piece in there. Otherwise, I'm allergic to latex, and that shit causes my ears to hurt and swell. I have small ear canal.
If I can just remember.
Besides all the ear wax that I haven't cleaned out.
That's right. Yeah, you're limited.
Hearing impaired.
I should remember all that.
If I push something that's a different cup size in there, it fucking clogs the hole and shit. I'm like,
God.
okay, I gotta use more of a stick to clean out that bong stem, bro. Because you just clogged it.
That's gross.
That's how you got that ball out of my ear, because I switched earbud in cups. And smushed it in there and was like, I can't hear nothing, dude. Look in there for me, because I feel like I got a bug.
That's gross. I feel like I got that silicone thing stuck in my ear. Can you check? That's what you felt like? You had a silicone got left stuck from the headphone?
Mm-hmm. Feel like that shit was in there. I was like, alright. And I was like, nope. When I turned my head, I was like, no, that shit just moved. No, there's something in there. I feel it jingling. It's my brain, I think, about to fall out. Brain about to fall out in my brain. That water turbid as shit. Turbid, yes. Turbid as shit. Cloudy.
Well, you tell it is better than no water, huh?
Oh, yes. That's why that wall smoked like that. That shit didn't hit the downdraft. I have a feeling when we get back to the cell reception on the other part of the property, we won't hear an emergency one. Range on this side is dead. Ain't no wind moving nothing.
The pine, no, the lake,
Alamo?
the lake fire. The lake fire was strategically in a highly populated area. It took out already like 100 houses.
Oh, the river?
River fire, sorry, not the lake fire, river fire. But I said that it starts with the bottom because look at that. It's like this one has just started that branch and then eventually it's going to have it all up. Like in some it looks like it's on the bottom. You see these bottom starts?
Yeah. But that is just one or two little pieces. That's not the whole tree. Where it looks like it got that thrust shit that hits fucking earth where it looks burnt. And it literally just burnt. They're fucking alive. Those trees that we're looking at, that shit, last month that tree wasn't like that because the squirrel was up there waking me up.
Nothing looked like that. Nothing looked like that. It was so green.
The squirrel was waking me up. Eating the pine cones out of it.
Even when we had the discussion about the powder itself, it didn't look like that. Like 3 weeks ago. Remember? Because we were inside, we had the hail, we put the windows up. And we talked about it and we looked up. We went outside, we looked at the smoke, we looked at the trees. Oh yeah. That goes from the core. That one is going all through inside. What's going on? Oh, it's a wave that is cooking them, huh?
I was saying we need to do some satellite pictures and some balancing of the forest before it gets hella bad. Just be matchsticks waiting for the sun to hit it.
See.
Stupid ass repeater don't work.
I have to message the guy, huh?
That's crazy. I hope you like it. I wish this shit worked. I would like it. Like when stuff works. What's the point of buying it? Craziness. Say that again. She said, I'm not even that high.
It's mine though. It's like no, makes no difference. I can be high. Where the fuck would I put it, Ezekiel?
I need to talk to nephew. Huh?
I walked around on the car. You have ammonia. That's why you were not getting that upset.
I didn't know I had the shit.
It was hella sounding like keys over there. And it kept sounding like this, and I thought it was the lighter, and then I look at the chain, and it's like, no, the lighter not making that much sound. It kept sounding like this every time you moved. You kidding me? You're funny, Ezekiel. God. You're high.
I know I am. That's why I said, hold on, man. What'd you say? You ain't that stoned. I am. You gotta enjoy life. Yeah, that's all it's like. What'd you say? Say that again.
I'm not even that high.
Yeah,
I knew I wasn't that high. You had taken the key from where it was. How did that key ended up on your lap?
Hold on, though. Hold on. Never mind, man. It's over your head. What I was trying to point out is you were saying that you only that high. And I was saying, man, I'm loaded. And standing up and dropping the key. That's all I was saying.
Damn, those two trees. They had no top. They're completely dead. Those two trees, they had no top. It's like they both snapped.
So that one right there is where I was saying I want to put the camera. The orbital.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you a view here, that way, and all the way down.
Oh, totally, yeah.
Down the driveway.
And if you get emotion of somebody walking, you can follow the way.
Yeah. Henceforth, why that's picked so that you can see all the way that way down the driveway, and you can see that way down the driveway.
Mm-hmm. See?
And then getting this out the way, right here where that shit is. Making a thing right there, making a landing, skidding this out, and bringing all the trees over here to cut up. Blah, blah, blah.
See, the mill site.
Yeah. Harbor Freight thing that you're talking about?
Hell yeah. $2,000. We put it in the cart and we pay it.
As with them other them trees that are there that got that brown shit that we're gonna have to cut out. Those are millable trees. Or I should say, put it properly. Those would be trees that would be took to the mill by a logging company. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Can I walk? I want to get berries. I'm gonna pick some berries.
The biggest socket wrench and the smallest socket and the first thing of it on the right hand side. Or better yet, the state in your metric instead of standard. You understand? But it's half-inch drive. Meaning it's the big one that goes on that side. Comprehend? That's why I was saying I need to buy a wrench for that specific, otherwise that one's only in there. But I only use that for taking shit off the tractor and on the car and stuff. You understand what I'm saying? Let's get this thing taken apart and working. Yeah. Talk here. And you gotta remember, you need this. Just to show you. Otherwise, if you just use the socket wrench, you can't get there. You understand? You need the attachment. Love and light, everybody.